Chapter 1. In the profound spirit world, in the Howran mountain range in the southeast of the Central Plains, one of the 8 righteous sects, the Howran Sword Sect, was located here. The Howran Sword Sect was located on the Tien Gang Peak, which was located on the outskirts of the Howran mountain range. The Tien Gang Peak was thousands of feet tall, majestic and towering into the clouds. Halfway up the Tien Gang Peak, there were rows upon rows of palaces and houses. From top to bottom, the buildings became denser and denser. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge city with a radius of tens of miles. Howran City was under the jurisdiction of the Howran Sword Sect. It was halfway up the mountain of Tiangang Peak, which was also the highest level of the Howran Sword Clan. This was the residence of the Howran Sword Sect's sect master and his family. At this moment, in a spacious courtyard. It was noon. A handsome young man dressed in a fur coat was seriously practicing the horse stance. His body moved slightly as if he was riding a horse. After a long time, the young man stood up and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. It condensed and did not dissipate as it rushed out 3 feet. Looking up at the sky, the young man's eyes revealed a maturity that did not match his age. His eyes flashed with a look of reminiscence as he muttered to himself, "It has been 10 years since I came to this world. Body refinement and inner force have both reached the martial master realm. However, the quality of my body has far surpassed the same stage in my previous life. The profound spirit world is indeed the strongest world I have encountered since I transmigrated. Although the future will be difficult, this is my choice and also my opportunity to advance further." Yi Tianzong was originally a martial artist from a planet called Earth. He had reached the realm of Gangjin by practicing martial arts. When he was breaking through to a higher realm, he was plotted against by others, so he used a secret method to perish together with the enemy. In the end, he was chosen by the immortal mansion, which traveled through endless time and space. He became the first inheritor of an almighty person and began his journey through the heavens. The immortal mansion was created by a supreme being from the myriad worlds to choose a successor before he fell. He would choose a suitable disciple from the myriad worlds to inherit his legacy. As for Yi Tianzong, he was lucky enough to be chosen by the immortal mansion before his death and became a preliminary disciple. As long as he could pass the test of the successor, he would be able to inherit all the inheritance and wealth of the Supreme Almighty. After obtaining the immortal mansion, Yi Tianzong began his journey through the heavens. Starting from a low-level world, Yi Tianzong wielded his sword step by step and became the strongest in every world. In every world, Yi Tianzong always carried out the belief he had when he first started practicing martial arts: wield a sword to rule the world, eliminate evil and defend the Tao. It meant to wield the sword in one's hand to sweep away all the injustices in the world, eradicate the evil, and protect the righteous path in one's heart. To this day, Yi Tianzong had already traveled through 10 worlds and experienced over 1,000 years. Finally, he arrived at the profound spirit world, which contained a great secret. After 1,000 years, Yi Tianzong did not become a vicious and merciless old monster because he was used to life and death. His heart was still warm, his blood was still boiling, and his belief had never wavered. After a long time of precipitation, it had become even more sublimated and restrained, becoming even more firm and indestructible. When he reincarnated in each world, all the foundation of the previous world would be transformed by the heaven's expanse immortal abode to improve Yi Tianzong's life origin and soul origin. This was also the reason why Yi Tianzong's body was filled with the aura of heaven and earth. The vast accumulation of the previous 9 lives had all turned into Yi Tianzong's foundation, causing Yi Tianzong's life source and innate talent to be unprecedented and dazzling. Now that his 10 lives were complete, Yi Tianzong's foundation had reached the level of heaven and earth geniuses, and he did not need to reincarnate anymore. Yi Tianzong was born with all his meridians open. He could speak for 100 days, walk for half a year, and begin to learn how to read. At the age of 3, he could speak, and at the age of 5, he could begin to practice martial arts. At the age of 10, his inner force cultivation had already reached the peak of the martial master realm. In 5 years, he had achieved what others would achieve in 10 years or even a lifetime. However, in order to protect Yi Tianzong, his father, Yi Howran, the sect master of the Howran Sword Sect, announced that Yi Tianzong had reached the peak of the martial master realm. As Yi Tianzong's father, Yi Haoran was very clear about Yi Tianzong's cultivation. Thus, he was very surprised by Yi Tianzong's talent, and also had great expectations for Yi Tianzong. Because he was the son of the Haoran sword sect's sect master, Yi Tianzong had learned some information about this world in the past few years. The profound spirit world was vast and was divided into continents and oceans. The continents were divided into the central plains, the western regions, the northern border, and the southern wasteland. The central plains was located in the east of the continent, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles in all directions. It was the most fertile and vast of the four regions. The central plains was the Zhou dynasty, which stood on equal footing with the various great sects, and ruled the world together. As for the oceans, they were several times larger than the entire continent. They were vast and unfathomable. However, Yi Tianzong found out from the immortal mansion that this was not the original appearance of the profound spirit world. The real profound spirit world was vast and boundless. It was the most powerful world that Yi Tianzong had ever encountered. In his previous life, Yi Tianzong had transmigrated to a vast world. Just the surface area of the land was tens of billions of miles wide, not to mention the profound spirit world that was far larger than it. The reason why the profound spirit world was so small was because of a special reason. It was because the profound spirit world was filled with countless restrictions and seals. Once the restrictions and seals were broken, the profound spirit world would return to its original vastness. And in the process of restoring the heaven and earth, there would be countless opportunities. Yi Tianzong would also use this opportunity to break through to a higher realm. The Haoran sword sect was located in the Haoran mountain range, which was located in the southeast of the Central Plains. The Haoran sword clan was one of the 8 major clans of the Central Plains. It had been passed down for thousands of years and was very powerful. With the Tiangang Peak as the center, the area within a radius of 3,000 miles was under the jurisdiction of the Haoran sword clan. It dominated the rich Haoran mountain range. The profound spirit world mainly cultivated martial arts, and revered martial arts. Currently, the publicly recognized cultivation realms were Foundation Martial Disciple, Initial Stage Martial Artist, Ascension Stage Martial Artist, Transcendent Stage Martial Artist, Exceptional Wu Ling, Origin Stage Wu Zong, Dan Stage Wu Hu, Defensive Stage Wu King, Profound Stage Wu Zun, Sky Stage Wu Sheng, a total of 10 levels. And the martial arts were divided into third-rate sects, second-rate sects, first-rate sects, super sects, and sacred grounds of martial arts. A total of 5 levels. The top powers of the Central Plains were the 7 great demon sects and the 8 great righteous sects. The 7 great demon sects were Ghost King Sect, Demon Sword Sect, Sky Demon Temple, Azura Sect, 100 Poison Sect, Dry Bone Mountain, and Vile Valley. The 8 great righteous sects were Lingyun Hall, Zen Buddhist Temple, Zhenbu Gate, Xian Enyu Temple, Medicine King Valley, Haoran Sword Sect, Kunlun Sect, and Four Symbols Sect. In addition, there were hundreds of first-rate, second-rate, and third-rate sects. The Central Plains was rich and vast, with a population of tens of billions. Therefore, as the top powers of the Central Plains, the 7 great demon sects and the 8 great righteous sects naturally had many disciples. Each of them occupied a vast area. Among them, the 7 great demon sects and the 8 great righteous sects each had more than 200,000 disciples. Secondly, each supersect had jurisdiction over a radius of 3,000 miles. Similarly, the other first-rate sects, second-rate sects, and third-rate sects all had varying amounts of disciples and areas under their jurisdiction. This was the result of the mutual compromise between the sects of the pugilistic world and the Zhou dynasty. This was because the Central Plains was the most fertile and vast among the 4 major regions of the continent. Therefore, the various forces of the western region, the northern frontier, and the southern wasteland had always wanted to occupy the fertile and vast Central Plains. Therefore, there were endless battles every day at the borders of the 4 major regions. Although the Zhou dynasty had a long history and a deep foundation, most of its strength was spent on fighting against the forces of the dynasties in the other 3 directions. As a result, its internal strength was weak, and its territory was vast, beyond its reach. At the same time, it had to borrow the strength of the sects and forces in the Central Plains to fight against the forces that had infiltrated the Central Plains from the other three directions. Therefore, it reached an agreement with the sects and forces to divide the territories under their jurisdiction according to the sect's strength. Yi Tianzong was born as the son of the sect master of the Howran sword sect. It could be said that he was a super second generation. Although I'm not used to having someone above me, the identity of reincarnation is still pretty good. It will be very helpful for my future plans. There are many seals in this world, and it contains great secrets. The future is not optimistic. Yi Tianzong had once heard his father, Yi Howran, mention that a third-rate sect must have at least an origin realm Wuzong overseeing it, and so on. A second-rate sect must have at least an origin realm Wuzong overseeing it, a first-rate sect must have at least an origin realm Wu King overseeing it, and a super sect must have at least an origin realm Wu Zun overseeing it. However, since the last great change of the world 5,000 years ago, and the end of the ancient era, the environment of the world had worsened again. The yuan qi of the world had become weaker and weaker, and cultivation had become more and more difficult. Nowadays, martial practitioners who cultivated to the origin realm Wuzong were already the peak. It was difficult to break through, and rashly breaking through would lead to death. However, the great sects, especially the super sects, had existed for thousands of years. Naturally, they had a solid foundation. Every super sect had a secret realm of heaven and earth, and within it, there were old monsters of Wu Zongjing and above. When one cultivated to the origin realm of Wuzong, they would have a lifespan of 200 years. The higher the origin realm, the longer the lifespan. Although the environment of the world had changed, and the yuan qi had weakened, the old monsters of Wu Zongjing and above could only hibernate in the secret realm. However, once the sect was in danger of being destroyed, these sleeping old monsters would not hesitate to wake up. They would defeat the enemy within a time limit and protect the sect. Therefore, in the Jianghu of the profound spirit world, although there were endless battles, the first-rate sects and super sects were not in danger of being destroyed. Only the second-rate sects and third-rate sects would change frequently. Chapter 2. Although the Howran sword sect was one of the 8 righteous sects in the world, monopolizing the rich resources of the Howran mountain range, in the last few decades, the vice-sect leader of the sect rebelled. Then, they were suddenly besieged by their mortal enemies, the demon sword sect, another super sect, the Azura sect, and 6 other first-class sects. Caught off guard, they suffered heavy losses and were forced to the Heavenly Dipper Peak. In the end, they had to ask the old monster sleeping in the secret realm to come out and resolve the crisis. Although the secret realm's hidden resources prevented the Howran sword sect from being destroyed, the Howran sword sect's strength could be said to have been reduced by 70 to 80%. Their external strength had greatly decreased, and they were at the bottom of the super sects. In the last few decades, they had been in a state of hiding their strength and biding their time, constantly recovering their lost strength. Recalling the history of the past, and then thinking about the current situation in the Howran sword clan, Yi Tianzong's eyes were cold and gloomy. Some people really can't change their habits. In the beginning, in order to take care of the big picture and calm the people, I didn't clean them up. Now that the sect has only recovered 80% of its former strength, they recklessly jumped out to stir up trouble. Unfortunately, my current strength is still too weak, and I can't help much. Fortunately, I have the immortal mansion. In the past, I was too young, but now that I'm 10 years old, I can finally use the immortal mansion to cultivate quickly. Give me 2 more years, and I can cultivate to the peak of the origin realm Wuzong. When that time comes, I must eliminate the weeds by the roots. Every world's cultivation level is different. This book compares the levels of the profound spirit world according to the level of energy. The immortal mansion was specially refined by the Almighty of the 10,000 worlds to choose a successor. It was a super treasure with heaven-defying abilities. Not only did it have a vast cultivation paradise, it could travel through the 10,000 worlds, and it could also control the flow of time in the outside world. The Immortal Mansion's successors were divided into 7 levels: probationary disciple, apprentice disciple, primary disciple, intermediate disciple, advanced disciple, core disciple, and successor. At present, as a junior disciple of Yi Tianzong, he could control the flow of time in the immortal abode to be 4 times faster than in the outside world, and enjoy a cultivation environment with 4 times the concentration of vital energy in the outside world. 2 years in the profound spirit world was equivalent to 8 years in Yi Tianzong's world. With his own cultivation progress, Yi Tianzong believed that he could easily cultivate to the limit of the current world. In the process, he could also develop the power of the sect. Having made up his mind, Yi Tianzong lived in seclusion and devoted himself to cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Yi Tianzong, who was cultivating with all his might, had long reached the peak of the origin realm Wuzong. His control over his body had reached the pinnacle of the profound spirit world. The current cultivation of the profound spirit world's martial arts was divided into 10 levels. Each level was further divided into the early stage, middle stage, late stage and peak stage. The first level, Foundation Martial Disciple, was to cultivate the martial artist's body step by step, from the outside to the inside. Finally, the inner force seed would be born in the body. The second level, Initial Stage Martial Artist, was to strengthen the inner force in the body and gradually open the 12 main meridians in the body. Then, the martial artist would begin to see the door of martial arts. The third level, Ascending Martial Artist, was to continue to open the 8 extra meridians. The inner force in the body would form a small cycle. At this level, the martial artist's martial arts would reach a higher level. The fourth level, Martial Master, was to open all the remaining meridians in the body. The inner force in the body would form a large cycle. The martial arts would enter the martial realm and have their own understanding. They could become a teacher. The fifth level, Peerless Wu Ling, was to comprehend their own martial arts concept. The inner force in the body would transform into qi and have exceptional battle strength. The sixth level, Origin Realm Wuzong, was to open the profound entrances in the body. The bridge between heaven and earth, the qi would transform into true qi. They could become a master and have a lifespan of 200 years. In the profound spirit world where cultivation was becoming more and more difficult, Wuzongjing was the peak. Yi Tianzong's father, the sect leader of the Haoran sword sect, Yi Haoran, was only at the middle stage of Wuzong after tens of years of cultivation. This was because he was the sect leader of a super sect. He had outstanding talent and abundant resources. In the past, when Yi Tianzong was traveling between worlds, he cultivated both the inner and outer forces. Not only did he cultivate his true qi, he also pushed forward his own martial arts system and created a new realm. He completely integrated the divine martial heavenly art that he and the heroes of various worlds created. Therefore, Yi Tianzong cultivated both the inner and outer forces at the same time. The resources and energy he consumed far exceeded that of ordinary martial artists by more than 10 times. Of course, his battle strength in the same realm was also far greater than that of ordinary martial artists. It was a good thing that Yi Tianzong's realm in his previous life had surpassed Wusheng and reached the mythical realm. Coupled with his unparalleled talent and the immortal mansion's cheating, it was impossible for him to cultivate to the Wuzongjing realm in such a short time. Now, I have reached the peak of Wuzong realm. With my strength, I can deal with any problem. It's time to completely eliminate all future troubles. Thinking of the people who survived the rebellion and became more and more unscrupulous, Yi Tianzong's heart hid a fierce killing intent. No matter how strong the fortress was, it was easy to attack from the inside. These disloyal worms in the sect were even more hateful than the enemies outside. In the previous world that Yi Tianzong traveled to, there was no tolerance for such people. After making up his mind, Yi Tianzong immediately headed towards his father, Yi Haoran's residence. Chapter 3. A moment later, Yi Tianzong came to the front of a big hall, the Hall of Righteousness. It was noon, and it was time for lunch. Yi Tianzong's family had a total of 6 people. His grandfather, Yi Yuanshan, was at the peak of Martial Grandmaster. His grandmother, Li Qingya, was at the late stage of Martial Grandmaster. His father, Yi Haoran, was at the middle stage of Martial Grandmaster. His mother, Su Mengshan, was at the peak of Martial Spirit. His uncle, Yi Haoyun, was at the early stage of Martial Grandmaster, and Yi Tianzong. At noon, Yi Tianzong's family gathered in the Hall of Righteousness. Even his grandfather, Yi Yuanshan, who had been in seclusion, showed up. Yi Tianzong was not surprised. In his previous life, Yi Tianzong had reached the myth realm and had already cultivated the martial path primordial spirit. At the peak, the martial path primordial spirit could cover a radius of tens of millions of miles at any time. Although he was limited by his realm and could not fully activate the primordial spirit, it was easy for him to explore a radius of dozens of miles. Therefore, Yi Tianzong knew the enemies and his own people in the sect very well. He was a super cheat. Yi Tianzong looked at his family gathered in the Hall of Righteousness, smiled, and stepped into the Hall of Righteousness. At this time, the people in the Hall of Righteousness also noticed Yi Tianzong's arrival. Yi Tianzong's mother, Su Mengshan, looked at Yi Tianzong who walked in, and a joyful smile appeared on her beautiful face. "Tianzong, you're here. It just so happens that your grandfather also came out of seclusion today. Our family is gathered together and the food is ready. Sit down and eat." "Yes, mother." "Greetings, grandfather, grandmother, father, uncle." Yi Tianzong greeted the others with a smile and sat down. His grandfather, Yi Yuanshan, said with a smile, "Haha, Tianzong, you don't have to be so polite. Our family doesn't have so many fancy things. Hurry up and eat. I haven't seen you for a long time. After dinner, I'll have to give you a good test to see if your martial arts cultivation has fallen behind." As soon as Yi Yuanshan finished speaking, his grandmother, Li Qingya, who was dressed in green next to him, scolded, "You damn old man, you're going to take the heaven-blessed exam as soon as you come out of seclusion. Don't you have anything else to do? Tianzong is still so young, and you didn't control your strength. What if you hurt Tianzong? Tianzong, don't listen to your grandfather. Have a chat with grandmother after dinner. Let's see what he dares to do." Yi Yuanshan's face was full of embarrassment and he was short of breath. Looking at his grandfather Yi Tianzong thought in his heart, everything has its vanquisher. Grandfather is not afraid of anything, but in the end, he is a henpecked husband. Ha ha. Thinking of this, he glanced at his father and uncle, only to see a gloating expression on their faces. It seems that father and uncle were often taught a lesson when they were young. They are gloating so much that they almost laugh. Is this really okay? Looking at his grandfather who was short of breath, Yi Tianzong said, "Grandmother, don't worry. Grandfather won't hurt me. It just so happens that I have something to tell you after dinner. Let's eat first." Hearing Yi Tianzong's words, Yi Yuanshan laughed and said, "Haha, you really deserve to be my good grandson. I didn't dote on you for nothing. Your father and uncle, these two brats, don't think that I don't know what they are thinking. Back then, cough, cough, let's eat, we still have something to do after dinner." Grandfather, who was about to talk about the glorious history, saw grandmother's face change, so he quickly stopped and urged everyone to start eating. So, with a happy atmosphere, everyone began to eat. Lunch was very sumptuous. Mother Su Mengshin's cooking skills were very good, so the atmosphere at lunch was very harmonious. After dinner, Uncle Yi Haoyun said somewhat impatiently, "Tianzong, didn't you say that you have something to tell me? If you have something to tell me, I still have to deal with some sect matters in a while." Yi Tianzong looked at the somewhat impatient Yi Haoyun and said, "Uncle, is the matter that you have to deal with about vice sect leader Chen Gu's son, Chen Shan, raping a female disciple?" "Yes, how did you know? It happened last night, and I happened to see it. Even Big Brother just knew about it." "Tianzong, were you also there at that time?" Yi Haoyun said doubtfully. "What? Chen Han's grandson did something evil again. This little bastard, he is not a son. I really want to slap him to death. Chen Han, this old bastard, is getting more and more disregarding his grandson. He is simply lawless. We should have gotten rid of him directly at that time." After hearing this, Yi Yuanshan erupted in anger and smashed the armrest of the chair with a slap. Vice sect leader Chen Jiyu wanted to suppress this matter, but I didn't agree. Big Brother and I have to discuss it later, Yi Haoyun said with a somewhat stiff expression. Yi Haoyun was the law-enforcing elder of Haoran Sword Sect, in charge of the punishment rites in the sect. However, vice sect leader Chen Gu's side also had people in the law enforcement hall, whose position was second only to Yi Haoyun. Therefore, Yi Haoyun's words carried enormous weight in the law enforcement hall. Haoran sword sect was roughly divided into 3 groups. One of them was led by Yi Tianzong's grandfather, father, and uncle. The second group was led by Grand Elder Chen Han, vice sect leader Chen Jiyu, and imparting Elder Xiao Zhen. The third group was neutral. The 2 groups were evenly matched in strength, and the competition was fierce. Especially with Chen Gu's father, Grand Elder Chen Han, who had broken through to the peak of Wuzong. The competition between the 2 groups gradually became white-hot. It could be said that both sides were at daggers drawn, and the situation was grim. The disciples in the sect were also in a state of panic. Ever since Chen Han broke through to the peak of Wuzong, his faction became more and more presumptuous, ignoring the rules of the sect. If it weren't for the sudden attack of the Demon Sword sect and other external enemies, which caught us off guard, for the sake of the overall situation, they wouldn't have been left alive today, and they wouldn't have been allowed to grow to such an extent. If I had known this would happen, I would have eliminated them even if I had to risk being punished by the seniors in the sect. It would be better than making the sect a mess. Yi Tianzong's grandfather, Yi Yuanshan, said with an angry and regretful tone. Looking at the suddenly heavy atmosphere, Yi Tianzong smiled and said, "What I'm going to say is related to Chen Jiyu and the others. It concerns the future of our Haoran sword sect. Over the years, both of our factions have had people break through to the Wuzongjing realm. Now, both sides have 13 Wuzong experts, but vice sect leader Chen Gu's side has 2 peak of Wuzong. Only our grandfather is at the peak of Wuzong. Comparatively, we are weaker. The situation in the sect has become white-hot. Back then, they started the rebellion because of their wild ambitions. Now that they have the upper hand in strength, I think they can't bear it anymore. Since they have to take action sooner or later, we should strike first and gain the upper hand. My plan is to get rid of them immediately and eradicate all the opposers. The Haoran sword sect only needs our voices, and no other voices are needed." Hearing Yi Tianzong's words, the junction hall was strangely silent. Everyone looked at Yi Tianzong in astonishment. His mother, Su Mengxin, said anxiously, "Tianzong, did something go wrong with your cultivation? Why are you talking nonsense?" Seeing that the others also looked incredulous and slightly worried, Su Mengxin said. Yi Tianzong smiled proudly and said before the others could speak, "Mother, there's nothing wrong with me." "Well, since you don't believe me, I'll give you a reason to believe me. That is, my strength is enough to suppress everything." After that, Yi Tianzong fully exerted the peak of Wuzong. A power that was completely superior to the Wuzongjing realm enveloped the entire junction hall and pressed down on the others. Yi Yuanshan and the others felt as if the whole world had collapsed. Their bodies and spirits were firmly imprisoned, and they couldn't move at all. The power that usually surged in their bodies had no connection at all. They could only be trampled on. Their eyes were full of shock and disbelief. Seeing the shock and disbelief in the eyes of his father and the others, Yi Tianzong smiled faintly and withdrew his momentum slightly. The powerful power that enveloped the junction hall immediately dissipated, and the pressure on everyone disappeared without a trace in an instant. Yi Yuanshan and the others slumped in their chairs, gasping for breath. They only felt weak all over and had a lingering fear. After a while, Yi Yuanshan and the others recovered a little. They raised their spirits and all looked at Yi Tianzong, who was sitting leisurely. If it wasn't for their current state and experience, no one would dare to believe that the aura that was as heavy as Mount Tai came from Yi Tianzong, who was only 12 years old. Yi Yuanshan, who was at the peak of Wuzong, absolutely believed that Yi Tianzong could easily kill him with one slap, and he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. However, this was his grandson. He had watched him grow up. How could he possibly have such strength? Not only Yi Yuanshan, but even Li Qingya, Yi Haoran, Su Mengxin, and Yi Haoyun were in disbelief. If it weren't for the fact that they could see Yi Tianzong every day, Yi Tianzong's appearance and demeanor were no different from what they knew. Yi Haoran definitely wouldn't believe that this was his son. Chapter 4. Hihi, what's wrong? Did you not expect me to have such strength? Can't believe that I'm your grandson, son, and nephew? Yi Tianzong said with a smile. I can't believe it. It's too unbelievable. I can't believe that you are my nephew. Yi Haoyun murmured. At that moment, it was not only Yi Haoyun. Everyone else had the same expression on their faces. Especially Yi Tianzong's mother, Su Mengshan, who had a worried and scared expression on her face. Don't make wild guesses. I'll tell you clearly, I am Yi Tianzong. In this life, I am Yi Tianzong. In my previous life, I was also Yi Tianzong. For all eternity, I will be Yi Tianzong. Hearing Yi Tianzong's words, everyone's faces were filled with confusion and shock. He, I've watched a face-changing drama today, Yi Tianzong thought mischievously. Yi Tianzong didn't wait for the others to speak and said, let me tell you about my background first. I used to be a cultivator from a big world, and then, I became the person I am now. I've always been me. I've never changed. I wasn't possessed by a demon either. I was just considering whether you could accept it, so I didn't say it until now. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he sat quietly, waiting for the others to come back to their senses. That's right, Yi Tianzong had shamelessly lied. He made up a story about the origin of a cultivator from the vast 1,000 domains, and then made up a cliché story about being framed and hunted down. He roughly explained it, and finally said that he met with an accident in the spatial turbulence when he was about to die, and was reincarnated into his mother's belly, becoming the current him. In order to convince his parents and others, Yi Tianzong also worked very hard. However, as Yi Tianzong grew up, there were some things that couldn't be hidden anymore. It didn't make much of a difference if he had to say it sooner or later. Why not tell a white lie now? It could be said that Yi Tianzong had existed as an orphan in his previous lives. In this life, it was the first time he felt the love of family. Yi Tianzong cherished this very much. Therefore, he didn't want his relatives in this life to misunderstand him. Even if the familial love in this world ended here, with Yi Tianzong's powerful mental state and Dao heart, he wouldn't be worried about personal gains and losses. After all, when one stepped onto the path of cultivation, they were prepared to be alone for the rest of their lives. If one wanted to become a powerhouse on the path of cultivation, the only way was to press forward and respect oneself. She was worried about personal gains and losses. She was like a little girl and was destined to fall midway. However, people would always experience all kinds of emotions in their lives. In the past, Yi Tianzong lacked familial love. However, the familial love in this life made up for part of Yi Tianzong's emotional shortcomings. It had a beneficial impact on Yi Tianzong's mind and cultivation path. Yi Tianzong also hoped that this familial love would have a happy ending. There would always be all kinds of regrets on the path of cultivation. Who wouldn't like to have fewer regrets? After a long time, Yi Yuanshan and others recovered from Yi Tianzong's background and experience. Yi Haoren looked at Yi Tianzong and said solemnly, Tianzong, since you opened your heart to us and confessed your identity, we don't have any other thoughts. In that case, we don't have any other thoughts. Since you are my son in this life, you will always be my son. If anyone wants to hurt you, they will have to step over my dead body first. After Yi Haoren finished speaking, before Yi Tianzong could speak, Su Mengshan rushed to Yi Tianzong with tears in her eyes and held Yi Tianzong in her arms. She said with a sobbing tone, Tianzong, my child, I don't care who you are. Don't leave me, okay? Tianzong directly hugged his mother, Su Mengshan, with both hands, patted her on the back and said, Mother, I don't mean to leave. The reason why I tell you is simply that you are all my family. There is nothing to hide. Since I will tell you sooner or later, it's better to tell you earlier than later. It doesn't mean anything. I won't leave you. Don't worry. Hearing this, Su Mengshan suppressed her worry and asked happily, Really? Tianzong, you don't mean to leave us? Yi Tianzong said helplessly, I'm fine here. You are here. Why would I leave? That's good. That's good. It's good that you don't leave. Hearing Yi Tianzong's words, not only Su Mengshan, but also the others were relieved. They were worried that Yi Tianzong would leave them because of confessing his identity. Yi Yuanshan said, Tianzong, don't worry. No matter who you were before, you will always be my grandson in my heart. Just like your father said, if someone wants to hurt you, they have to step over our dead bodies first. Yi Tianzong said with a smile, grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, and uncle, in my heart, you will always be my family, my family. I have been reincarnated twice. This is the first time I have family and elders. I like the feeling of being with you. I won't leave you. Yi Yuanshan said, haha, good. We warriors don't have so many long-winded words. Only we know about Tianzong. Don't tell anyone else about it. Now let's talk about the sect. Now that Tianzong's strength is so powerful, we have no worries. Now it's time to settle the score. Tianzong, tell us your plan. Let's discuss it. Tianzong was about to answer when his expression suddenly changed. Then he said to the crowd, haha, I didn't expect Chen Jiyu and the others to be so impatient. They will take action tomorrow. However, this is also a chance to kill them all. What? They are really going to start a rebellion again? This group of bastards, their deaths are simply not worth pitying. We let them go last time. This time, we must eradicate them completely. The hot-tempered Yi Yuanshan couldn't help but smash the other armrest of the chair. Alas, I was hesitating whether to go to the extreme. I didn't expect that we would bring this upon ourselves. In this case, we don't have to show mercy, Yi Haoran said with a sigh. Humph, there's nothing to worry about. Even if they have a backer in the secret realm, our Yi family is stronger than them. As long as we eliminate them and don't give them a chance to inform the seniors in the secret realm, the foundation of our sect won't be affected much. We don't know when the sleeping seniors will wake up on their own, Yi Haoyun said decisively. Well, in this case, let's hurry up and make arrangements. I already know their plan through the power of the spirit. We can beat them at their own game and kill them all. Yi Tianzong told Yi Haoran and the others what he was about to hear. Then the family started to plan. Chapter 5. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. The weather today was exceptionally gloomy, and the air was filled with an oppressive aura. Everyone in the Haoran sword sect could feel that something was wrong today. In the main hall of the Haoran sword sect, the Haoran main hall, Sect Master Yi Haoran, Law Enforcement Elder Yi Haoyun, Vice Sect Master Chen Jiyu, Imparting Elder Xiao Zhen, and a few other elders were present. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy. Yi Haoyun took the lead and said, today, we are mainly discussing how to deal with Chen Shan for forcibly humiliating a female disciple. The evidence is conclusive and the impact is terrible. According to the rules of the sect, he should be severely punished. He should be crippled of his cultivation and reflect on his mistakes behind closed doors. Hearing this, the other elders who were neutral had different expressions. Imparting Elder Xiao Zhen stood up and said fiercely, Chen Shan was only confused for a moment. He was seduced by a female disciple and committed the wrong. In my opinion, he only needs to reflect on his mistakes. As for that female disciple, she should be severely punished. Sitting on the main seat, the dignified Yi Haoran looked at Vice Sect Master Chen Jiyu, who did not care at all. Knowing their intentions, Yi Haoran could not be bothered to argue with them. He raised his hand to stop Yi Haoyun from retorting and said directly, crippling Chen Shan's cultivation is according to the rules of the sect. There is no room for discussion. Carry it out immediately. Vice Sect Master Chen Jiyu, who did not care at all, immediately retorted angrily, Yi Haoran, don't go too far. Chen Shan is my son. I want to see who dares to touch him. Mph, from today onwards, you are no longer the sect master. From now on, I will have the final say. Yi Tianzong, who had been using his primordial spirit to investigate, was speechless. He thought to himself, as expected of a cultivator with a fiery temper. I thought they would argue for a while. This guy just came up and said a few words, and he immediately fell out with me. However, this was also what Yi Tianzong was thinking. He also thought that there was no need to argue. After all, they were all enemies. Since they were prepared, they might as well take action. After thinking about it, Yi Tianzong reached out his hand and signaled for them to attack. The elders, deacons, and disciples on his side all charged towards the enemy. Caught off guard, the Vice Sect Master's side, who had been waiting for orders, was suddenly caught off guard and fell into a disadvantageous position. On the other hand, Yi Tianzong and his grandfather, Yi Yuanshan, went straight to the other two people at the peak of Wuzong. The Haoran sword sect currently had 3 grand elders who were at the peak of Wuzong. They were Yi Tianzong's grandfather, vice sect leader Chen Gu's father, Chen Han, and the previous elder of imparting skills, Ji Yu He. Meanwhile, Ji Yu He and Chen Han had joined forces. Originally, there should have been 7 grand elders, but 4 of them died while resisting the siege of the demon sword sect and the other sects. Thus, only 3 grand elders remained. After finding Chen Han and Ji Yu He, Yi Tianzong and Yi Yuanshan did not pay any attention to the 2 people who wanted to speak and directly attacked. Although Chen Han and Ji Yu He could not figure out the reason for the attack, they were not careless either. Their many years of battle experience allowed them to react quickly and face off against Yi Tianzong and Yi Yuanshan respectively. Chen Han and Yi Yuanshan faced off against each other. Every move was aimed at their vital points. The 2 of them moved rapidly on the mountain peak and violently attacked each other. Their momentum shook the heavens. Everywhere they passed, houses were destroyed and rocks collapsed. Everything within a radius of 2 miles was within their attack range. Although Chen Han had only broken through to the peak of Wuzong for a short time and his accumulation was not as good as Yi Yuanshan's, the difference in strength was not big. The victor could not be decided in a short time. However, Yi Tianzong and Ji Yu He's battle quickly came to a conclusion. Originally, when Ji Yu He saw Yi Tianzong, he thought that a teenage brat dared to attack him and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He wanted to quickly end the battle and take down Yi Tianzong to force Yi Yuanshan to submit. Who would have thought that Yi Tianzong was actually evenly matched with him and his cultivation was also at the peak of Wuzong? Ji Yu He obviously knew Yi Tianzong. He was only in his teens and had actually reached the peak of Wuzong. Ji Yu He had never heard of such a person. Didn't he hear that he had just broken through to the martial warrior realm? The shock in his heart could not be described with words. He was filled with killing intent. This kid must not be left alive. On the other hand, Yi Tianzong was somewhat dispirited. He originally wanted to test Ji Yu He's strength at the peak of Wuzong, but he did not expect him to be so weak. With his current strength suppressed by the environment, he could easily kill him with a slap. Yi Tianzong could not help but re-evaluate his own strength. According to the description of each realm, with his current strength at the peak of Wuzong, under the condition of being suppressed, his strength was estimated to be at least at the late stage of Dan stage Marquis Wu, or even at the peak. Without the suppression of the environment, with his full strength, as long as the defense realm King Wu did not fly, he would definitely be able to face off against the late stage or even the peak. At least his 10 lives of reincarnation did not go to waste. He had forged the foundation of all the geniuses. After recognizing his own strength again, Yi Tianzong could not help but feel happy. Currently, his strength had reached the limit of the profound spirit world. He could go out and have some fun. Although Yi Tianzong, who had already traveled through many worlds, still had a chivalrous heart, he would definitely not go out to train before he had the strength to protect himself. Crushing others in the realm was the way of the king. Yi Tianzong, who had traveled through many worlds, knew very well that no matter if he was overly cautious or hot-blooded, he could not do it. Before he had the strength to protect himself, he had to have a clear mind, be able to survive, and accumulate strength. And after he had the strength, he had to maintain a clear mind. He could not be like a brainless brute who only knew how to solve problems with violence. Knowing his own strength, Yi Tianzong did not have the mood to continue slacking. He directly used a finger technique, soul-shattering rhino, piercing through Ji Yu He's head. Before Ji Yu He could react, his vision turned black and he lost consciousness. His body fell to the ground. Soul-shattering rhino was a peerless finger technique in the divine martial sky technique created by Yi Tianzong by gathering the talents of many worlds. Starting from the first world, every time Yi Tianzong became the strongest person in the world, he would gather all the martial artists in the world, collect countless martial arts books, study scriptures, and compile the wisdom of himself and countless people to compile an all-encompassing, supreme martial arts treasure book, Divine Martial Heavenly Skill, which contained countless top-level martial arts. The Divine Martial Sky technique contained cultivation techniques, sword techniques, palm techniques, fist techniques, sound techniques, body refinement techniques, spiritual sense techniques, healing techniques, body techniques, leg techniques, finger techniques, claw techniques, formation techniques, spirit techniques, alchemy techniques, refining techniques, cultivation techniques, deduction techniques, as well as all kinds of scriptures and so on. The divine martial sky technique was what Yi Tianzong relied on to be able to become a primary disciple of the immortal mansion. Especially in the divine martial sky technique, Yi Tianzong created a spirit cultivation technique based on his own experience, which accounted for a large portion of the technique. In the spirit cultivation technique that Yi Tianzong created, he had only created 4 layers so far. The first layer, the spiritual movement realm, was when the silent spirit was replaced with vitality, becoming lively and natural. The second layer, the heart spring realm, was when the lively spirit energy transformed into a spirit spring, continuously gushing out spirit energy. The third layer, the heart lake realm, as the name implied, was when the spirit spring transformed into a spirit lake. The spirit was vast and unfathomable. The fourth layer, the heart sea realm, was when the spirit lake transformed into a boundless spirit sea. The sea was boundless, and the spirit was endless. Every time Yi Tianzong reincarnated, it was a process from life to death, and from death to life. There were great terrors between life and death, but there were also great opportunities. Yi Tianzong combined his thousands of years of experience in the mortal world between life and death, and cultivated his spirit to the level of the heart sea realm. Cultivating the spirit was cultivating the state of mind, and cultivating the Tao heart. When a martial artist embarked on the path of cultivation, without a courageous Tao heart, it was impossible to climb to the peak of cultivation. With Yi Tianzong's spirit realm that had just entered the heart sea realm, it was enough to maintain the Tao heart for 100,000 years without rotting. Chapter 6. Time passed quickly. It had been 3 years since the rebellion of the vice sect master was quelled. Ever since Yi Tianzong volunteered to take part in the management and development of the Haoran Sword sect 3 years ago, the Haoran Sword sect had undergone tremendous changes. The overall strength of the sect had increased rapidly, making up for and even surpassing the strength lost in the rebellion 3 years ago. The overall strength of the Haoran Sword sect had increased by several times. It had long surpassed its peak and was still improving rapidly. Ever since Yi Tianzong took part in the management of the Haoran Sword sect as the young sect master. A few days after the rebellion was quelled, Yi Tianzong first used his powerful primordial spirit to investigate all the spies and disloyal people in the Haoran Sword sect. Then, he gathered everyone in the Haoran Sword sect and used absolute strength to suppress everyone in the Haoran Sword sect. He also eliminated all the spies and disloyal people. Then, he reformed the structure of the Haoran Sword sect and improved the responsibilities of the organization. In the past, the Haoran Sword sect only divided its disciples into ordinary disciples and elite disciples. There were only 4 organizations in the sect: the Sect Master's Hall, the Technique Imparting Pavilion, the Punishment Pavilion, and the Sutra Depository. The sect was divided into 5 levels: ordinary disciples, elite disciples, elders, vice sect master, and sect master, supreme elder. Yi Tianzong first reformed the structure of the Haoran Sword sect. First, he renamed the existing 4 organizations to the Sect Master's Hall, the Technique Imparting Pavilion, the Punishment Pavilion, and the Sutra Depository. Then, he added 8 organizations: the Achievement Pavilion, the Martial Arts Pavilion, the Herb Pavilion, the Formation Pavilion, the Spiritual Plants Pavilion, the Assessment Pavilion, the Administration Pavilion, and the Elders Pavilion. The Achievement Pavilion was the place where the Haoran Sword sect sorted out and issued various missions. For example, eliminating all kinds of bandits in the Haoran Sword sect, helping other disciples or elders to solve some problems, and so on. When completing the mission, one would be awarded merit points. There were many uses for merit points. One of them was that they could be used to exchange for most of the items in the Haoran Sword sect. The Martial Arts Lecture Hall was a place where martial masters of the Transcendent Realm and above could exchange martial arts. It was also a place where martial artists with low martial arts realms would regularly explain martial arts experiences and things to pay attention to. If one wanted to receive guidance from the martial arts seniors in the sect, one would have to pay merit points. The 100 Herb Hall was where the Howren sword sect conducted medical research and refined various medicinal liquids and pills. The main purpose of the Formation and Tools Hall was to research sword formations and other formations that could improve the strength of the Howren sword sect, as well as to forge weapons. The Spiritual Plant Hall was in charge of growing all kinds of herbs and treasures. The Assessment Hall was responsible for the cultivation progress, conduct, promotion assessment, and recruitment of disciples of all levels in the Howren sword sect. The Administration Hall was a subordinate organization of the Sect Hall. The Sect Hall was in charge of everything, but it was mainly in charge of the Howren sword sect's treasury and wealth. The Administration Hall was in charge of the daily necessities of the Howren sword sect's members, as well as the construction of the sect. The Elder Hall was set up for the Howren sword sect's elders who didn't hold any positions. It was dedicated to the elders who had broken through to the level of Wu Zongjing. It was one of the most powerful forces of the Howren sword sect. As the chosen successor of the Immortal Mansion, Yi Tianzong had already reached the level of a junior disciple. He didn't only know how to cultivate martial arts. The divine martial arts' heavenly skill was all-encompassing and all-round. If one wanted to become the successor of an almighty being in the universe, even if one didn't have to be at the pinnacle of all aspects, they had to at least be proficient in all aspects. They had to be self-sufficient and not be controlled by others. However, there were currently 8 new organizations in the Howren sword sect. There weren't any suitable candidates for the hall master of each hall. Therefore, Yi Tianzong was also the hall master of the 100 Herb Hall, the Array Tools Hall, the Spiritual Plant Hall, the Administration Hall, and the Martial Arts Hall. It couldn't be helped. The others either lacked the ability or had their own responsibilities. As the sect master of the Howren sword sect, Yi Howren oversaw the sect hall and was in charge of everything. Yi Tianzong's little uncle, Yi Haoyun, was the hall master of the Punishment Hall. The original elder of martial arts had died. Yi Haoyun was also the hall master of the Martial Arts Hall. Elder Wang Li, who was originally in charge of managing the inner disciples, was now the hall master of the Merit Hall. Yi Yuanshan, Chen Han, and Ji Yu He were originally the grand elders overseeing the Scripture Pavilion. Now, they were the hall masters of the Scripture Pavilion and also the hall master of the Elders' Hall. Originally, Yi Tianzong was a Wuzong middle stage elder. Elder Lin Chen was the hall master of the Examination Hall. Next, Yi Tianzong reorganized the ranks of the inner disciples according to their martial arts cultivation. The ranks were as follows: outer disciples, inner disciples, elite disciples, core disciples, and deacons. Elders, hall masters, sect masters, and grand elders. The position of vice sect master was abolished. Martial artists who had reached the initial stage of the second realm of martial arts were outer disciples, and so on. Warriors who had reached the inner disciples, transcendent martial masters were elite disciples, peerless Wu Ling was core disciples or deacons, and origin stage Wuzong corresponded to the ranks of elders and above. The positions of elders and above were directly related to one's martial arts cultivation, but not necessarily. The Howren sword sect's reformation was completed in the shortest time possible under Yi Tianzong's unyielding and absolute power. After that, in order to increase the strength of the Howren sword sect and eliminate the mismatch between martial arts cultivation and status after the Reformation, Yi Tianzong had been extremely busy for the past 3 years. After the Reformation, Yi Tianzong became the hall master of the 100 Herb Hall, the Formation and Tools Hall, the Spiritual Plants Hall, the Administration Hall, and the Martial Arts Hall. First, he strictly selected a group of disciples to assist him in his work in the 5 organizations. Then, based on his analysis of the current situation of the Howren sword sect, Yi Tianzong first made improvements and classifications based on the Howren sword sect's martial arts cultivation methods and sword techniques, relying on his thousands of years of martial arts foundation. Among them, Yi Tianzong created the basic body forging technique for the basic martial disciple realm. For the warrior realm, and warrior realm, Yi Tianzong created the muscle tendon changing mixed yuan technique, as well as the mixed yuan sword technique, palm technique, fist technique, and body movement technique. For the 3 realms of Wu Ling, Wu Zong, and Marquis Wu, Yi Tianzong created the Taishen limitless skill, which also included the Taishen sword technique, palm technique, fist technique, and body movement technique. Although the current restrictions of heaven and earth only allowed one to cultivate to the peak of Wu Zongjing, with Yi Qianzong's knowledge of the mythical realm in his previous life, it was easy to create a cultivation method for the Marquis Wu realm. Yi Qianzong's improved cultivation methods and sword techniques were more than 3 times faster and more powerful than the original cultivation methods and sword techniques of the Haoran sword sect disciples. At the same time, according to the 2 sets of sword techniques that he created and improved, Yi Qianzong also created 2 sets of sword formations. The 2 sets of sword formations required at least 2 people to support each other and complement each other's attacks. The more people there were, the stronger the power. When Yi Qianzong gave his improved cultivation methods, martial arts techniques, and sword formations to his father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, uncle, and other family members, Yi Haoran and the others were very shocked. After practicing and confirming that the cultivation methods, martial arts techniques, and sword formations had achieved the effect that Yi Qianzong said, Yi Haoran, as the sect leader, immediately decided that Yi Qianzong's improved cultivation methods, martial arts techniques, and sword formations would be the orthodox inheritance of the entire sect. According to the status in the sect, it would be publicly promoted to the entire sect to cultivate. Even Yi Haoran, Yi Yuanshan, and other Yi Qianzong's family members had to change their cultivation methods to cultivate Yi Qianzong's improved cultivation methods. However, Yi Qianzong stopped them. Yi Qianzong took out the divine martial sky technique that he relied on as his foundation, and imparted the cultivation methods and martial arts techniques that corresponded to the profound realm Wuzun realm and before to his family members. The divine martial sky technique was created by Yi Qianzong, who had been through many worlds and constantly innovated with countless talents and geniuses. Naturally, it was much more powerful than the cultivation methods that Yi Qianzong had improved in a short time. They could not be compared at all. After Yi Qianzong's father, mother, and other family members received Yi Qianzong's divine martial sky technique, they were excited and shocked, unable to extricate themselves from it. In addition, with Yi Qianzong's guidance, Yi Haoran and the others spent 2 months to understand the part of cultivating to the Wu Zongjing realm. The Haoran sword sect was a super sect that had existed since ancient times and had been passed down for thousands of years. It was not that they did not have profound martial arts cultivation methods, but there were all kinds of conditions and restrictions. The most basic restriction was that only those above the Wu Zongjing realm could cultivate. There were indeed many martial arts cultivation methods below the Wu Zong realm, but compared to Yi Qianzong's divine martial sky technique, there was no comparison at all. Chapter 7. By the time Yi Qianzong's family and everyone in the Haoran sword sect had finished changing their cultivation method, everyone's cultivation had regressed. After all, Yi Qianzong's improved cultivation method was a combination of inner strength and body refinement. Compared to the cultivation method that everyone in the Haoran sword sect cultivated before, it was more than 3 times faster. Not only was the speed of cultivating inner strength 3 times faster, but because it was a combination of inner strength and body refinement, it caused many disciples of the same realm to have more inner strength capacity and condensed inner strength several times higher than their predecessors. Therefore, although everyone's true strength did not decrease after changing their cultivation method, because their inner strength was more condensed, and they could hold more inner strength within their bodies at the same realm. However, their martial arts skills had decreased greatly. Basically, everyone had dropped by at least 2 small realms. This was especially true for Yi Qianzong's family. After cultivating Yi Qianzong's divine martial heavenly technique, even Yi Qianzong, who had the highest cultivation, had regressed from the peak of Wuzong to the early stage of Wu Ling. The others had even regressed to the martial master realm. With such a situation, Yi Qianzong had no choice but to think of a way to quickly raise everyone's inner strength and match their realms as soon as possible. Therefore, Yi Qianzong led the selected disciples who knew medicine to assist him. He used his alchemy ability and used the medicinal herbs that the Haoran sword sect had collected for thousands of years as a super sect to refine 11 types of pills and medicinal powders. There was the tendon-changing and bone-strengthening powder to strengthen the body, the marrow-cleansing pill to remove impurities in the body and raise one's aptitude. There was the 100-herb pill to prevent and treat common poisons, the detoxification pill to cure deadly poisons. There was the golden wound powder to treat external injuries, the vitality pill to treat internal injuries, the rejuvenation pill to restore inner strength. There was the tranquility pill to calm a martial artist's heart and prevent chi deviation. The little essence strengthening pill, middle essence strengthening pill, big essence strengthening pill, and heavenly essence strengthening pill could increase 10, 20, 30, and 60 years of cultivation power. These 11 types of pills and medicinal powders were very practical, especially the 4 types of pills that could increase one's inner strength. They could greatly reduce the time a martial artist needed to cultivate and accumulate inner strength. To any martial artist, it was an irresistible temptation. As soon as the 11 types of medicinal pills and powders were announced, the entire Howren Sword clan was in an uproar, and everyone was eyeing them covetously. If it weren't for Yi Tianzong's invincible strength, everyone wouldn't have dared to be presumptuous. When Yi Tianzong announced that all pills and medicines could only be exchanged with merit points, and merit points could only be obtained by completing missions from the Hall of Merit. All pills and medicines would be supplied without limit for 3 years. There were all kinds of missions to earn merit points. There were missions to eliminate the horse bandits or evil martial artists in the Howren Sword sect's territory. There were missions to discover and punish arrogant and despotic villains in the Howren Sword sect's territory. There were missions to explain martial Dao experiences in the martial arts lecture hall. There were also missions to assist various organizations in their daily work. Once Yi Tianzong implemented this measure, the entire Howren Sword sect's more than 100,000 disciples, deacons, and elders were mobilized. They were like clockwork and were full of energy. In addition, Yi Tianzong also recruited hundreds of blacksmiths in the Howren Sword sect's territory. Yi Tianzong had already created the sword formation. Yi Tianzong recruited all the blacksmiths to improve the refinement of steel and the forging of weapons. Yi Tianzong led hundreds of blacksmiths to build an iron smelting furnace to rapidly refine steel. He also improved the forging of weapons. In order to refine high-quality iron essence more efficiently and forge certain treasures and materials that surpassed iron essence, Yi Tianzong specially created a set of Vajra body forging divine art. He imparted it to the hundreds of blacksmiths so that they could cultivate martial Dao while forging weapons. In the Spirit Plants Hall, Yi Tianzong led a group of people to plant and cultivate various herbs and even rare spirit herbs. He imparted the methods and experiences to them. In the Administration Hall, Yi Tianzong perfected the Howren Sword sect's rules and regulations. He standardized the Howren Sword sect's order and etiquette. During these 3 years, Yi Tianzong spent every day in a busy state. Not only did he have to deal with all kinds of matters in the 100 Herb Hall, Spirit Plants Hall, Administration Hall, and Martial Arts Hall, but he also had to cultivate the members of the 5 halls and impart his own experience. Of course, under Yi Tianzong's efforts and the encouragement of the reform measures, the Howren Sword sect's strength also increased rapidly. In just 3 years, although the number of people in the Howren Sword sect didn't increase, everyone's strength increased by several times after cultivating the cultivation methods and martial techniques improved by Yi Tianzong. Therefore, the Howren Sword sect's strength had more than doubled compared to when it was at its peak. It was dozens of times faster than when it only recovered 20% of its strength every 10 years. Now, the number of Wu Zongjing elders in the Howren Sword sect had reached 50 people. Compared to the 27 people who were left after the rebellion 3 years ago, there were 23 more people. Although some of the elders in the former Wu Ling realm had broken through to the early Wu Zong realm in the past 3 years, all the elders in the former Wu Zongjing realm had basically reached the middle Wu Zong realm and above. In the current situation where the environment was getting worse and worse, being able to cultivate to the Wu Ling and Wu Zongjing realms was enough to prove that these people had outstanding talent and were very extraordinary. This was especially true for Wu Zong. Even if he was in the early Wu Zong realm, once he unleashed his full strength, everything within a radius of a few hundred meters would be within his attack range. Therefore, if one did not have enough talent, even if there were elixirs to reduce the time to accumulate power, if one did not have enough understanding of martial arts, using elixirs would be a waste of time and would not be able to break through to the next realm. Yi Tianzong's father, Yi Haoren, mother, Su Mengxin, and uncle, Yi Tianzong, had all reached the late Wuzong realm under Yi Tianzong's unlimited supply of elixirs and martial arts teachings from time to time. His grandmother, Li Qingya, and grandfather, Yi Yuanshan, were both at the peak of Wuzong realm. After cultivating Yi Tianzong's divine martial heavenly art, Yi Haoran and the others truly felt the rapid increase in their strength. Compared to the same realm as before, their strength had increased by dozens of times. In the Wu Zongjing realm, they already had the strength of Marquis Wu realm. This was unimaginable in the past. Secondly, the martial artists of the initial realm, Ascended Warrior, and Transcendent Martial Masters realm disciples' martial arts realms had greatly improved. Many disciples had broken through to a higher realm and advanced to a higher level. Even the number of core disciples of the peerless Wu Ling realm had reached 100, more than double the previous 30. The great increase in the overall strength of the Haoran sword sect had a beneficial effect on the public security within a 3,000-mile radius of the Haoran sword sect's jurisdiction. The law enforcement force had greatly increased, and the people under the sect's jurisdiction lived a better life and felt more secure. In the past, the Haoran sword sect's strength had greatly decreased due to the rebellion and the sneak attacks of the demon sword sect and other sects decades ago. They had to hide their strength and bide their time to recover their strength as soon as possible. The governance and law enforcement force in the area under their jurisdiction had greatly weakened. When they encountered some villains, abusing their power for personal gain, or demon Dao martial artists causing trouble, they were powerless and powerless. Now that the overall strength of the Haoran sword sect had increased rapidly, they naturally would not sit back and do nothing. After all, these people were the cornerstone for the recruitment of disciples and the development of the sect. Especially now, the missions in the Achievement Hall included missions to eliminate troublemakers. They could also earn merit points to exchange for pills that could increase one's strength. Hence, some disciples formed teams to hunt down those violators who disrupted the law and order. After cultivating the cultivation methods, martial arts techniques, and sword formations that Yi Tianzong had improved, the disciples of the Haoran sword clan were not afraid of the bandits at all, even if they encountered bandits of a higher realm. The more powerful sword techniques, coupled with the sword formations that could be cast by multiple people, made it impossible for the bandits to escape. In the Haoran Hall, all the elders, Yi Tianzong, Yi Haoran, and Yi Haoyun were gathered together. After organizing the strength and achievements of the Haoran sword sect over the past 3 years, everyone was overjoyed. In addition to the improvement of the martial strength of everyone in the Haoran sword sect, the 100 Herb Hall, the Weapons Formation Hall, and the other 7 new organizations had basically nurtured a group of people in the past 3 years. They could ensure the basic operations of each organization, greatly reducing the burden on the elders and hall masters. The results of the Weapons Formation Hall that Yi Tianzong was in charge of were gratifying. Under Yi Tianzong's leadership, the new refining and forging methods were used to forge new weapons. The quality of the new weapons greatly surpassed the weapons used by the Haoran sword sect in the past. Everyone who used the new weapons was full of praise. With better weapons, it was very obvious that the improvement of a martial artist's strength was very obvious. As for the 100 Herb Hall, although Yi Tianzong had been nurturing talents for the past 3 years, after 3 years, other than the basic tendon changing and bone strengthening powder, the 100 herb pill that could prevent and treat common poisons, and the golden wound powder that could treat external injuries, the other pills could only be refined by Yi Tianzong. After all, there was too much knowledge and experience involved. It was impossible to learn everything in a few years. Regarding this, Yi Tianzong didn't have much to ask. After all, not everyone was a genius like him. Fortunately, Yi Tianzong had long foresight. When he was traveling through many worlds in the past, Yi Tianzong had predicted that a similar situation would occur. Therefore, as long as he had time, Yi Tianzong would refine or collect all kinds of pills and medicines, and then store them in the immortal mansion. After thousands of years, Yi Tianzong didn't even know how many pills he had stored. Now that the sect was undergoing a reformation, it was urgent to increase the strength of the sect. It just so happened that the various pills stored in the past came in handy. Yi Tianzong only needed to spend some time to find the pills he needed from the Immortal Mansion's storage area. The sea of pills was enough for everyone in the Haoran sword sect to consume normally for several decades. Therefore, Yi Tianzong's main task in the 100-herb hall, other than refining pills every day, was to nurture and guide his own team. Otherwise, just refining pills would make him so busy that his feet couldn't even touch the ground. How would he have time to manage other things? Chapter 8. Tianzong, it's only been 3 years, but our Haoran sword sect has achieved so much because of you, Yi Haoran said happily. Yes, our Haoran sword sect has achieved so much because of the young sect master. If it weren't for the young sect master's series of reform measures, superb management skills, and powerful elixirs, our Haoran sword sect strength wouldn't have improved so much. This was simply unimaginable in the past. The current Merit Hall master, who was also the former elder Wang Li, praised. His admiration for Yi Tianzong was very obvious. Not only Wang Li, but the other elders also praised Yi Tianzong. Yi Haoran was very happy and proud after hearing this. To be honest, even Yi Haoran didn't expect that the Haoran sword sect would have such a big change under Yi Tianzong's management in just 3 years. Yi Haoran couldn't help but imagine how much the Haoran sword sect's strength would increase 7 years later when the war between the righteous and demonic paths arrived. At that time, he would definitely make the demon sword sect and the other sects that attacked the Haoran sword sect pay a heavy price. Yi Tianzong was very calm when he heard the others praising him. He had traveled through many worlds and lived for thousands of years. What kind of praise had he not heard? With his experience, these people in front of him were equivalent to countless generations of his grandchildren. His current achievements were nothing to be proud of. Yi Tianzong had never forgotten what his goal was, which was to climb to the peak of cultivation. Everything he did now was to cultivate some strength and talents, so that it would be convenient for him to deal with some trivial matters in the future. After going through 10 reincarnations, Yi Tianzong had built up the foundation of a genius. He didn't need to reincarnate anymore. He just needed to cultivate step by step. Any cultivation path couldn't be separated from wealth, companions, techniques, and land. Yi Tianzong's birth in this life meant that he wouldn't struggle alone. Moreover, cultivating the Haoran sword sect would not only increase his influence and help him deal with some trivial matters, but he could also use the Haoran sword sect to collect all kinds of cultivation resources for him. When the time came, Yi Tianzong and the Haoran sword sect would benefit from each other. It was much safer and more beneficial than cultivating alone. Yi Tianzong's uncle, Yi Tianzong, looked at the calm and composed Yi Tianzong and asked, "Tianzong, now that our Haoran sword sect is developing, do you have any plans?" As soon as Yi Tianzong said this, everyone in the Haoran hall gathered their attention, waiting for Yi Tianzong to speak. In 3 years, Yi Tianzong had convinced everyone with his strength and ability and had a very high prestige. Yi Tianzong looked around and saw the eager expressions on everyone's faces. He couldn't help but feel satisfied. After getting rid of all the disloyal people, the Haoran sword sect was now united. Their spirit and sense of belonging to the sect had greatly improved. They were full of vitality, which was what Yi Tianzong cared about. No one waited for long. Yi Tianzong pondered for a moment and said, "Since our Haoran sword sect is on the right track, from now on, we have to prepare for the war between the righteous and the devil in 7 years. I have 4 plans for this." Hearing about the war between the righteous and the devil, everyone in the hall quieted down. Every war between the righteous and the devil represented countless bloody storms, which involved the killing of the entire 4 regions. It meant the death of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of lives. This was a catastrophe for all living creatures, and at the same time, it was also a cruel elimination of weak ordinary people. As long as they thought about the war between the righteous and the devil, even if most of the people present had never participated in it, they would feel the heavy pressure and tragedy as long as they knew about it. As the master of the Haoran sword sect, Yi Haoran was the first to recover from the heavy atmosphere. He solemnly asked Yi Tianzong, "Tianzong, if you have any plans, just tell us. Everyone here will do their best to carry them out. The war between the righteous and the devil is unavoidable. Since that is the case, we will do our best to increase the strength of our Haoran sword sect. Only then will we not be passive in the upcoming war between the righteous and the devil, and will be able to protect more of the people under our Haoran sword sect." When the others heard this, they all agreed with Yi Haoran's words. In the end, in the profound spirit world, strength was the most important thing, and strength was the absolute truth. Yi Tianzong continued, "Alright, then I will talk about what our Haoran sword sect needs to do next. First, from this year onwards, our Haoran sword sect will begin to recruit new disciples, and we will recruit new disciples every year. In the past 3 years, our Haoran sword sect has been in a state of reform, and we have not recruited any new disciples. Now, everything is on the right track. Although our Haoran sword sect strength is rapidly increasing, compared to the other super sects, we are still too few in number. We need to expand the size of our disciples on a large scale. I believe that the other sects are also recruiting a large number of disciples in preparation for the battle between the righteous and demonic paths." After Yi Haoran and the others heard this, they all nodded in agreement. The battle between the righteous and demonic paths would be countless killings, and with fewer people, it would be very passive. Although the Haoran sword sect was a super sect, in the past few decades, their number of disciples had always been at a disadvantage compared to the other super sects. The second point is regarding the living conditions of the people under our Haoran sword sect's jurisdiction. I have gone down the mountain a few times, and I don't know about other places, but in Haoran City, which is under Tiangang Peak, I found that the lives of ordinary people are very different from what I expected. Especially the problem of food, many ordinary people don't even have enough to eat. If it is like this in Haoran City, I think that other places will be even worse. Yi Tianzong said solemnly. This was also a problem that he had discovered in the past 3 years when he went down the mountain a few times. In the past, he never thought that there would be a situation where people didn't have enough to eat in the Haoran sword sect's jurisdiction. This might even be a common phenomenon in the profound spirit world. For this reason, Yi Tianzong specifically looked into the reason, and found out that the efficiency of farming and grain production in the profound spirit world was very low. Once a year, the yield per mu was only about 600 katis, and even the farming tools were very few. One must know that this was not a low martial world, and there was almost no heaven-earth origin chi. Although the 600 katis of grain could not be compared to the 600 katis of grain produced in a low martial world, and the energy contained was much more than that. However, the consumption of food for martial artists was very large, and this amount of grain was simply not enough to eat. The current concentration of heaven-earth origin chi in the profound spirit world was enough to support the birth of Wuzong. According to the concentration of heaven-earth origin chi, even 2,000 katis of grain per mu was very little, which made Yi Tianzong feel that it was very inconceivable. After all, according to Yi Tianzong's understanding, the profound spirit world's record started from the mythological era, through the ancient era, the near-ancient era, and until now, it had been at least 1,000,000 years. Even after the near-ancient era, the heaven and earth had weakened again until now, there was still a span of 5,000 years. He did not expect that the efficiency and production of grain in the profound spirit world did not increase by much. Could it be that the profound spirit world respected martial arts, and everyone wanted to become a martial artist, so they did not pay attention to it, and even neglected the improvement of farming techniques and grain production? Yi Tianzong thought about it and could only think of this reason. Chapter 9. Ari, this situation has been like this since the end of the ancient era. The amount of food produced is limited. Apart from a small portion of our Haoran sword sect's food is grown by ourselves, the rest is provided by the commoners in exchange for our protection. Although our Haoran sword sect has close to 30 million commoners, our consumption of food is huge. Every day, our Haoran sword sect consumes an uncountable amount of food. The commoners under our rule are still good. Our disciples have always been less than the other super sects because we don't have the heart to collect too much food. At least they still have food to eat. As for the devil path sects and the other righteous path sects, the commoners under their rule are not as good as ours. It is common for people to starve to death. Achievement Hall Master Wang Li said helplessly. Hall Master Wang Li is right. Especially when the war between the righteous path and devil path approaches, the various sects will be recruiting a large number of disciples. The amount of food consumed will be even more uncountable. When the time comes, the commoners' lives will be even more difficult. It is even normal for a large number of people to starve to death. Examination Hall Master Lin Chen said. Looking at the other people's expressions, Yi Tianzong felt somewhat helpless. It seemed that he had to do it himself. It was impossible to rely on them. In that case, I have a way to solve this situation. I have some cultivated food seeds, planting methods, and improved farming tools. According to my estimates, as long as there are no accidents, the food production can increase by at least 5 times. This matter has to be taken seriously. It is related to the number of disciples our Howren Sword sect recruits, as well as the increase of our overall strength in the future. After the discussion, the administrative hall will push forward with full force. No one can stop us. Yi Tianzong said solemnly. That's right. Yi Tianzong wanted to take out the classic potato, wheat, corn, rice, and sweet potato. He also planned to take out the greenhouse vegetables. Fortunately, Yi Tianzong had done something similar in a low-level martial arts world before. The Immortal Mansion had also kept the seeds of these crops. Yi Tianzong thought that he would never use them and could only keep them as a souvenir. He did not expect that they would come in handy. Yi Tianzong continued, "All right, I will take responsibility for this matter with the administrative hall. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me now, but you can't stop me. Whether or not the food production will increase, we will know this year. In any case, there won't be a decrease in production." Hearing this, everyone held back their questions. In any case, they would be able to see the results this year. When the time came, it would be clear at a glance. There was no need to argue. The third question is also related to the people under the rule of the Howren Sword sect. I found that very few people in Howren City are literate. Every time we recruit new disciples, we have to spend a lot of time teaching them how to read and write, and then we have to teach them martial arts. The efficiency is too low. I have a type of movable type printing and an improved paper-making technique here. It can print a large number of books in a short period of time at a very low cost. Also, I have invented a material called cement. It only needs a few common materials to make it. The houses built with cement are very durable, far surpassing wood. I have already tested this. I plan to replan Howren City and use cement to expand and repair the roads to make it easier for people to travel. Then, I will build public schools and medical centers to provide free elementary education for children so that they can learn how to read. At the same time, I will introduce my improved basic body tempering technique to all the cities under the rule of the Howren Sword sect. The basic body tempering technique has a total of 5 levels. The first and second levels will be made public for everyone to learn. From the third level onwards, it can only be learned in public schools. When the time comes, we will only need to recruit disciples from all the public schools. As long as they cultivate the basic body tempering technique, their aptitude will be clear at a glance. This will save us the time to identify the aptitude of the disciples and teach them how to read. The other cities under the rule of the Howren Sword sect will also be replanned and built as much as possible. Even if we can't do it, the public schools and medical centers must be implemented in every city. After the specific measures are discussed, I will come up with a feasible plan. The others in the Howren Hall stared blankly at Yi Tianzong. They had always only considered martial arts cultivation, so for a moment, they couldn't keep up with Yi Tianzong's thinking. Yi Tianzong ignored their thoughts and continued, "The fourth point is that from now on, we will integrate and strengthen the intelligence-gathering power of the Howren Sword sect. Last time, the Demon Sword sect joined forces with the first-rate Demon Dao sect to launch a sneak attack on us. Although there were other forces interfering, we didn't get the news in advance and were caught off guard. We directly attacked Tiangang Peak and suffered heavy losses. This also shows that the intelligence-gathering power of the Howren Sword sect is still insufficient. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been obstructed by other forces. Therefore, our intelligence-gathering power must be strengthened. We martial artists generally like to drink, and we often get injured when fighting with others. I have a better wine-making method and an improved salt-making method. I plan to build Tiangang Pavilion and integrate the original intelligence-gathering power of the Howren Sword sect. In the Central Plains, through the channels of the Howren Sword sect, we will build some restaurants and brothels. Pay attention to the fact that the women in the brothels must be willing and not forced. We will use my method to brew wine and extract salt to make a name for ourselves through these restaurants and brothels. At the same time, we will sell our Howren sword sect's 100 herb pills and Jinchuang powder. Of course, after being weakened, the effects will only be 30%. At the same time, we can also earn a lot of money. Tiangang Pavilion will be hidden in these restaurants and brothels. Of course, don't forget to infiltrate the government agencies under the Zhou dynasty. I will come up with the specific plan in a few days. When the time comes, you will need personnel and related support. That's all for now. Do you have anything else to add? After finishing his words, Yi Tianzong asked the others around him. He found that they were all thinking hard, as if they didn't hear what he said. Then Yi Tianzong looked at his father, Yi Haoren, the head of the Howren sword sect. Looking at Yi Tianzong's inquiring eyes, Yi Haoren said very solemnly, "Tianzong, you are right. We will do as you say." In fact, Yi Haoren and the others in the hall basically didn't follow Yi Tianzong's train of thought. However, as the head of the sect and Yi Tianzong's father, Yi Haoren certainly couldn't show his cowardice, so he directly said a catch-all sentence. "Well, I know I can't count on you. Alas, I have to work myself again." Yi Tianzong couldn't help but complain in his heart. These things were the most basic common sense in Yi Tianzong's first life on Earth. However, these people in front of him who didn't care about the outside world and only wanted to cultivate martial arts couldn't understand it for a while. Yi Tianzong didn't want to preach equality, fairness, democracy, and freedom. He also didn't want to lead the profound spirit world astray. After all, every world had its own rules. In a world where people could cultivate, equality was the biggest injustice. However, these basic things just mentioned were very suitable for the current Howren sword sect. They could quickly improve the foundation and strength of the Howren sword sect. It was just that no one could fully understand it now, so Yi Tianzong had to roll up his sleeves and take the lead. After coming out of the Howren hall, Yi Tianzong made a detailed plan for the 4 aspects he mentioned, formulated a detailed constitution, and prepared the relevant technology. After half a month, Yi Tianzong completed all the plans with the help of some people in the administrative hall. After the formulation was completed, Yi Tianzong sent these detailed plans to the relevant hall masters and elders. Then, he spent another half a month explaining these plans. After making sure that the involved people understood, he began to implement the plan. Thus, the entire Howren sword sect was activated again. Chapter 10. Time passed quickly, and another 3 years had passed. Under the efforts of Yi Tianzong and the others, the Howren sword sect was developing in a better direction. Today, the Howren sword sect had a total of 120 elders under Wu Zongjing. Compared to 3 years ago, the number had more than doubled. Among them, there were 25 elders in the late stage of Wu Zong, and 12 in the peak stage of Wu Zong. Yi Tianzong's family had all reached the peak stage of Wu Zong. The other 6 elders were the current Hall Master of Merit, Wang Li, the Hall Master of Examination, Lin Chen, and the 4 elders that Yi Tianzong had specially nurtured for the other Hall Masters. In addition, with the rapid increase in the strength of the Howren sword sect's headquarters, the Howren sword sect's control over the area under the jurisdiction of the Howren sword sect was also strengthened. As a result, the Howren sword sect's disciples and deacons were stationed in all the cities within a radius of 3,000 miles. The larger cities even had Wu Zongjing's elders stationed there to supervise the management of the cities and the lives of the citizens. They were also responsible for the implementation of the various plans of the Howren sword sect. After 3 years of continuous recruitment, the Howren sword sect's population had increased by 120,000 people, reaching 220,000 people. Now, the number of disciples was 40,000 more than the 180,000 at the peak of the sect. Among them, not only was the martial arts hall able to resolve the doubts of the disciples and exchange their experiences, but it was also due to Yi Tianzong's unlimited supply of elixirs and the promotion of the new crops 3 years ago. Under the rich heaven and earth energy in the profound spirit world, the production of potatoes, wheat, corn, rice, and sweet potatoes had increased tremendously. With the promotion of potatoes, wheat, corn, rice, and sweet potatoes, The production of crops in the Howran sword sect's territory had increased by more than 10 times in a year. This had completely exceeded the expectations of everyone in the Howran sword sect, including Yi Tianzong. It had truly shocked everyone, but it was followed by ecstasy. The food shortage was a very important factor that restricted the development of the Howran sword sect. It was only when a martial artist reached the Wu Zongjing realm that they began to gradually get rid of their dependence on food and absorb most of the energy from the qi of heaven and earth. It was only until they reached the Wu King realm and reached the golden elixir of martial arts that they would be able to completely abstain from food and no longer need to eat. Therefore, the explosion of food production meant that the Howran sword sect no longer had any worries. They could recruit a large number of disciples and expand their scale without restraint. Thanks to Yi Tianzong's public school plan and the promotion of the basic body forging technique, the Howran sword sect recruited 30,000 outstanding disciples from the public school every year. At the same time, the strength of all the ordinary people under the sect's jurisdiction was greatly enhanced. Although they were only basic martial disciples, they were at least several times stronger than ordinary people who had not cultivated before. Just as the entire Howran sword sect was developing rapidly under Yi Tianzong's plan, a group of several hundred people set off from the Xian Enyu Temple, one of the 8 major righteous sects, from the border of the Howran sword sect, in the Xian Naiyu mountain range, the location of the Xian Enyu Temple, one of the 8 major righteous sects. On this day, a group of several hundred people set off from the Xian Enyu Temple and headed towards the Howran sword sect. The group of people from the Xian Enyu Temple rode on horses that could travel thousands of miles in a day. The beautiful disciples of the Xian Enyu Temple were valiant and formidable. Wherever they went, they attracted the attention of everyone. In the middle of the group, there was a luxurious carriage with 3 people sitting inside. 2 of them were dressed in light purple palace robes. Even if they were sitting, they still showed their mature and graceful charm. Their long hair was tied up and set off their beautiful faces, full of dignity and majesty. They were the 2 grand elders of the Xian Enyu Temple, Li Meng and Li Han. The other one was a young girl dressed in a snow-white robe with a cold temperament. She was the most outstanding disciple of the Xian Enyu Temple, and also the young palace master of the Xian Enyu Temple, Ling Xinyu. Her skin was as white as jade, and her snow-white skin seemed to be sparkling like jade. On her delicate and flawless face, her beautiful eyes were like clear autumn waters. She wore a jade hairpin on her head, and her fine black hair was like a waterfall. As she looked around her perfect and graceful figure, there was a cold and arrogant aura. The Xian Enyu Temple was one of the 8 righteous sects. The disciples of the sect were all women, and the martial arts they cultivated had the effect of retaining their youthful looks. Therefore, the people of the Xian Enyu Temple still maintained their beautiful appearance even as they aged. In the carriage, Ling Xinyu thought about the goal of this trip. She said to the 2 grand elders in a cold voice, "Grand Elder Li Meng, Grand Elder Li Han, this time we are going to the Howran sword sect to discuss the war between the righteous and the devil 4 years later. As for how to smoothly negotiate and form an alliance with the Howran sword sect, we will need the 2 grand elders' help." Grand Elder Li Meng said with a heavy expression, "Xinyu, don't worry. Our Xian Enyu Temple and the Howran sword sect have always had a good relationship. There shouldn't be any problems with forming an alliance." On the other hand, Grand Elder Li Han said with a lack of confidence, "Sister is right. With our relationship with the Howran sword sect, there shouldn't be any problems. It's just that our Xian Enyu Temple owes the Howran sword sect a little. When the time comes, we have to be more sincere." Ling Xinyu frowned slightly when she heard this. She asked in confusion, "Grand Elder Li Han, why is that?" As the Grand Elder of the Xian Enyu Temple, Grand Elder Li Han's martial arts cultivation had reached the peak of Wuzong. Although she was already over 100 years old, she still maintained her beautiful appearance. Faced with Ling Xinyue's confusion, Grand Elder Li Han sighed and explained, "Our Xian Enyu Temple is completely made up of women. Although we are one of the 8 righteous sects in the Central Plains, our strength and foundation have always been weaker than the other super sects. In this world, men dominate. When facing the other super sects, we are inevitably at a disadvantage. There are even sects like the Zhenbu Gate that have always been secretly coveting and suppressing us. They want to annex us and let them play with us. Only the Howran Sword sect, under the leadership of its sect master, has always been a righteous sect. They have always supported our Xian Nu temple and helped us block a lot of schemes and plots. Otherwise, our Xian Nu temple's situation would be much more difficult. However, more than 30 years ago, the Howran Sword sect's vice sect master rebelled and wanted to usurp the throne. At the same time, the Howran Sword sect's archenemy, the Demon Sword sect, joined forces with the Azura sect and 6 other first-rate sects to besiege the Howran Sword sect. There were also other sects that interfered. As a result, the Howran Sword sect didn't receive any news. They were caught off guard and couldn't respond in time. They suffered heavy losses and were directly attacked to the foot of Tiangang Peak. In the end, they had to ask the senior who was sleeping in the sect's secret territory to calm the crisis. Even so, the Howran Sword sect lost 80% of its disciples. In recent years, they have been recovering their strength. At that time, our Xian Nu temple also hesitated under the pressure of Zhenbu Gate and violated the alliance agreement. We didn't support the Howran Sword sect. Therefore, our Xian Nu temple really owes the Howran Sword sect. Elder Li Meng also said, "That's right. Our Xian Nu temple and the Howran Sword sect are neighbors." At that time, if our Xian Nu temple could withstand the pressure of Zhenbu Gate and support the Howran Sword sect, the Howran Sword sect wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses and their strength wouldn't have dropped so much. If it weren't for the deterrence of the Howran Sword sect, our Xian Nu temple wouldn't have been in such a difficult situation these years. After Ling Xinyu understood, she said worriedly, "Is the Howran Sword sect dissatisfied with us for what happened that year? After all, they lost 80% of their strength. Since our Xian Nu temple was under the care of the Howran Sword sect and didn't receive our support when they needed it the most, it's impossible that they don't have any complaints." Li Meng and Li Han looked at each other with heavy expressions. They and even the higher-ups of the Xian Nu temple didn't know about Ling Xinyue's worries. However, because the Howran Sword sect had been recovering its strength in a low-key manner, without the care of the Howran Sword sect, the Xian Nu temple had been oppressed openly and secretly by both the righteous and demonic factions. Many disciples of the Xian Nu temple had been killed, and even more were kidnapped and humiliated. The Xian Nu temple's territory had also been invaded by other factions, causing the strength of the Xian Nu temple to decline. Now, its strength had fallen to less than 60% of its peak. During this time, the Xian Nu temple had thought of obtaining the support of the Howran Sword sect. However, the Xian Nu temple didn't know how to face the Howran Sword sect due to the events of 30 years ago. At the same time, they didn't know how much strength the Howran Sword sect had recovered. Thus, they had been delaying and supporting the sect by themselves. However, as the battle between the righteous and demonic factions approached, the actions of the righteous and demonic factions that coveted the Xian Nu temple became more frequent. They even began to brazenly kidnap the disciples of the Xian Nu temple without restraint. Facing the situation that could worsen at any time, the higher-ups of the Xian Nu temple had no choice but to consider the matter of going to the Howran Sword sect. Even if they had to pay a price and lower their status, they had to obtain the support of the Howran Sword sect. Otherwise, the Xian Nu temple could be besieged at any time, and the consequences would be unimaginable. This was different from when the Howran Sword sect was besieged. The profound spirit world was a world dominated by men, and women were in a dominant position. The demonic factions besieged the Howran Sword sect. Once the Howran Sword sect suffered heavy losses, the Zhou dynasty would inevitably intervene. In the Central Plains, regardless of whether it was the righteous or demonic factions, each of the super sects had been passed down for at least several thousand years. They were deeply involved with the Zhou dynasty, and their relationships were tangled and complicated. The Zhou dynasty's strength was unfathomable, and they ruled over most of the Central Plains. Although most of their strength was contending with the ancient Western Kingdom, the Hu Kingdom of the northern frontier, and the Lin Kingdom of the southern wastelands, and their internal strength was weak, they were still able to easily suppress more than 5 supersects. However, the other 3 regions also had supersects that had coveted the Central Plains for a long time. They had been constantly infiltrating the Central Plains, supporting forces to plunder the resources and population of the Central Plains. The Zhou dynasty's strength alone was not enough to deal with all the problems. They needed to borrow the strength of the supersects in the Central Plains to check and balance the martial arts forces that had infiltrated. Thus, the disciples of the supersects were basically tyrannical, and both the righteous and demonic supersects were like this. The difference was that the righteous sects had a bottom line, while the demonic sects were unbridled and did all sorts of evil. The way the supersects acted caused the Zhou dynasty and the supersects to always be on opposite sides, but they also had a cooperative relationship. However, among the supersects, the Howran sword sect's conduct had always been more righteous. Many of the sect's disciples also held positions in the Zhou dynasty, and their reputation was generally positive. They were not as arrogant and despotic as the other supersects. Thus, the Zhou dynasty's attitude towards the Howran sword sect was clearly more intimate than the other sects. Thus, when the Howran sword sect was suddenly attacked by the two supersects of the demonic path and suffered heavy losses, it was not only because they were able to invite out their dormant seniors, but also because the Zhou dynasty had sent out troops as a deterrent. However, this was not the case for the Xian Nu temple. Because the women of the profound spirit world were in a dominant position, once the Xian Nu temple was besieged, it would be targeted by both the righteous and demonic sects. Although the Xian Nu temple had connections in the Zhou dynasty, it could only guarantee that it would not be targeted by the Zhou dynasty. It was definitely not enough for the Zhou dynasty to send out troops to intervene like the Howran sword sect. Once the situation worsened, the Xian Nu temple would be targeted by both the righteous and demonic sects. The Xian Nu temple would definitely not have the strength to resist. At that time, even if they were to awaken the foundation of the Xian Nu temple's secret realm, in the current environment, they would only be able to awaken the Marquis Wu realm ancestor. It would definitely not be enough to save the Xian Nu temple from its crisis. It would even expose the location of the secret realm and be sealed by both the righteous and demonic sects. At that time, it would truly be a disaster. Thus, the only sect that the Xian Nu temple had always been able to support was the Howran sword sect. If the Xian Nu temple's current situation was not so bad and could be destroyed at any time, they would not have gone to the Howran sword sect. Chapter 11. In the carriage of the Xian Nu temple, Ling Xinyu, the young palace master of the Xian Nu temple, voiced her concerns. A heavy atmosphere filled the space. In the end, Elder Li Meng said, "The Howran sword sect is dissatisfied with our Xian Nu temple. Now, our Xian Nu temple is in a very bad situation and is on the verge of danger. No matter what, we have to get the support of the Howran sword sect, even if we have to pay a price. However, when the time comes, we may have to inconvenience you, young palace master." Hearing this, Ling Xinyu, who was wearing a snow-white palace dress, trembled slightly. A touch of paleness flashed across her beautiful and cold face, and then she fell silent. Ling Xinyu understood the meaning of Elder Li Meng's words. It was very likely that she was the price the Xian Nu temple had to pay. The Howran sword sect would definitely not forgive the Xian Nu temple so easily after suffering such heavy losses. However, the Xian Nu temple was different from other supersects. The young palace master of the Xian Nu temple was the most beautiful female disciple in the Xian Nu temple. Her temperament and intelligence were excellent, and her cultivation aptitude was the best. She was only appointed after going through many tests. She had always had a master-disciple relationship with the palace master of the Xian Nu temple. If there were no accidents, she was destined to become the palace master of the Xian Nu temple in the future. Now, Ling Xinyu, who was already 20 years old, had reached the late stage of Wu Ling's martial arts realm. She was one of the most outstanding female disciples in the history of the Xian Nu temple. Regardless of whether it was the Xian Nu temple master or the young palace master, according to the rules of the Xian Nu temple, they were destined to be lonely for the rest of their lives and could not have feelings for men. Now, in violation of the rules of the Xian Nu temple, she, as the young palace master, was supposed to marry the Howran sword sect. This might be the fastest and most effective way to appease the dissatisfaction of the Howran sword sect. But was his life going to be like this? Ling Xinyu was very unwilling, but she had no choice but to accept reality. Ling Xinyu, who had gone through many tests to become the young palace master, was no longer capricious. She knew that she carried the hope of whether the Xian Nu temple could survive this crisis. Ling Xinyu could not accept the fact that if the Xian Nu temple was invaded, those disciples, friends, and teachers who worshipped, liked, and cared for her would die tragically or be humiliated. Looking at the silent Ling Xinyu, Li Meng and Li Han also sighed with pity and helplessness. The atmosphere in the carriage became calm and heavy again. When the people of the Xian Nu temple set off for the Haoran sword sect, Yi Haoran of the Haoran sword sect received the news not long after. After Yi Tianzong's reorganization, the Haoran sword sect's intelligence network had greatly improved in the past 3 years. It now covered an area of 10,000 miles around the Haoran sword sect. After receiving the news, Yi Haoran pondered for a moment, then summoned the elders and hall masters of the Haoran sword sect. In the Haoran hall, after Yi Haoran told everyone the news, Yi Tianzong's little uncle, Yi Haoyun, sneered and said, "It seems like the Xian Nu temple has come to ask for help. Without the support of our Haoran sword sect, they haven't had a good time these past few years." The elder hall master of the achievement hall, Wang Li, also said angrily, "The Xian Nu temple is full of women. Their strength and foundation are the weakest among the super sects. If it weren't for our Haoran sword sect's help and blocking a lot of pressure for them, they would have been abducted and annexed by those super sects who are like hungry wolves. More than 30 years ago, when we were besieged by the demon sword sect, Shura sect, and 6 other first-rate sects, they didn't send any reinforcements for 10 days. If they had sent reinforcements, our losses wouldn't have been so heavy. Many of our disciples and fellow Taoists died in that sneak attack. Now that they are being targeted everywhere and are in a difficult situation, they still want to get the support of our Haoran sword sect. Dream on." Hall Master Wang Li's words evoked the memories of everyone in the hall. These people were the lucky survivors of the sneak attack by the demon sword sect. Many of their friends, disciples, and even family members died in that battle. Their hearts were filled with great pain and regret. The Xian Nu temple had always been under the care of the Haoran sword sect. When the Haoran sword sect needed support the most, they didn't send any reinforcements for 10 days. After the incident, due to their status, it was inconvenient for them to be too calculative with the Xian Nu temple. In addition, the Haoran sword sect needed to recover their strength as soon as possible, so they didn't have too much energy to pursue the matter. As a result, they almost cut off all contact with the Xian Nu temple. We didn't expect that before we could pursue the matter, the Xian Nu temple would come again and want our support. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Almost everyone in the Haoran hall was enraged. Some people even directly said that they wouldn't even let the people of the Xian Nu temple in through the Haoran sword sect's door. Looking at the angry crowd below, Yi Haoran was also very dissatisfied with the Xian Nu temple. Although the Xian Nu temple was pressured by Zhenbu Gate, when the Haoran sword sect supported the Xian Nu temple, the pressure on them was less. "Since you were pressured and didn't come to support us, then we won't contact each other and go our separate ways." Yi Haoran knew about the Xian Nu temple's current situation through the intelligence reports. It was quite difficult, but this had nothing to do with the Haoran sword sect. The Haoran sword sect was now very powerful and was developing rapidly. When the time came for the righteous and demonic sides to fight, the Haoran sword sect's strength would be more than enough to protect themselves. The Xian Nu temple's strength was dispensable, so there was no need for any alliance. However, Yi Haoran still couldn't bring himself to not let the people of the Xian Nu temple in. The key was that Yi Tianzong's grandmother, Li Qingya, was originally a member of the Xian Nu temple. Her status wasn't low, but after marrying Yi Haoran, she left the Xian Nu temple. However, she still had some feelings for them. Therefore, Yi Haoran calmed everyone down and said, "Now, our Haoran sword sect strength isn't afraid of any other sect, so we don't need to look at anyone's face. When the people of the Xian Nu temple arrive, we will receive them as usual. Although the Xian Nu temple has let us down, we have to maintain the demeanor of the Haoran sword sect. At the very least, the Xian Nu temple isn't an enemy. It would be too much to refuse them. As for whether they want to continue receiving our support, We will have to see their sincerity when the time comes. At this moment, Yi Tianzong suddenly said, "Father, let's not talk about the future first. Now that the Xian'enyu temple has come to our Haoran sword sect to seek support, since we have received the news, I'm sure that the forces that have been coveting the Xian'enyu temple must have received the news as well. Judging from the degree of encroachment of those forces on the Xian'enyu temple, they definitely won't let the people of the Xian'enyu temple come to our territory. I think that not long after they leave the core area of the Xian'enyu temple, they will be ambushed by those forces. Should we just stand by and watch?" When Yi Tianzong said this, everyone was startled. That's right, the people of the Xian'enyu temple probably wouldn't be able to reach the Haoran sword sect yet. It was too early to say whether they would support them or not. Everyone in the Haoran hall looked at each other. They didn't know how to answer and whether they should just stand by and watch. If they didn't know about this, it would still be acceptable. But now that they knew, there were many people in the Haoran sword sect who had married from the Xian'enyu temple. The Haoran sword sect style of doing things was closer to that of a gentleman. Whether it was due to personal feelings or their own code of conduct, they couldn't just stand by and watch. However, if they wanted to help, it was obvious that the Xian'enyu temple had betrayed the support of the Haoran sword sect. When the Haoran sword sect needed support the most, they didn't repay the Haoran sword sect, causing the sect's strength to suffer a great loss. If they went to help without saying anything, it would be like they were rushing to lick the Haoran sword sect's boots. It would be completely reversed. They didn't know whether they should go or not. This feeling was really disgusting. It would be better if they didn't know about this. It would be even more annoying if they knew. After hearing Yi Tianzong's words, Yi Haoran was in a terrible mood. Looking at the complicated expressions on the faces of the elders and temple masters, Yi Haoran also had a headache. In fact, everyone in the hall knew that the relationship between the Haoran sword sect and the Xian'enyu temple wasn't light. It had been going on for hundreds of thousands of years. Unless something happened that crossed the bottom line, it wasn't something that could be severed with just a few words or a few things. Chapter 12. The previous sneak attack by the demon sect had violated the Haoran sword sect's bottom line. However, with the 1,000-year friendship between the Haoran sword sect and the Xian'enyu temple, as long as the Xian'enyu temple was willing to lower themselves, be sincere, and pay a sufficient price, they could be forgiven for giving the Haoran sword sect a reason to step down. Although they might not be as harmonious as before, they could still be allies. However, this time, if they were to send reinforcements, it would be as if the Haoran sword sect didn't take the fact that the Xian'enyu temple had betrayed their allies to heart. If they didn't send reinforcements, they would feel bad. Otherwise, their mother wouldn't give them any face. Yi Tianzong couldn't bear to see everyone in a dilemma, so he said, "How about this? The righteous and the demon sect can't coexist. The demon sword sect and the Shura sect are closer to our Haoran sword sect and the Xian'enyu temple. This time, they must be among the people who ambushed the Xian'enyu temple. This time, our Haoran sword sect crossed the border to take revenge for the previous sneak attack and collect some interest. It just so happened that we met the people from the Xian'enyu temple. However, we don't have to be polite to them. After the mission is completed, we just have to return immediately. Our Haoran sword sect's biennial Dragon Phoenix list is about to begin. This is a good idea, a wonderful idea. We're only here for revenge because we met the people from the Xian'enyu temple. We're not here to save you." Everyone agreed when they heard this. Finally, they had a good reason to send out troops and didn't have to worry about it anymore. Yi Haoran also said with a relaxed expression, "Let's do it this way. The righteous and the demonic can't coexist. We're here for revenge. Since it's for revenge, we might as well make a clean move this time and once again declare the strength and dignity of our Haoran sword sect to the world. Also, some of the righteous forces are simply arrogant and despotic. We'll deal with them as the demonic forces." After the decision was made, everyone discussed for a while and finally decided to send out 3,000 disciples. These 3,000 disciples included 100 core disciples at the Wu Ling realm, 500 elite disciples at the martial master realm, and 2,400 inner disciples at the martial warrior realm. In addition to the 3,000 disciples, there was also Elder Li Xian, who was at the peak of Wuzong, as well as 5 elders at the late stage of Wuzong, 10 at the middle stage of Wuzong, and 20 at the early stage of Wuzong. In the end, Yi Tianzong, who had not left the mountain for a long time, was also interested in going out. He took it as a trip to relax and deal with unexpected situations. The strength of the current Howren sword sect disciples was several times stronger than before when they were at the same level. Their combat strength had increased sharply, especially in the past 5 to 6 years. They had been purging and rectifying the rebellious forces within the Howren sword sect's territory. They had rich combat experience. The current strength of 3,000 people was equivalent to the strength of 15,000 people in the past. In addition to the elders from the Wu Zongjing realm and Yi Tianzong, who was the last line of defense, with such strength, there was absolutely no chance of anything going wrong. The well-prepared Howren disciples, led by Elder Wu Zongjing, rode their horses on the wide cement road and galloped all the way to their destination. On the other side, after 3 days of travel, the group of people from Mysterious Lady Palace had only covered a distance of 1,500 miles, even though they were riding horses that could cover a distance of 1,000 miles per day. However, they had already left the core area of Mysterious Lady Palace. On the 4th day, after hundreds of people from the Xian Enyu Temple had traveled another 300 kilometers, Ling Xinyu, Li Meng, and Li Han were still worrying about how to smoothly obtain the support of the Howren sword sect. Suddenly, thousands of people rushed out from outside and directly surrounded the people from the Xian Enyu Temple. The hundreds of people from the Xian Enyu Temple who were moving quickly stopped when they saw this. They quickly got into a defensive formation and looked nervously at the people who were coming. The 3 people who heard the movement came out of the carriage and saw the people who were blocking them. There were the Demon Sword Sect and Azura's Gate, the 2 great Devil Dao super sects. The Joyous Union Valley and Bloodblade Peak were the 2 first-ranked Devil Dao sects. There was also the Righteous Super Sect True Martial Sect and the first-ranked sect Qingcheng Mountain. Elder Li Meng said angrily, Demon Sword Sect, Shura Gate, Zhenbu Gate, Qingcheng Mountain, Hehuan Valley, and the Bloodblade Peak, you are really presumptuous. How dare you intercept us in the Xian Enyu Temple? Do you really think you can defeat us? And Zhenbu Gate, Qingcheng Mountain, the righteous and devil sects can't coexist. Aren't you afraid that you will be laughed at by the world for being together with the devil sects? Not only Li Meng, but Li Han and Ling Xinyu were also angry. They had thought that this trip might not go smoothly, but they didn't expect that Zhenbu Gate and Qingcheng Mountain, as righteous sects, would brazenly ambush them in broad daylight with the Demon Sword Sect, Shura Gate, and other devil sects. The leader of the true martial sect was a martial artist at the pinnacle of the martial ancestor realm. His name was Chen Xing, and he wore a beautiful blue robe. His square face revealed an arrogant and haughty aura. Hearing this, Chen Xing said disdainfully, "Humph, it's not your place to ask how Zhenbu Gate does things. Today, I just want you people from Xian Enyu Temple to come to Zhenbu Gate to discuss something. Now, come with me." Li Han said, "Since you have something to discuss, why don't you go to Xian Enyu Temple to talk to our palace master? What's the reason for intercepting us?" "We won't go." Zhenbu Gate's Chen Xing suddenly snorted and said, "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It's your honor to let you come. When the time comes, I will inform your palace master. Since you have failed to live up to the kindness of Zhenbu Gate, you have to bear the price of offending Zhenbu Gate. Take them down." After saying this, Chen Xing signaled the disciples of Zhenbu Gate and the people of Qingcheng Mountain to take down the people of Xian Enyu Temple. Wait a minute, the true martial sect is so mighty. These people from the Mysterious Lady Palace are the prey of our Demon Sword Sect and Azura Sect. It's not your true martial sect's turn to take them away. A black-clothed leader of the Demon Sword Sect, Yang Hu, who was also at the peak of martial ancestor realm, coldly snorted. "What, people of the Demon Sword Sect and Shura Gate, are you questioning the decision and strength of Zhenbu Gate?" Chen Xing of Zhenbu Gate asked angrily. "Humph, don't use Zhenbu Gate to pressure me. Although Zhenbu Gate is strong, my Demon Sword Sect is not afraid of you. If you have the ability, let's fight." Yang Hu of the Demon Sword Sect said without backing down. "That's right, the righteous and the demonic cannot coexist. Although our Shura Gate is not as strong as Zhenbu Gate, we are not afraid of Zhenbu Gate. The leader of the Shura Gate, Luo Yuan, who was dressed in a blood-red robe, said. His martial arts cultivation was also at the top of Wuzong. Chen Xing of Zhenbu Gate glared at the people of the Demon Sword Sect and Shura Gate. His gaze was murderous, but he did not dare to act rashly. There were strong and weak super sects. In the Central Plains, among the 15 super sects of the righteous and demonic sects, the Mystic Maiden Palace was the weakest sect in terms of strength and foundation. It was ranked 4th, while the True Force sect was the strongest. The Demon Sword Sect and the Howren Sword Sect at their peak were ranked 2nd, and the Shura Sect was ranked 3rd. Although the strength of the True Martial Sect was strong, it was not much stronger than the Demon Sword Sect. Coupled with the people of the Azura Sect, the overall strength of the True Martial Sect disciples led by Chen Xing was weaker than the people of the Demon Sword Sect and the Azura Sect. Not to mention that the other side had 2 first-rate sects as support, while their side only had 1 first-rate sect, the Qingcheng Mountain. Their overall strength was not as strong as the demonic sects, so it was unrealistic to eliminate them. However, Chen Xing and Zhenbu Gate could not afford to lose face if they just gave up the people of Xian Enyu Temple to the Demon Sword Sect and Shura Gate. Chapter 13. Chen Xing was caught between a rock and a hard place. At this time, Yang Hu of the Demon Sword Sect said, "How about this? Let's take down these people from the Xian Enyu Temple first. The important people here are none other than the 2 supreme elders of the Xian Enyu Temple and the young palace master Ling Xinyu. Let's rely on our own abilities. Whoever catches them will get it. What do you think?" Luo Yuan, the leader of the Shura sect, said, "The Shura sect agrees." Chen Xing thought for a moment and finally said unwillingly, "Humph, the Zhenbu Gate also agrees." After the 3 sides reached an agreement, they directly launched an attack. A total of more than 5,000 people from both the righteous and the demonic sects directly swarmed forward. There was no need to consider any formation at all. There was really a great disparity in strength. Li Meng, Li Han, and Ling Xinyu of the Xian Enyu Temple saw that the Zhenbu Gate, the Demon Sword Sect, and the Shura Sect didn't care about them at all and reached an agreement on their own. The anger in their hearts was indescribable. Before they could argue and stall for time, they saw the Zhenbu Gate, the Demon Sword Sect, and the Shura Sect launch an attack. They swarmed forward and there was no way out. There were only a few hundred people in the Xian Enyu Temple. Although there were more than a dozen elders of the Wu Zongjing realm, compared to the enemies they faced, whether in terms of numbers or overall strength, the difference was too great. With just one attack, the disciples and elders of the Xian Enyu Temple were attacked by more than a few people at the same time. Unable to resist, they were either killed or captured and lost the ability to move. Seeing such a situation, Li Meng, Li Han, and Ling Xinyu, who knew that there was no way out, couldn't help but join the battle. They knew that there was no way to escape at all. The disparity in numbers and strength was too great, so they simply didn't try to escape. Killing one person was one person. If they couldn't hold on, they would immediately break their own heart meridians and die. They absolutely couldn't be captured. As for Chen Xing, Yang Hu, and Luo Yuan, as the leaders of their respective supersects, they did not participate in the battle. They only watched from the back as their respective sects besieged the Xian Enyu Temple. In fact, the number of people and strength that the 3 of them led was enough to take down the hundreds of people from the Xian Enyu Temple. However, they didn't expect that they weren't the only ones who had designs on the hundreds of people from the Xian Enyu Temple. Therefore, when the 3 forces were put together, they had more than 5,000 people. As soon as the 2 peak Wuzong experts, Li Meng and Li Han, joined the battle, there were more than 20 late and middle Wuzong experts, both righteous and demonic, blocking them. At the same time, 2 early-stage experts from Zhenbu Gate and Devil Sword Sect appeared in front of Ling Xinyu. Although Ling Xinyu was amazing enough and could fight those above her level, she was only at the late stage of Wu Ling. Against 2 early-stage experts from Wuzong, there was no hope at all. In just 3 moves, she was already injured and could no longer fight. If it weren't for the fact that the 2 early-stage Wuzong experts belonged to Zhenbu Gate and Devil Sword Sect respectively and were fighting against each other, Ling Xinyu would definitely have been captured by now. Heavily injured and unable to avoid the fate of being captured, Ling Xinyue's pale and beautiful face flashed with a determined expression. She circulated the remaining internal energy in her body and was about to break her own heart meridian. In the distance, Li Meng and Li Han, who were intercepted by more than 20 Wuzong experts, were also outnumbered and in danger. At this moment, a burst of piercing sound, accompanied by Howren's magnanimous roar, attracted everyone's attention. Then, a sonorous and heroic roar could be heard. Demon bastards from the Devil Sword Sect and Shura Sect, my Howren Sword Sect is here to seek revenge. Die. After the roar, a rumbling sound like 10,000 horses galloping could be heard. At this critical moment, more than 3,000 people from the Howren Sword Sect had arrived. Among the people from the Howren Sword Sect, 100 core disciples of Wu Ling Realm followed the elders of Wu Zongjing Realm and headed directly towards Chen Xing, Yang Hu, and Luo Yuan. The remaining disciples of the Howren Sword Sect flanked and surrounded all the people who were fighting. Then, they quickly dismounted and formed the Origin Sword formation. The leader of the Howren Sword Sect, Elder Li Xian, who was at the peak of Wuzong Realm, said, "Devil Sword Sect, Shura Sect, you sneak-attacked my Howren Sword Sect. Today, my Howren Sword Sect will annihilate you and collect some interest first. Attack, leave no one alive." In his words, he ignored Zhenbu Gate and Qingcheng Mountain. However, the meaning behind his words was that he would eliminate the people from Zhenbu Gate and Qingcheng Mountain as well. Speaking of which, the grudge between Zhenbu Gate and Howren Sword Sect was quite deep. They had formed a grudge 1,000 years ago. The depth of the grudge was second only to the Howren Sword Sect's archenemy, the Devil Sword Sect. Even when the Howren Sword Sect was ambushed by a supersect of the Devil Dao, Zhenbu Gate was behind it. Especially when it came to the Xian Enyu Temple, the Howren Sword Sect and Zhenbu Gate had clashed many times. On top of that, the Devil Sword Sect and the Shura Sect were enemies. When they met, their eyes blazed with hatred, and they showed no mercy. After Elder Li Xian finished speaking, he wielded his longsword and used the Taishen sword art. He directly attacked Chen Xing, Yang Hu, and Luo Yuan. The other Howren Sword Sect elders also found their own opponents. The remaining 100 core disciples formed the Taishen sword formation and attacked the enemies. The Howren Sword Sect disciples who formed the Origin Sword formation also used the Origin Sword art. They cooperated with each other and attacked the disciples of the Righteous and Devil Dao who were frantically adjusting their direction. Chen Xing, Yang Hu, and Luo Yuan saw that Li Xian of the Howren Sword Sect was attacking the three of them at the same time. He actually wanted to fight the three of them alone. Immediately, they let out an arrogant roar and counterattacked. However, as the three of them exchanged blows, they were shocked to find that Li Xian's combat strength was off the charts. His sword was sharp and fierce, and Howren was unparalleled. They were all at the pinnacle of Wuzong, but Li Xian still had the upper hand against the three of them. How was this possible? It wasn't just Li Xian who was fighting the three of them. The other Howren Sword Sect elders were also fighting at least 2 or 3 people, and all of them had the upper hand. This was terrifying. When did the Howren Sword Sect become so powerful? It was simply unbelievable. Furthermore, the disciples of the Howren Sword Sect had formed some kind of sword formation. They only had about 3,000 people, but they were actually suppressing the 5,000 people of the Righteous and Devil Dao. They had an absolute advantage. While most of the disciples of the Righteous and Devil Dao were fighting with the Howren Sword Sect, there were still several hundred people who continued to fiercely attack the people of the Xian Enyu Temple who had less than 100 people left. At this time, the remaining people of the Xian Enyu Temple were basically all injured. They were like arrows at the end of their flight. Before the Howren Sword Sect could annihilate the enemy, they would be captured by the Righteous and Devil Dao. This was especially true for Ling Xinyu, who had already lost her ability to fight. As the young palace master of the Xian Enyu Temple, she was the focus of attention. 3 people of the early stage of Wuzong immediately rushed towards Ling Xinyu, wanting to capture her first. Seeing that the remaining people of the Xian Enyu Temple were in imminent danger, a heroic and ethereal figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Like a gust of wind, the ethereal and dreamy figure flashed through thousands of people and arrived at the battlefield where the people of the Xian Temple were fighting. The figure was dressed in green, standing tall and upright in the air. He stretched out his hand and flicked his fingers. Several condensed and sharp sword chi flew out, and the people who rushed towards Ling Xinyu were instantly pierced by the sword chi. They died instantly. Then, the figure in green snorted as if he didn't care at all. He lightly struck out with his palm. Suddenly, a huge shadow of a palm several feet in size appeared. Then, the huge shadow of the palm turned into several hundred small palm prints of the same size, covering a radius of 1 mile. They separately attacked the hundreds of people who were attacking the people of the Xian Temple. Each small palm print carried a huge amount of power and directly killed hundreds of people. In the blink of an eye, the people of the Xian Temple, who were originally on the verge of death, were saved. After rescuing the people of the Xian Temple, the figure in green turned around and faced the people of the Xian Temple. He continued to strike out with his palm. A strong wind appeared out of thin air. The wind was very strong, but it gently blew towards the people of the Xian Temple. The scattered people of the Xian Temple were swept up in the air, including Ling Xinyu and the 2 severely injured Grand Elders Li Meng and Li Han. Then, the figure in green continued to wave his hand. Nearly 100 medicinal pills appeared out of thin air and accurately shot into the mouths of the people of the Xian Temple. The people of the Xian Temple only felt that the medicinal pills melted in their mouths. Then, their internal injuries were gradually recovering. Just as the members of the Mystic Maiden Palace were about to express their gratitude, the azure-robed silhouette laughed lightly and vanished. So it turned out that he had already left. In the minds of the members of the Mystic Maiden Palace, there was only a glimpse of that immortal-like face and that azure-robed silhouette. Chapter 14. The Xian Temple disciples, who were not in any life-threatening danger, gathered together. Those with lighter injuries remained on guard, while the rest made use of the time to recover from their injuries. The Howren Sword Sect disciples, who were encircling the enemies from both the righteous and demonic sects, also passed by the Xian Temple disciples and continued to attack the enemies with their sword formation. Their coordination was flawless. Under Howren's swift and fierce sword techniques, the disciples of Zhunbu Gate, Demonic Sword Sect, and Azura Sect were killed by the Howren Sword Sect disciples every second. The Howren Sword Sect disciples, on the other hand, had great combat strength and formed a sword formation. Apart from a few disciples who suffered light injuries, no one died. This result truly shocked the Xian Temple disciples. On the other side, Wu Zongjing's 100-man battlefield, the true essence attacks that left his body spread out in a radius of 10 miles. Li Xian's opponents, Chen Xing, Yang Hu, and Luo Yuan, had already reached the place where the elders of the Howren Sword clan were fighting. As time passed, the advantage they had became more and more obvious, and there were already casualties on the side of the true martial sect and diabolism. Chen Xing, Yang Hu, and Luo Yuan took the time to observe the worsening situation on their side. Under the attacks of Li Xian from the Howren Sword Sect, the 3 of them were becoming more and more dangerous. They had already planned to escape, but Li Xian's attacks were too swift and fierce. It was very difficult for them to escape, and they became more and more anxious. If this continued, they would be wiped out sooner or later. On the other hand, Li Xian, who had the upper hand, was getting more and more comfortable as he fought. Ever since they cultivated Yi Tianzong's improved cultivation technique, the strength of everyone in the Howren Sword Sect had greatly increased. Naturally, sparring was unavoidable. However, because everyone's strength was increasing, and the main cultivation methods and martial skills they cultivated were almost the same, it was basically the same when they exchanged pointers with people of the same cultivation level. No one could do anything to the other. Bullying those who were of a lower cultivation level than oneself was too shameful. As for finding Yi Tianzong and his family to spar, that could only be said to be a joke. Back then, after everyone in the Howren Sword Sect had changed their cultivation method, everyone had recovered to their peak state through the medicinal pills concocted by Yi Tianzong. Then, Yi Tianzong gathered all the disciples and used his invincible strength to suppress everyone. The overwhelming pressure was like an endless mountain pressing down on everyone, making them unable to raise their heads. Similarly, Yi Tianzong's father, mother, and other family members also showed off their skills, showing off their strength as overlords that could suppress an area, dispelling the somewhat impetuous atmosphere in the Haoran sword sect. From then on, everyone automatically ignored Yi Tianzong and his family when sparring. They were on a completely different level, so who would be looking for trouble? Until today, when he was fighting against people from the Zhenbu Gate, the Demon Sword sect, and the Shura sect, who were of the same realm, Li Xian finally experienced what it felt like to have a sword in hand and the feeling of being able to bully the weak. The battle was exhilarating. Haoran's Taixian sword technique was unparalleled. His fierce and domineering attacks made the three people opposite him unable to raise their heads. The more he fought, the more comfortable he felt. He couldn't help but raise his head and shout, exhilarating. It wasn't just Li Xian, who was at the peak of Wuzong. The other elders of the Wu Zongjing realm and the disciples of the Haoran sword sect all felt the exhilaration of being able to bully the weak with their strength. As the powerful cultivators of the Wu Zongjing realm led by the Zhenbu Gate, the Demon Sword sect, and the Shura sect began to suffer losses, the battle began to tilt in the favor of the Haoran sword sect. Chen Xing, Yang Hu, and Luo Yuan, who had been trying to escape, didn't have the opportunity to do so. They could only brace themselves and continue to block Li Xian's attacks. In fact, what they didn't know was that no one could escape. Yi Tianzong had been guarding the periphery of the battlefield. As long as someone tried to escape from the battlefield, Yi Tianzong would appear in front of them in an instant and kill them with a slap. Now, Yi Tianzong was just watching the Haoran sword sect fight from the sidelines. He was just letting them train and gain some merit points. Yi Tianzong didn't lack combat experience at all. He had traveled through many worlds and cultivated step by step from a mortal to the mythical realm in his previous life. In thousands of years, Yi Tianzong had experienced countless battles. Now, the only thing he lacked was time and an environment that allowed him to break through. The current profound spirit world was filled with countless seals and restrictions that didn't allow him to break through. Although the immortal mansion had a cultivation paradise that was unaffected by the heavens and earth, Yi Tianzong's status as a junior disciple did not have the qualifications to enjoy this function. Fortunately, Yi Tianzong had already found a way. After the battle between the righteous and demonic paths, he would break the seal and allow the profound spirit world to gradually recover to its peak. With Yi Tianzong's methods, there was a high chance that he would become the master of the profound spirit world. There was no suspense in the battle. In less than 2 hours, the Haoran sword sect had wiped out all of their enemies, including Wu Zongjing's battle. No one was able to escape. The Haoran sword sect only had about 100 disciples who were lightly injured. No one died. It could be said that they had achieved a complete victory. After dealing with the corpses on the battlefield and burning them to prevent a plague, the Haoran sword sect's people rode away under the leadership of Li Xian, who was at the peak of Wuzong. During this time, they didn't pay any attention to the Xian Nu Temple's people who wanted to thank them. Looking at the Haoran sword sect's people leaving, the Xian Nu Temple's people who had barely recovered from their injuries felt very complicated. The two Xian Nu Temple's grand elders, Li Meng and Li Han, looked at each other. Li Meng smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that the Haoran sword sect won't forgive our Xian Nu Temple so easily. This time, the Haoran sword sect's trip won't be so easy." Li Meng, who was already over 100 years old, understood very well. The Haoran sword sect had entered the Xian Nu Temple's territory with the slogan of revenge. They had wiped out the forces brought by Zhenbu Gate, the Demon Sword sect, and the Shura sect, and left without paying any attention to the Xian Nu Temple. This meant that the Haoran sword sect had only helped them because of their past relationship. They hadn't forgiven the Xian Nu Temple for going back on their word. Li Han also sighed and said, "Yes, it's just that I didn't expect the Haoran sword sect's strength to become so strong. With only 3,000 people, they had wiped out 3 super sects. 3 first-rate sects had more than 5,000 people. Moreover, each of them was very strong. They could fight against several people in the same realm. Also, that magical sword formation was simply incredible. I really don't know how strong the Haoran sword sect is now. Although the Haoran sword sect was strong in the past, it wasn't so exaggerated. What happened to the Haoran sword sect in the past? When the pale-faced Ling Xinyu heard Li Meng and Li Han's words, she couldn't help but think of the illusory cyan-clothed figure and the handsome young face. She asked, "Elders, I think the cyan-clothed figure who saved our Xian Enyu temple from danger is more worthy of our attention. His strength is really unfathomable." Hearing Ling Xinyue's reminder, everyone in the Xian Enyu temple thought of the handsome and mysterious figure. With just a few casual movements, he had saved their Xian Enyu temple from danger. This kind of strength was completely beyond their understanding and imagination of Wu Zongjing. Perhaps only Wu Zongjing and above could do it. However, that face was so young. The current environment didn't allow anyone to surpass Wu Zongjing. Then, who was that figure? In the end, Li Meng said, "No matter who he is, I think that person should be from the Haoran sword sect. As long as our Xian Enyu temple can reach an understanding with the Haoran sword sect, it shouldn't be difficult to find out his identity. For now, let's send someone to inform the Xian Enyu temple of the current situation and let the temple master and the others know. Then, we'll settle down in a nearby city and recover from our injuries. At the same time, we'll wait and see if the temple master and the others have any other instructions." Hearing this, everyone agreed. They sent someone to pass on the message first. Then, they found a nearby city and waited for news from the Xian Enyu temple while recovering from their injuries. 3 days passed. Thanks to the medicinal pills given by the figure in green, the injuries of the Xian Enyu temple people recovered in just 3 days. It wouldn't affect their fighting ability. At the same time, they also received news from the Xian Enyu temple, instructing the Xian Enyu temple people to continue to the Haoran sword sect. They must reach an understanding with the Haoran sword sect. As long as it didn't cross the bottom line of the Xian Enyu temple, they were willing to pay any price. Knowing the attitude of the headquarters, the people of the Xian Enyu temple could only continue to head towards the Haoran sword sect with complicated feelings. There were less than 100 people left in the group of people from Mystic Maiden Palace. They moved quickly for fear of another accident. Although there would basically be no forces targeting Mystic Maiden Palace along the way after the Haoran Sword Clan wiped them out, it was better to reach the territory of the Haoran Sword Clan as soon as possible just in case. Who would have thought that the Haoran Sword Sect's territory would be safer than their own? It had to be said that this was a kind of mockery to the people of the Xian Enyu temple. In the world of martial arts cultivation, the weak were prey to the strong. The weak couldn't even guarantee the safety of their own territory. After more than 2 days of rapid travel, the group of people from the Mystic Maiden Palace finally arrived at the border between the Mystic Maiden Palace and the Haoran Sword Clan. They entered the area under the jurisdiction of the Haoran Sword Clan with some excitement, and from afar, they could see a towering and huge city standing on the road that they had to pass to reach the Haoran Sword Clan. Chapter 15. After entering the Haoran Sword Sect's territory, the people from the Xian Enyu temple could only see a wide and flat road that led directly to the towering city in the distance. The flat road was paved with unknown materials. Everyone rode on horses and drove the carriages, feeling that the road was very smooth and solid. It was far from the bumpy dirt road in the Xian Enyu temple's territory. Following the wide road, they finally arrived at the first city in the Haoran Sword Sect's territory, Zhenbian City. Zhenbian City was one of the first large cities that the Haoran Sword Sect had rebuilt. It guarded the borders of the Haoran Sword Sect, and its geographical and strategic location was very important. Zhenbian City was a square, and each wall was 10 zhong high and 20 li long. The profound spirit world was a world of martial arts, and individual strength made it easy to build a city. There were more than 1 million people living in the city. The Haoran Sword Sect sent 6 elders from the Wu Zongjing realm to oversee the city lord's mansion. 1 was in the late stage of Wuzong, 2 were in the middle stage of Wuzong, and 3 were in the early stage of Wuzong. There were also 500 disciples and attendants of various realms to assist the 6 elders in supervising everything in Zhenbian City. After passing through the identity check at the city gate, the people from the Xian Enyu temple finally entered Zhenbian City. It was only when the people from the Xian Enyu temple entered the city that their worried hearts finally relaxed, and they let out a long sigh of relief. Walking on the wide road in the city, The people from the Xian Nu Temple all looked valiant and heroic because of the Xian Nu Temple's martial arts. Their temperament was outstanding, and they attracted the attention of the people in the city. Many people stopped to look at the people from the Xian Nu Temple, and from time to time, they would discuss with the people around them. Ever since Yi Tianzong's potato, wheat, corn, rice, and sweet potatoes were introduced, the people under the Haoran sword sect's rule no longer faced a food crisis because of the explosion of food production. Other than the food that had to be handed over to the Haoran sword sect, every family had plenty of surplus food. The surplus food was sold to the Haoran sword sect at an appropriate price and stored in various cities. Now, they all had extra money to go shopping. Their complexions were healthy and brimming with happiness and wealth. They no longer had the predicament of the past. Seeing the happy and energetic appearance of the ordinary people in Zhenbian City and the lively scene on both sides of the wide road, Li Meng, Li Han, and Ling Xinyu were very surprised. Even in Xiannu City, the core area of the Xiannu Temple, there might not be such a prosperous and peaceful state of the people now. Under normal circumstances, the atmosphere in the border cities was tense and dignified, and the conditions were also relatively difficult. Although they were surprised by the prosperity and peace of Zhenbian City, the people from the Xiannu Temple did not stop. Instead, they went straight to the city lord's office to announce and negotiate, and obtain the clearance for the next city. After arriving at the city lord's office to announce their arrival, the city lord's office quickly sent a specialized receptionist to lead Li Meng, Li Han, and Ling Xinyu to the city lord's office's reception hall. The Haoran sword sect's late-stage Wuzong elder who oversaw this place received the three of them. The Haoran sword sect's elder Wu Zongjing who oversaw this place did not manage the specific affairs. Every city had a specialized administrator who was responsible for the daily operations. The elders and deacons who oversaw this place were only responsible for monitoring whether there were any unstable factors, such as rebellions, and whether there were any abuses of power. They were also responsible for making decisions on some important matters. Li Meng, Li Han, and Ling Xinyu successfully obtained the clearance. Although the Haoran sword sect's elder was not very fond of the Xiannu Temple, he still received them according to the normal procedures and did not cause any trouble. After confirming the identity and purpose of the Xiannu Temple's trio, he gave them clearance and sent them off. After obtaining the clearance and leaving the city lord's office, the Xiannu Temple's group found an inn to rest in because it was almost evening and it was not suitable for them to continue their journey. The group of people from Mystic Lady Palace who lived in the border city of the town no longer felt depressed. Because of the influence of the joyous and peaceful atmosphere in the city, many of the female disciples recovered their original girlish temperament and became lively and cheerful. Since there was nothing else to do, after eating dinner, except for some who did not want to move, the rest went out to stroll around the night market. The night market in Zhenbian City was very lively. It was brightly lit and there were many places to have fun. The Xiannu Temple's group strolled around for about 2 hours before returning to the inn and buying a lot of souvenirs. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. It had been 4 days since the Xiannu Temple's group entered the Haoran sword sect's territory. In these 4 days, the Xiannu Temple's group had seen a lot of things that were new to them. They had experienced the prosperous lives of the people under the Haoran sword sect's rule. They had seen public schools, public clinics, public toilets, cement-built city walls, houses, and roads. They had also learned about the Haoran sword sect's promotion of high-yield crops such as potatoes, wheat, corn, rice, and sweet potatoes. They had also learned about the basic body forging technique that was promoted throughout the territory. Although they did not obtain the contents of the basic body forging technique, it did not prevent them from clearly understanding the series of effects that the Haoran sword sect's actions would have. This kind of measure would effectively screen out disciples with outstanding aptitude on a large scale. In the Xiannu Temple's carriage, Li Meng, Li Han, and Ling Xinyu were silent. During these 4 days of travel, they had seen the great changes that had taken place under the Haoran sword sect's rule. This had a great impact on the three of them. In comparison, the living conditions and environment of the people in the Xiannu Temple's territory were like heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. As for the goal of this trip, The three of them could not help but feel a little uncertain and uneasy. Although they did not know the current strength of the Howren sword sect, based on the information that they had gathered, the changes in the Howren sword sect's territory had begun 3 years ago. It was obvious that the Howren sword sect's strength had definitely increased by leaps and bounds, far surpassing the current Xian Enyu Temple's strength by more than 5 times. In comparison, the Xian Enyu Temple's strength seemed to be dispensable. Then, could they still achieve the goal of this trip? Li Meng, Li Han, and Ling Xinyu felt a little uneasy and confused. However, in the current situation, they could only take one step at a time. The Xian Enyu Temple's group continued to travel for several hundred li. Finally, before the sun set, they arrived at the last and largest city in the Howren sword sect's territory, Howren City. After the Howren sword sect's reconstruction, Howren City's scale had greatly expanded. Combined with the topography of the Howren mountain range, the city was built using hard stones and cement. It was roughly square in shape. The city walls were 20 zhong high, and each side of the walls was at least 50 li long. Within the city, there were wide cement roads that extended in all directions. All kinds of basic facilities were very complete. There was also a large area in the city specially reserved for farming. There were also hundreds of deep wells, the purpose of which was to be self-sufficient in case the city was besieged. The permanent resident population had reached more than 5 million people. Looking at the towering and vast Howren City in the distance, the Xian Enyu Temple's group was very shocked. It was as if an ancient giant beast was crawling in front of them, intimidating all directions. Compared to it, the largest city in the Xian Enyu Temple's territory, Xian Enyu City, paled in comparison. The tall city walls of such a city were difficult to surmount even for the Wu Zongjing world. After calming down, the Xian Enyu Temple's group lined up and entered Howren City through inspection. Following the road signs, they walked on the wide cement roads that extended in all directions and went straight to the city lord's mansion in Howren City. As the last city under the Howren sword sect's headquarters, Howren City was also the last barrier. Every day, there were 10 Wu Zongjing elders and thousands of Howren disciples and deacons overseeing the city. In addition, the city itself had tens of thousands of defensive forces. It could be said to be impregnable. When they arrived at the city lord's mansion, they saw the leading elder of the Howren sword sect overseeing the city. After handing over the visiting card, the Xian Enyu Temple's group stayed in the inn arranged by the Howren sword sect in Howren City and waited for the Howren sword sect's reply. The next day, after receiving the Howren sword sect's reply, the Xian Enyu Temple's group went to the Howren sword sect's headquarters, Tiangang Peak, under the guidance of 3 Wu Zongjing late-stage elders. Under Yi Tianzong's replanning, Tiangang Peak had undergone earth-shaking changes. The mountain roads were widened and strengthened, and all the houses and palaces were built and expanded. According to the level of martial arts cultivation, the area was rationally divided, and dozens of training fields and competition arenas of different sizes were opened. At the foot of Tiangang Peak, there stood a gate that was 10 feet high, the Howren Gate. The Howren Gate was the only gate that led to the Howren sword sect. At this time, the group of Xian Enyu Temple's group was led by the 3 Howren sword sect elders through the Howren Gate and into Howren sword sect. They set foot on Tiangang Peak. On the mountain road of Tiangang Peak, the group of Xian Enyu Temple's group looked at the rows of houses and palaces on both sides of the mountain road, and listened to the 3 Howren elders proudly talking about the changes in the Howren sword sect during these years. Under the management and guidance of our young lord, our Howren sword sect has undergone earth-shaking changes. The structure and functions of our sect have become more perfect, and we don't have to worry about the future. The strength of our sect has increased rapidly. Now, our Howren sword sect isn't afraid of any forces. Hearing the elders of the Howren sword sect talking about Yi Tianzong's great achievements, the group of people from Xian Enyu Temple couldn't help but be curious about the mysterious young lord of the Howren sword sect. Unfortunately, the elders of the Howren sword sect only introduced Yi Tianzong's reform measures, but didn't mention the specific content or Yi Tianzong's personal information, which made the group of people from Xian Enyu Temple upset, but they didn't dare to ask for the details. After walking for about an hour, they arrived at the Howren sword sect's inner disciples area and stopped. One of the elders of the Howren Sword Sect said, "Today is the day of our Howren Sword Sect's biennial competition for the Dragon Phoenix list. Our leader and most of the senior members of the Howren Sword Sect are here. Now, come with me to meet them." After that, he led the group of people from Shen Nu Temple to Yi Howren and the other senior members of the Howren Sword Sect. At this time, Yi Howren and the other senior members of the Howren Sword Sect were sitting on the spectator stand in a very spacious square. In the square below, there were more than 10,000 disciples of the Howren Sword Sect. There were outer disciples, inner disciples, elite disciples, and core disciples of all levels, and all of them had signed up to participate in the competition for the Dragon Phoenix list. Outside the square, tens of thousands of disciples had gathered. They had come to witness the process of the Dragon Phoenix list competition. Chapter 16. Yi Tianzong had set up the Dragon Phoenix list tournament based on the Howren Sword Sect's Howren Disciples Tournament, which was held once every 3 years. Due to the better cultivation techniques and martial techniques provided by Yi Tianzong, as well as various medicinal pills, as well as the regular lectures on martial arts in the Martial Arts Lecture Hall, the Howren Sword Sect's disciples could be said to have improved very quickly. For this reason, Yi Tianzong had changed the triennial tournament to a biennial one. He had even given it a nicer name, the Dragon Phoenix List Tournament. There were also female disciples in the Howren Sword Sect. The number of female disciples had reached more than 20,000. There were even more female elders. However, compared to the male disciples, there were far fewer female elders. After Yi Tianzong had set up the Dragon Phoenix List tournament, the outer, inner, elite, and core disciples each had a Dragon Phoenix list. There were only 36 spots on the Dragon Phoenix list for each level. Based on the results of the tournament, the 36 people who obtained the spots would be rewarded with different merit points, medicinal pills, and martial techniques. Just the generous rewards alone were already much better than the previous grand competitions that were held once every 3 years. Although the Howren Sword Sect was named after the Sword Sect, it did not mean that the disciples of the Howren Sword Sect only cultivated sword techniques. After all, there would always be many disciples who were talented in fighting or using other weapons. Hence, the Howren Sword Sect had many different fighting techniques, martial techniques, saber techniques, spear techniques, and so on. Not to mention, there was also Yi Tianzong, who walked around the scripture hall in his human form. Yi Tianzong had a habit of collecting all kinds of cultivation techniques, martial techniques, books, and spiritual herb seeds that he saw. Although he might not be able to use them, Yi Tianzong would subconsciously collect them. After living in multiple worlds for thousands of years, Yi Tianzong had collected too many things, including a vast variety of martial techniques and cultivation techniques. Over the years, Yi Tianzong had also taken out fist techniques, palm techniques, leg techniques, body techniques, saber techniques, spear techniques, finger techniques, and so on during his free time. In addition to the various techniques that the Howren Sword Clan had in the past, it was enough for the disciples of the Howren Sword Clan to choose from. Under the guidance of the Howren Sword Sect elder, the Shen Nu Temple group came to the square and then to the spectator stand. They saw Yi Howren and the other higher-ups of the Howren Sword Sect waiting there. After the two sides greeted each other, Yi Howren, as the sect master of the Howren Sword Sect, calmly said to the people of the Shen Nu Temple, "Guests of the Shen Nu Temple have come from afar. It just so happens that our Howren Sword Sect's Dragon Phoenix List tournament is about to begin. Why don't we watch it together? If there's anything, we can discuss it after the tournament." Shen Nu Temple's Grand Elder Li Meng said modestly, "Since that's the case, let's do as Sect Master Yi said. Let's hold the tournament first and see the elites of the Howren Sword Sect. After that, we can discuss our trip." Yi Howren nodded and said, "All right then. Everyone, please take a seat. The tournament is about to begin." After saying that, he asked the people of the Shen Nu Temple to sit in the arranged seats one by one, waiting for the tournament to begin. The Dragon Phoenix List tournament was divided into 4 levels: outer, inner, elite, and core. The 4 levels of the tournament were held at the same time. The vast square was divided into 4 areas, and each area had 25 arenas. There were a total of 100 arenas where the tournament was held at the same time. The Dragon Phoenix List tournament lasted for a total of 3 days. Out of more than 10,000 participants, a total of 144 people were selected for the 4 lists. All of them were heroes who were invincible among the same level and could even fight above their level. Over the past 3 days, through the Dragon Phoenix List tournament, the people of the Xian-En-Yu Temple had a deep understanding of the various outstanding disciples of the Howren Sword Sect, as well as the unfathomable foundation and strength of the sect. Take Wu Ling's Dragon Phoenix List as an example. The young palace master of the Xian-En-Yu Temple, Ling Xinyu, originally thought that she was very good. However, after seeing Wu Ling's Dragon Phoenix List, she couldn't even defeat the person ranked 36th. One had to know that this was a young disciple like her, at most 23 years old. Some of them were even younger than her. This was a huge blow to her, and she felt as if she had lost her soul. What made her feel the most incredulous was that she had once heard the disciples of the Howren Sword Sect mention that the most outstanding person in the Howren Sword Sect was not the prodigies on the Dragon Phoenix List, but their Howren Sword Sect's young sect master, Yi Tianzong. The young sect master, Yi Tianzong, was as talented as his name implied. First, he quelled the rebellion of the vice sect master's faction. Then, he reformed the Howren Sword Sect. He improved the cultivation methods and martial arts techniques, created sword arrays, and made various plans and measures. The most shocking thing was that Yi Tianzong had reached the peak of Wuzong in his teens. Moreover, he was so strong that he was invincible. He was the strongest person in the Howren Sword Sect. Now, he was only 18 years old. When Ling Xinyu heard this for the first time, she could not believe that there was such a monstrous person in the world. However, a figure in green suddenly appeared in her mind. He had the same young face and mysterious strength. Could it be that the figure in green was the Howren Sword Sect's young sect master, Yi Tianzong? The Howren Sword Sect's strength and foundation were much more powerful and unfathomable than the Xian-En-Yu Temple had imagined. According to the information they knew, the Howren Sword Sect's strength had already surpassed the Zhunbu Gate, which was ranked first among the super sects. In fact, it had surpassed them by a lot. In comparison, the strength of the Xian-En-Yu Temple was really dispensable. This caused the people of the Xian-En-Yu Temple to feel uneasy and nervous. They could not help but feel pessimistic about the goal of this trip. There was no other way. The difference in strength was too big. What price could the Xian-En-Yu Temple pay to make up for the violation of the Howren Sword Sect's bottom line? Yesterday, the Dragon Phoenix List tournament had ended. Today, Yi Howren and several temple masters formally discussed the goal of this trip with the people of the Xian-En-Yu Temple in the Howren Main Hall. The people of the Xian-En-Yu Temple, who were already mentally weak, sat down a little cautiously. They sat opposite the Merit Temple Master, the Examination Temple Master, and the Administrative Temple Master. Yi Tianzong was no longer the Administrative Temple Master. He was replaced by Elder Zhao Xian, who was in the late stage of Wuzong. The Xian-En-Yu Temple's Elder Li Meng first said to Yi Howren, "Sect Master Yi, this time, we came here to form an alliance with your esteemed sect to deal with the war between the righteous and demonic paths in 4 years. I represent the Xian-En-Yu Temple, and I am willing to let the Howren Sword Sect lead the alliance. What do you think, Sect Master Yi?" Yi Howren said casually, "Oh, the war between the righteous and demonic paths. It is something that we have to face. However, the Howren Sword Sect's current strength is enough to deal with it. We don't need allies at the moment." After Yi Howren finished speaking, the Merit Temple Master, Wang Li, said in a strange tone, "Allies? Our Howren Sword Sect is strong enough to protect ourselves in the war between the righteous and demonic paths. We don't need any allies. Moreover, even if we want to form an alliance, what if we meet an ally who doesn't help us when we're in trouble?" Hearing Wang Li's words, Li Meng, Li Han, and Ling Xinyu, who were sitting opposite the Xian-En-Yu Temple, couldn't help but feel awkward. They knew that Wang Li was talking about the Xian-En-Yu Temple's failure to help them when they were in trouble. They knew that hiding it wasn't a solution. If they avoided responsibility, they wouldn't be forgiven by the Howren Sword Sect. Now that the Howren Sword Sect's strength was unfathomable, they could be at ease. However, the Xian-En-Yu Temple's strength was declining rapidly. The situation was grim. They couldn't say when they would be attacked by the Zhunbu Gate, the Demon Sword Sect, and the Azura Gate. They were meat on the chopping block, so they could only lay their cards on the table. After thinking about it, the Xian'enyu Temple's Li Meng said sincerely, "Sect Master Yi, the Haoran Sword Sect has taken care of our Xian'enyu Temple in the past. Last time, when the Haoran Sword Sect was besieged, our Xian'enyu Temple didn't come as per the agreement. Although there was a reason for this, it was indeed our Xian'enyu Temple's fault. We have let down the Haoran Sword Sect's constant support. Regarding this, I sincerely apologize on behalf of the Xian'enyu Temple. As long as it doesn't endanger the foundation of our Xian'enyu Temple, we are willing to pay any price, even if it means sacrificing our lives. We hope to obtain your esteemed sect's forgiveness and re-establish the alliance." After saying this, Li Meng bowed slightly to Yi Haoran. The Xian'enyu Temple directly laid their cards on the table, humbled themselves, and sincerely apologized. Furthermore, the Haoran Sword Sect's attitude of waiting to be slaughtered made Yi Haoran and the other temple masters feel a little uncomfortable. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. They couldn't help but curse in their hearts, "You're not playing by the rules. Didn't you just say a few more words to vent your dissatisfaction? Let's discuss it after you're done. You laid your cards on the table as soon as you came up, and your attitude of waiting to be slaughtered makes me feel very uncomfortable. You're acting so pitiful, as if we're bullying you. Are you kidding me? Why isn't there a female temple master here? That way, we won't have to open our mouths. How can we be cruel enough to slaughter you like this?" The atmosphere in the Haoran Hall suddenly quieted down, and it was a little strange and awkward. At this moment, Yi Haoran's wife, Su Mengshin, walked in and winked at Yi Haoran. Then, she sat down on the seat below Yi Haoran and said to the people of the Xian'enyu Temple, "I'm the temple master of the Haoran Sword Sect's Foreign Affairs Hall. I'm responsible for the external affairs of the Haoran Sword Sect. I was delayed by something just now, so I couldn't arrive in time. Now, I'm responsible for discussing the compensation of the Xian'enyu Temple with you." When Yi Haoran heard this, he was stunned. How come he didn't know that there was a foreign affairs hall in the sect? Then, he reacted and said to the people of the Xian'enyu Temple, "Yes, Temple Master Su is responsible for the external affairs of the Haoran Sword Sect. Next, Temple Master Su will discuss with you." After hearing Yi Haoran's words, the Hall Master of the Hall of Merit, the Hall Master of the Examination Hall, and the Hall Master of the Administration Hall reacted and echoed, "Yes, yes, Hall Master Su is the one in charge of negotiating with all of you. We will just watch." Seeing that Su Mengshin had suddenly appeared and destroyed the initiative, Li Meng couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. In a negotiation with a man, women often relied on their inherent weakness to gain the initiative. Just like Li Meng's behavior just now, she directly laid her cards on the table and sincerely admitted her mistakes. Then, she put herself in a weak position and bowed to Yi Haoran and the other juniors with her 100 years of age. This way, she directly put Yi Haoran and the others on the spot and scattered the aggressive momentum of Yi Haoran and the others. She also couldn't open her mouth and make the Xian'enyu Temple pay a heavy price. Li Meng, who had lived for more than 100 years, was very familiar with these negotiation techniques. She used them very successfully in her negotiations with Yi Haoran and the others. Of course, this method also depended on the person. For example, if a sect or person like the Haoran Sword Sect acted righteously and was close to the style of a gentleman, it would achieve good results. If they encountered an unreasonable person, they could only rely on strength to speak. Yi Tianzong, who had been paying attention to the situation in the main hall of Haoran, knew that the current situation was awkward. He immediately asked his mother, Su Mengshin, to step in. Su Mengshin wasn't like his grandmother, Li Meng. She didn't have any relationship with the Xian'enyu Temple. She also had the title of Temple Master of the Xian'enyu Temple and used a woman to deal with another woman. She immediately broke the plan of the Xian'enyu Temple and freed his father, Yi Haoran, and the others. She could also help his mother, Su Mengshin, stabilize the situation. Su Mengshin and the people of the Xian'enyu Temple were smiling insincerely. The atmosphere was harmonious on the surface, but in fact, there were hidden schemes. They were confronting each other with soft knives. They were going back and forth, and they couldn't wait to kill each other. Yi Haoran and the others couldn't help but secretly wipe away their cold sweat. Sure enough, negotiations should be left to the right people. They were more suitable to stabilize the situation. Chapter 17. Under the strong influence of Yi Tianzong's mother, Su Mengxian, after a seemingly friendly negotiation, the two sides finally reached a happy agreement on the matter of compensating the Haoran sword sect. The Xian Enyu Temple gave up 20% of its collection of elixirs and various materials to compensate the Haoran sword sect for their losses. 20% of the Xian Enyu Temple's thousands of years of collection could be said to be a huge price to pay, but Su Mengxian ruthlessly took advantage of it. It should be known that the Xian Enyu Temple occupied the Xian Enyu mountain range with a radius of over 1,000 miles. Just in terms of elixirs alone, they would obtain a large amount of herbs and elixirs every year. Although they would also use up a lot of herbs every year, there would always be a surplus. After thousands of years of accumulation, even 20% was difficult to estimate. Since Yi Tianzong started managing the Haoran sword sect 6 years ago, he had been constantly refining various elixirs. Although a large portion of the elixirs were from Yi Tianzong's collection, Yi Tianzong had also taken a corresponding amount of elixirs from the Haoran sword sect's treasury. Even with an unlimited supply of elixirs and the expansion of the disciples, the amount of elixirs consumed over the years could not compare to the amount of elixirs that the Xian Enyu Temple had given as compensation. It was more than enough to offset the losses of the Haoran sword sect. In addition to the various materials for weapons, the Haoran sword sect had really profited this time. If it was in the past, the Haoran sword sect would not have accepted this condition. This was because even if the Xian Enyu Temple had compensated with so many elixirs, it would not be of much use to the Haoran sword sect. It could not be effectively converted into strength. If they wanted to refine elixirs, they would only be ruthlessly taken advantage of by the Medicine King Valley. Not only the Haoran sword sect, but also the 15 supersects of the righteous and demonic sects. Other than the Medicine King Valley, the other supersects did not have the ability to refine elixirs in large quantities. The Medicine King Valley had the most skilled alchemists in the Central Plains. They had recruited countless experts and their strength had already reached the level of the supersects. Although they were one of the 8 supersects of the righteous sects, because of their uniqueness, all the supersects had a cooperative relationship with the Medicine King Valley. They were very popular among the righteous and demonic sects and even the Zhou dynasty. However, to ask the Medicine King Valley to refine elixirs, they had to be ruthless. 10 elixirs in exchange for 1 elixir was already not bad, and it depended on whether they had the time or not. After all, the Medicine King Valley did not want to refine elixirs. And the Zhou dynasty, the Haoran sect, the Medicine King Valley would not refine elixirs. The Medicine Valley would not have refined elixir refining elixirs of the sect. The supersects and the Zhou dynasty had been passed down for at least thousands of years. The history of the profound spirit world had been recorded for millions of years. It was impossible that they did not have the inheritance of alchemists. However, since the great change of the world 5,000 years ago, or more accurately, after the great calamity of the world, the entire profound spirit world had experienced a great calamity. Not even 1 out of 10 people survived. All the powers had suffered heavy casualties and many of their inheritances had been lost in history. Only the Valley of the Medicine Masters had been founded on the art of alchemy, so they had preserved most of their alchemist heritage. As for the other sects, there were basically not many left, which led to the current situation where the Valley of the Medicine Masters dominated the field of alchemy. Although the price of asking the Medicine King Valley to refine elixirs was very expensive, not using the elixirs would take up space. Eating them directly would be a waste and could even cause problems. Therefore, even if they were ruthlessly slaughtered, the various powers that asked the Medicine King Valley to refine elixirs were endless. However, ever since the appearance of Yi Tianzong, the elixirs that the Xian Enyu Temple gave as compensation were the best gifts to the Haoran sword sect. Yi Tianzong's alchemy skills were created by Yi Tianzong's experience in many different worlds and many different alchemists and alchemists. He also received the inheritance from Yi Tianzong when he became a junior disciple in the Immortal Mansion. Now, Yi Tianzong's alchemy skills were many times better than the Medicine King Valley. The Howren Sword sect no longer needed to look at the face of the Medicine King Valley for some elixirs. In the past few days in the Howren Sword sect, the people of the Xian Nu Temple also had a general understanding of the current situation of the Howren Sword sect. Although they were shocked, they were naturally very envious of the Howren Sword sect's ability to quickly refine elixirs in large quantities. After weighing the pros and cons, they also took out the elixirs as compensation, which was beneficial to the Howren Sword sect and also showed their sincerity at the same time. After discussing the compensation to the Howren Sword sect, Li Meng of the Xian Nu Temple took the opportunity to ask for the support of the Howren Sword sect and the purchase of elixirs. Su Mengshan said with a smile, "Sister, that's not right. Just now, we were just compensating the Xian Nu Temple for going back on the agreement with the Howren Sword sect. The agreement between us no longer exists. Since there is no agreement, you naturally can't obtain the support and elixirs of the Howren Sword sect." Her words destroyed Li Meng of the Xian Nu Temple's plan to be vague. Li Meng of the Xian Nu Temple was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She knew that she couldn't get away with it. Although she wanted to compete with Su Mengshan, the Xian Nu Temple couldn't wait. She simply said, "How about adding another 5% of the elixirs and materials?" Su Mengshan knew that it was about time, so she said seriously, "Okay, I agree to form an alliance with the Xian Nu Temple on behalf of the Howren Sword sect, but the Howren Sword sect must be the leader. In addition, the Xian Nu Temple's breach of the agreement is the last time. It must not happen again. If the same thing happens again, then don't blame the Howren Sword sect for being ruthless. Don't say that I didn't warn you." Li Meng, who didn't want to argue, said, "Okay, I agree to this alliance on behalf of the Xian Nu Temple. I guarantee that such a thing won't happen again in the future." Then Su Mengshan and Li Meng signed the alliance agreement. Yi Howren and the other temple masters of the Howren Sword sect were naturally very happy. They didn't expect that Su Mengshan would be able to get the Xian Nu Temple to compensate so many elixirs and materials. If they were the ones who negotiated, they would be thankful if they could get half of it. Now that they had formed an alliance, the relationship between the two sides was naturally much closer. In addition to their many years of friendship, Li Meng of the Xian Nu Temple brought up the main purpose of this trip. Sect Master Yi, the current situation of the Xian Nu Temple is very dangerous. Over the years, we have been suppressed and targeted by the Zhenbu Gate, the Demon Sword sect, the Shura sect, and other righteous and demonic forces. Our strength has been declining. Now, as the war between the righteous and demonic approaches, they are becoming more and more unscrupulous. They have even begun to blatantly kill and kidnap the disciples of our Xian Nu Temple. On the way to your sect, we were also ambushed by these sects. If it wasn't for your sect's timely assistance, we would have been doomed. This time, their scheme has failed, so they definitely won't let it go. Now, the Xian Nu Temple can be invaded at any time. I sincerely ask Sect Master Yi to support the Xian Nu Temple and save the 100,000 disciples of the Xian Nu Temple from being annihilated." Yi Howren said solemnly, "Elder Li Meng, rest assured. Since we have formed an alliance, our Howren Sword sect will naturally not stand by and watch when our allies are in trouble. Moreover, these sects have deep grudges with our Howren Sword sect. We have long wanted to teach them a lesson. However, the food and accommodation of our Howren disciples who are going to support them will still need to be taken care of." Li Meng said gratefully, "Thank you, Sect Master Yi. This is only natural. Our Xian Nu Temple will definitely take care of the basic necessities of your disciples. Then this time, our Howren Sword sect will send 2 peak Wuzong, 10 late Wuzong, 30 middle and early Wuzong elders, and 50,000 disciples to support the Xian Nu Temple. This kind of strength is enough to deal with the 100,000 people from Zhenbu Gate, the Demon Sword sect, and the Shura sect. I believe it will be enough to stabilize the situation of the Xian Nu Temple." Yi Howren said after thinking for a while. After witnessing the strength of the Howren Sword sect, the people of the Xian Nu Temple naturally knew how powerful 50,000 disciples and elders were. It could be said that this kind of strength had already surpassed the current strength of the Xian Nu Temple. Every super sect had enemies that they needed to guard against. Even if Zhenbu Gate, the Demon Sword sect, and the Shura sect wanted to annex the Xian'enyu Temple, the three super sects would not be able to send out such a powerful force. The danger of the Xian'enyu Temple could be resolved. Li Meng of the Xian'enyu Temple excitedly thanked Yi Haoran again and said, "Thank you very much for your help. From now on, our Xian'enyu Temple will definitely follow your sect's lead. We will never betray you." Hearing this, Yi Haoran nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, Ling Xinyu, who had been silent since entering the main hall of the Xian'enyu Temple, stood up and bowed to Yi Haoran. Her cold voice rang out and she asked, "Uncle Yi, this time our Xian'enyu Temple was ambushed. At the critical moment, a man in green saved us and killed hundreds of enemies easily. His strength is unfathomable. Do you know who this person is? On behalf of the Xian'enyu Temple, I would like to express my gratitude in person." Looking at Ling Xinyu, the young palace master of the Xian'enyu Temple, who was excellent in terms of figure, appearance, and temperament, Yi Haoran suddenly had an idea. It was time for his son to get married. This woman was worthy of Tianzong in terms of status, appearance, and temperament. Although her martial arts realm was a little low, reaching the late stage of the Wuling realm at the age of 20 was enough to prove her talent. There were many reasons why there were so many core disciples of the Wuling realm in the Haoran sword sect. In terms of talent alone, there was almost no one better than this woman. However, according to the rules of the Xian'enyu Temple, the young palace master was not allowed to marry outside the sect. It was a pity. But it was not right. If it was not necessary, the young palace master of the Xian'enyu Temple should not have come to this negotiation. She was not qualified to participate. Since she came, she would not just go through the motions. She must have a purpose. So what was the purpose? It could only be related to this negotiation and the alliance. However, in this negotiation, the Xian'enyu Temple had paid a price that satisfied the Haoran sword sect. They had compensated enough spiritual herbs and materials. Right, spiritual herbs. Yes, because of Tianzong, the Haoran sword sect could refine elixirs in large quantities. Therefore, compensating the Haoran sword sect with a large amount of spiritual herbs was the best choice for the Haoran sword sect. If Tianzong could not refine elixirs, the most sincere and effective way to appease the dissatisfaction of the Haoran sword sect was to violate the rules of the Xian'enyu Temple and let the young palace master of the Xian'enyu Temple marry the young palace master of the Haoran sword sect. And the most suitable candidate for the marriage was his son, Tianzong. However, after the Xian'enyu Temple came to the Haoran sword sect, they found a better way, so they changed their original plan of marriage. Yi Haoran, who had been the sect master for many years, quickly analyzed the ins and outs of the matter. Thoughts flashed through his mind, but he still decided to give it a try. So he said with a smile, "Oh? As you said, the man in cyan should be my son, Tianzong. Among the people who came down the mountain a few days ago, only my son has such strength." Hearing this, Ling Xinyu continued, "I once heard from your disciples that the most outstanding talent in the Haoran sword sect is your young master. He reached the peak of Wuzong when he was a teenager, and his strength can be said to be the best in the Haoran sword sect. Over the years, your young master has also participated in the improvement of your sect's strength. I wonder if I can have the honor of seeing your young master, so that I can express my gratitude on behalf of the Xian'enyu Temple." Hearing Ling Xinyue's words, Yi Haoran's heart lit up. "Oh, it seems that this little girl is interested in my son, Tianzong." Yi Haoran could see it, and so could Su Mengshan, who was smart and exquisite. As Yi Tianzong's mother, she was also satisfied with Ling Xinyu, who had an outstanding temperament and fair skin. Her son, Tianzong, was talented and had a bright future. He was destined to have more than one woman. There were also outstanding female disciples in the Haoran sword sect, but few could compare with Ling Xinyu in all aspects. After all, she was the most outstanding disciple of the Xian'enyu Temple, which had been passed down for thousands of years. It was not a disgrace for her to be one of her son's women. Chapter 18. As soon as Ling Xinyu said this, she immediately realized that something was wrong. However, she had never encountered such a situation before. Even though Ling Xinyu was an intelligent person, she could not help but blush shyly. The spacious and lofty Howren main hall fell silent for a moment. Everyone present, except for Ling Xinyu, was an experienced person who had lived for decades or even hundreds of years. In a moment, they all realized that the beautiful girl in front of them seemed to be interested in the Howren sword sect's young lord. Everyone had different expressions when they realized this. The temple masters of the Howren sword sect were naturally happy to see this. They were amazed by the charm of their young lord. He had actually attracted the most outstanding disciple of the Xian Enyu temple. On the other hand, the Grand Elder Li Meng and Li Han of the Xian Enyu temple had complicated expressions on their faces. They did not know what to do. If the rumors were true, then marrying the mysterious young lord would definitely be very beneficial for the Xian Enyu temple. Even if it meant breaking the rules of the Xian Enyu temple, it would be acceptable. However, now that they had already formed an alliance with the Howren sword sect, there was no need for a marriage alliance. However, the young lord seemed to be in danger. Could it be that she was really attracted to the young lord, whom she had only met once? Yi Tianzong, who had been using the power of his spirit to pay attention to the situation in the Howren main hall, was a little stunned. What was the meaning of this? Didn't I just save you guys when I saw that you were in danger? Was he really that outstanding? Yi Tianzong thought narcissistically. He did not have any feelings for Ling Xinyu of the Xian Enyu temple. It was not that Yi Tianzong's mentality had become old after thousands of years of reincarnation. In his eyes, Ling Xinyu was still a little girl. Yi Tianzong's mentality was still positive and full of vitality. It was just that he had become more mature and stable. Since he had embarked on the path of cultivation, Yi Tianzong believed that he should always maintain a lively and positive mentality. Yi Tianzong had always rejected the mentality of feeling old after living for a long time. As long as both parties were in love with each other, Yi Tianzong never thought that age was a problem. He did not have any feelings for Ling Xinyu mainly because Yi Tianzong had seen too many stunning women in the past thousands of years. Whether it was aptitude, appearance, temperament, perseverance, or other aspects, there were many who were not inferior to or even surpassing Ling Xinyu. Until now, Yi Tianzong only had 4 close female friends. They were still sleeping in the immortal mansion. They would only wake up and appear in the outside world after Yi Tianzong recovered to the realm of his previous life. As Yi Tianzong's close female friends, as long as Yi Tianzong did not die, they were destined to accompany him to explore the universe. Therefore, Yi Tianzong had very high requirements for his women. Although Ling Xinyu was the young palace master of the Xian Enyu temple and was very outstanding in the eyes of others, she still did not meet Yi Tianzong's requirements. Of course, no one could say for sure what would happen in the future. Ling Xinyu was originally a stunning beauty with an outstanding temperament. Perhaps Yi Tianzong would be tempted by her after she came into contact with him. While everyone in the hall was strangely silent, Yi Tianzong appeared in the Howren hall without anyone noticing. He sat to the left of Yi Howren and was still dressed in green. He said in a faint voice, "No need to thank me. It was nothing." His calm but clear voice echoed in the Howren hall. Everyone in the hall was shocked when they heard this. They looked at Yi Tianzong with shock in their hearts. No one knew when Yi Tianzong appeared and no one noticed him at all. He was really unpredictable. Ling Xinyu stared blankly at Yi Tianzong. Ever since Yi Tianzong rescued the people of the Xian Enyu temple, for some reason, the appearance of Yi Tianzong often appeared in Ling Xinyue's mind. Ling Xinyu felt as if she was possessed and the impression in her heart became deeper and deeper. Now that she finally saw the real Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue's usually calm emotions became turbulent and she couldn't calm down for a long time. It was as if she had seen the sweetheart she had been secretly in love with for a long time. Her cold and beautiful face blushed shyly and she was so excited that she couldn't speak for a while. Looking at Ling Xinyue's dazed and shy appearance, even with Yi Tianzong's strong mental state, he was speechless. Yi Howren, Su Mengxian, and the other Howren sword sect hall masters were naturally very happy. However, Li Meng and Li Han of the Xian Enyu temple were very uneasy and anxious. They couldn't understand why their usually cold and intelligent young palace master was so infatuated today. Perhaps Yi Tianzong had also underestimated how attractive he was to Ling Xinyu after going through 10 reincarnations and reaching the level of a heaven's pride. Yi Tianzong, who had reached the level of a heaven's pride, had long surpassed the level of an ordinary person. He was a very attractive and oppressive person to those with a lower level of life. Yi Tianzong had also noticed this problem, so he usually restrained his aura and pressure to avoid unnecessary trouble when interacting with his family and disciples. Even so, those who were close to Yi Tianzong would still faintly feel the pressure from Yi Tianzong's level of life. A few days ago, when Haoran's disciples went down the mountain to rescue the people of the Xian Enyu temple, Yi Tianzong had inadvertently released his aura and pressure when rescuing the people of the Xian Enyu temple from danger. Yi Tianzong, who was the first to be rescued by Ling Xinyu, bore the brunt of it and was affected the most. In addition, Yi Tianzong was as handsome as an immortal, and his strength was unfathomable. These days in the Haoran sword sect, Yi Tianzong's impression of Ling Xinyu became deeper and deeper. It was no wonder that Ling Xinyu, who was just an ordinary level of life, would act like this. Looking at Ling Xinyue's appearance, Yi Tianzong, who gradually understood the reason, couldn't help but feel a little helpless. This was really a wonderful and melodramatic scene. He didn't expect that a moment of carelessness would lead to such a result. However, no matter what, he had to take the blame. According to the current situation, it would be difficult for Ling Xinyu to get rid of his influence. Even if she didn't meet the requirements to be his woman, she could still be his maid. There was no reason for him to leave her alone. After changing his mind, Yi Tianzong took a closer look at the shy Ling Xinyu and was pleasantly surprised. Ling Xinyu still had the clear eye spirit body, but it hadn't been activated. It was probably because of the environment. The clear eye spirit body was a special body constitution for women. Women with this kind of body constitution had a cold temperament and character. When they cultivated, their hearts would be as clear as ice, and they wouldn't be shocked even if the sky collapsed. They would almost never suffer from qi deviation, and their cultivation speed would far exceed that of ordinary people. Cultivating with a woman with this kind of body constitution would also greatly reduce the risk of suffering from qi deviation. Moreover, once a woman with this kind of body constitution fell in love, she would never fall in love with another man. However, women with this kind of body constitution were also in a very dangerous situation. They were relatively popular in the universe. Once they were discovered by people with ulterior motives, they wouldn't have a good ending. Well, now he really couldn't get rid of her. As his plan unfolded, the profound spirit world would definitely return to its peak, and all kinds of hidden forces would reappear. Sooner or later, Ling Xinyue's body constitution would be activated and discovered by others. With the strength and background of the Xian Enyu temple, it was impossible for them to protect Ling Xinyu. It seemed that he had no choice but to take her in. After thinking for a while, Yi Tianzong, who had made up his mind, no longer had an indifferent attitude. What's more, how could a man be so shy? It wasn't like he was at a disadvantage. Thus, he stood up and looked at the bashful Ling Xinyu. His aura seeped out of his body and spread throughout the Haoran hall. A mountain-like pressure appeared in everyone's hearts. Li Meng and Li Han, who were being taken care of by Yi Tianzong, felt as if the heavens had collapsed. They were suppressed by the terrifying pressure to the point that they couldn't move or speak. Yi Tianzong waved his hand and a jade box filled with elixirs appeared in his hand. He walked step by step to Ling Xinyu and placed the jade box in her hands. Ling Xinyue's face was getting redder and redder. She lowered her head and didn't know what to do. He looked at Ling Xinyu and said, "This jade box contains 11 kinds of elixirs and medicinal powders that I refined. There are 3 portions of each elixir and medicinal powders. Before the battle between the righteous and the devil, if you break through to the peak of martial great master, I will marry you and make you my woman. In the years before the war between the righteous and the devil, you can go anywhere and find anyone to guide you in martial arts. If you can't do it, then it can only mean that you and I are not fated to be together." Ling Xinyu raised her head and looked at Yi Tianzong with her clear eyes. She gathered her courage and said firmly, "I will definitely cultivate to the peak of Wuzong. I definitely will." Chapter 19. Yi Tianzong nodded his head in satisfaction. In this world, was there anyone more suitable than him to guide Ling Xinyu on her martial path? Of course there wasn't, but Yi Tianzong wouldn't say it out loud. It would depend on whether Ling Xinyu could think of it or not. However, Yi Tianzong believed that Ling Xinyu would definitely think of it and come to him. Following which, Yi Tianzong removed the suppression on Li Meng and Li Han from the Xian Nu temple. Looking at the two people who were panting with anger, Yi Tianzong calmly said, "There's no need to be angry. I naturally have my reasons for doing this. I don't mind telling you that in the future, the profound spirit world will gradually return to the peak of the ancient era. At that time, there will be many powerful hidden holy lands, aristocratic families, and sects. Xinyue's physique is special. As her cultivation increases, once her physique is activated, with your Xian Nu temple's strength and foundation, you won't be able to protect her. At that time, it will be too late for you to cry. Don't think that I'm just trying to scare you. There's no medicine for regret in this world. I hope that your Xian Nu temple will not obstruct any of Xinyue's actions. I can represent the Haoran Sword sect to promise that as long as you don't cross the bottom line, you will always take care of the Xian Nu temple. Otherwise, you won't be able to stop me. When the time comes, even if I have to destroy your Xian Nu temple, I won't hesitate. Remember to tell your Xian Nu temple's temple master what I said. I never joke and always do what I say." Ignoring the ugly expressions on Li Meng and Li Han's faces, Yi Tianzong turned to Ling Xinyu and said, "Your Xian Nu temple's current situation isn't very good. This time, my Haoran Sword sect will help you get rid of the danger. You can't avoid fighting with Zhenbu Gate, Demon Sword sect, and Shura sect. Remember to pay attention to your own safety. I will instruct the elders and disciples to protect you." After speaking, Yi Tianzong turned into a gust of wind and left the Haoran Hall. Ling Xinyu watched as Yi Tianzong left and felt a sweet feeling in her heart. Her beautiful face couldn't help but reveal a happy smile, stunning everyone in the hall. Yi Haoran happily patted the armrest of the chair. "Good boy, it worked. This method of picking up girls is amazing." Su Mengxin was also happy that she didn't have to worry about her son's marriage anymore. The merit, administration, and examination hall masters praised their young sect master's domineering aura and charm. The Xian Nu temple's Li Meng and Li Han were frightened and angry. They couldn't help but ask, "Sect Master Yi, your young sect master is so overbearing and rude. He ignored the rules of our Xian Nu temple and wanted to take over our Xian Nu temple's young sect master. Are you not going to do anything about it?" Facing the Xian Nu temple's questioning, Yi Haoran didn't say anything. The administration hall master, Zhao Xian, immediately took the lead and said rudely, "You can't say it like that. Don't think that we don't know. Didn't you bring your young sect master here to form a marriage alliance with our Haoran Sword sect? You decided to break the rules of your Xian Nu temple, and you still have the nerve to question our young sect master. Besides, our young sect master is talented and has been a peerless genius for thousands of years. Do you think he needs to fool you? I already said that it's because your young sect master is special. Once exposed, your Xian Nu temple's strength can't protect her at all. You can only blame your Xian Nu temple for not having enough knowledge and strength. If you don't have enough strength, you're asking for your own destruction. Otherwise, do you think our Haoran Sword sect's young sect master has the leisure to play with you? This is our Haoran Sword sect. If it were any other super sect, who would talk reason with you and agree to support your Xian Nu temple? They would have taken action long ago. Is it because we've been too good to your Xian Nu temple and gave you the illusion that our Haoran Sword sect is easy to bully? Anyway, no matter what your Xian Nu temple thinks, as long as our young sect master gives the order, our Haoran Sword sect's hundreds of thousands of people will definitely fight for our young sect master at all costs." Zhao Xian, who had been learning from Yi Tianzong and was now promoted by Yi Tianzong to be the lord of the administrative hall, had long become Yi Tianzong's confidant. Now, in the face of the Xian Nu temple's questioning, as Yi Tianzong's father and the sect master of the Haoran Sword sect, Yi Haoran didn't know how to answer. However, he didn't have so many scruples and didn't hesitate to talk back. Although he had scruples about Ling Xinyue's identity as Yi Tianzong's woman and he couldn't be too arrogant and despotic, he didn't hide his threat to the Xian-Nu temple at all. Li Meng and Li Han of the Xian-Nu temple were both surprised and angry by Zhao Xian's words. They were surprised because they didn't expect their original plan to be seen through, and angry because Zhao Xian's blatant threat put them in an awkward position. On the other hand, on the Haoran Sword Sect side, Merit Hall Master Wang Li and Exam Hall Master Lin Chen immediately echoed Zhao Xian's words, expressing the determination of the Haoran Sword Sect. Yi Haoran and Su Mengshan looked at Zhao Xian with satisfaction and nodded slightly. No wonder he was supported by Tianzong. At the critical moment, he would come up with a plan. It was time to beat the Xian-Nu temple's people and let them recognize the reality and the dignity of the Haoran Sword Sect. At the same time, they could vent their anger. In this negotiation, it seemed that the people of the Xian-Nu temple had discovered that compensating the Haoran Sword Sect for the elixirs was more beneficial to the Haoran Sword Sect. In fact, it was a choice that the Haoran Sword Sect had made after discussion. As a super sect, the Haoran Sword Sect style of doing things tended to be the style of a gentleman. However, it was not lacking in the style of Jianghu that killed decisively and sought revenge for the smallest grievance. What it hated the most was betrayal. In the hundreds and thousands of years that the Haoran Sword Sect and the Xian-Nu temple had been on good terms, the Haoran Sword Sect had always taken care of the Xian-Nu temple. Even when the Xian-Nu temple was at war with the Haoran Sword Sect, the Haoran Sword Sect would try their best to take care of the Xian-Nu temple. Beautiful women were generally the source of trouble. Therefore, the Haoran Sword Sect was under a lot of pressure from all sides and made many enemies for no reason. However, more than 30 years ago, when the Haoran Sword Sect was attacked, the Xian-Nu temple ignored the alliance between the two sides and did not receive any support from the Xian-Nu temple for 10 days because of the pressure from Zhenbu Gate. This really made the Haoran Sword Sect bitterly disappointed and violated the bottom line of the Haoran Sword Sect. How could the Haoran Sword Sect just apologize and compensate the Xian-Nu temple for violating the bottom line of the Haoran Sword Sect? The Haoran Sword Sect had plenty of Xian-Nu temple and did not lack Xian-Nu temple. The reason why they only apologized and compensated the Xian-Nu temple and forgave the Xian-Nu temple and signed the alliance again was because of the hundreds and thousands of years of relationship between the two sides. In such a long period of time, many disciples of the Xian-Nu temple married into the Haoran Sword Sect. It was not easy to break off the relationship. On the other hand, the Haoran Sword Sect also had their own plans. After the betrayal, even if the two sides signed the alliance again, they would definitely not be able to return to their previous relationship. The Haoran Sword Sect would also not work hard to take care of the Xian-Nu temple. Under Yi Tianzong's suggestion, as he and the Haoran Sword Sect made their moves in the future, the profound spirit world would gradually recover its vitality. Various inheritances and powers would also appear. With the foundation and strength of the Xian-Nu temple, sooner or later, they would not be able to hold on and be annexed. Rather than letting others take advantage of them, it was better to use the alliance now to slowly nibble away at the Xian-Nu temple. This time, they sent more people to support the Xian-Nu temple. On one hand, they could let the disciples who had not experienced actual combat gain experience and accumulate merit points. On the other hand, they could let the Haoran Sword Sect's disciples recruit more disciples of the Xian-Nu temple. The Xian-Nu temple was full of women, and the Haoran Sword Sect's female disciples were obviously much fewer than the male disciples. Marriage was a problem. Leaving the Xian-Nu temple's great resources and not actively using them was simply a waste. Mainly because of these two considerations, the Haoran Sword Sect seemed to have easily forgiven the Xian-Nu temple. However, this did not mean that they did not want to teach them a lesson and vent their anger. Chapter 20. Their original plan was to say a few harsh words at the beginning of the discussion with the Xian-Nu temple about the purpose of this trip, to vent their dissatisfaction from being betrayed, and to knock the Xian-Nu temple down a notch. They didn't expect that the Xian-Nu temple's Li Meng would directly admit her mistake and lay her cards on the table, making them unable to vent their anger. As a result, the Xian-Nu temple's administrative hall master, Zhao Xian, had fiercely rebuked them, which made them very angry. They finally vented their anger. The atmosphere in the Haoran Hall became tense with the words of the several hall masters. As the sect master, Yi Haoran had vented his anger and achieved his goal of knocking the Xian Nu temple down. It was time to come out and save the situation. So he coughed lightly and said to Zhao Xian and the other hall masters seriously, "Well, now that the Xian Nu temple and our sect have formed an alliance, we are allies. Your words are a bit too much. In the future, don't mention such things again, or you will be severely punished." Zhao Xian, Wang Li, and Lin Chen tacitly stood up and said, "Yes, sect master, we know our mistakes." Seeing the three admit their mistakes, Yi Haoran nodded with satisfaction, and then said to Li Meng and Li Han, who were still angry, "Two elders, my sect's people were too aggressive with their words just now. Here, I apologize on behalf of them. Please rest assured that our Haoran sword sect will not fight with our allies for no reason. As for the matter of my son and niece, since you have this intention from the beginning, I think it's better to let nature take its course. Both sides won't interfere, and let the younger generation make their own choice. No matter what the final result is, it's their own choice, and they can't blame others. What do you think?" Yi Haoran tried to smooth things over, but the hidden meaning in his words was that he did not hesitate to support his son. After all, the result was obvious. The young master of the Xian Nu temple in front of him was obviously in his son's hands, and could not escape. Li Meng and Li Han were both over 100 years old. Of course, they could tell. Although he was angry, who asked the Xian Nu temple to be weak? For the sake of the Xian Nu temple's safety, he had no choice but to lower his head. Otherwise, if he stubbornly refused, the Haoran sword sect's support would definitely be in vain. He and the others would have made a wasted trip and completely cut off the opportunity to continue being friends with the Haoran sword sect. Sighing bitterly and helplessly in her heart, Li Meng said in a stiff tone, "Well, for the sake of the relationship between your sect and my Xian Nu temple, I agree on behalf of the Xian Nu temple." The hidden meaning in his words was that if it was not for the sake of the Xian Nu temple's safety, they would definitely not agree. He was implying that the Haoran sword sect was taking advantage of the situation and was not doing things properly. Yi Haoran, who understood his meaning, smiled faintly and did not care. He continued, "In that case, my Haoran sword sect will now prepare the manpower. Everyone, please rest first. Tomorrow, my Haoran sword sect disciples will follow you back to the Xian Nu temple to resolve the crisis of the Xian Nu temple." Everything was a foregone conclusion. Li Meng and Li Han of the Xian Nu temple could only bring the silent Ling Xinyu back to their resting place, pack their luggage, and wait quietly for tomorrow. In the face of the silent Ling Xinyu, Li Meng and Li Han, as the grand elders of the Xian Nu temple, finally sighed helplessly and did not say anything. The most important thing now was to rescue the Xian Nu temple, which was in a critical situation. This problem should be left to the temple master to worry about. Soon, the next day arrived. The 50,000 disciples and dozens of elders selected by the Haoran sword sect had already gathered in the vast square. The 50,000 Haoran disciples, who already knew the purpose of this trip, lined up neatly in high spirits. Their soaring momentum fiercely shocked the people of the Xian Nu temple. Looking at the neat rows of Haoran disciples below, Yi Haoran said with satisfaction. His clear voice rang in everyone's ears. "The purpose of my Haoran sword sect this time is to rescue our ally, the Xian Nu temple, from the crisis. I don't need to say anything else. I only have one request, and that is to pay attention to your safety. Under the condition that you protect yourselves, ruthlessly teach the Zhunbu Gate, the Demon Sword sect, and the Shura sect a lesson. Let them pay with their blood and show the might of my Haoran. Let's go." After saying that, the 50,000 disciples of the Haoran sword sect, led by dozens of elders, followed the people of the Xian Nu temple and left Qiangang Peak, heading towards the Xian Nu temple. Before leaving, Ling Xinyu of the Xian Nu temple couldn't help but look back in the direction of the Haoran sword sect, hoping to find the figure in her heart. However, in the end, she didn't see him. Protect yourself well and strive to cultivate to the peak of Wuzong as soon as possible. The days ahead won't be peaceful. If you have any difficulties, go to the elders of the Haoran sword sect. They will protect you. Just as Ling Xinyu was feeling disappointed, a voice like a breeze entered her ears. Her dim eyes instantly flashed with a bright radiance. I will come and find you. Murmuring softly, Ling Xinyu followed the group and left Qiangang Peak, disappearing into the distance. On the wide and flat cement road, the group of 50,000 people from the Haoran sword sect and the Xian Enyu temple moved quickly in a grandiose manner. There was no end in sight. Other than the Xian Enyu temple and a small number of Haoran sword sect disciples, most of the people of the Haoran sword sect were sitting on a long carriage. This long carriage was made by Yi Tianzong according to the appearance of the bus on Earth in his first life. He modified the carriage in the profound spirit world. The material was an extremely hard iron bell wood that was unique to the profound spirit world. Long wooden benches were installed around the carriage and there were windows. The carriage still had 4 wheels, but it was pulled by 4 horses. One carriage could seat 30 people. At this moment, in one of the carriages, an elite disciple of the martial master realm said, "Did everyone know that we are going to the Xian Enyu temple this time to help them out? The young sect master also gave us 2 missions. The first is to pay attention to the Xian Enyu temple young sect master who has taken a fancy to the young sect master. The second is to abduct as many disciples of the Xian Enyu temple as we can." Another disciple of the martial master realm said, "Hey, how could we not know? I heard that the young sect master specially emphasized that we can abduct as many disciples as we want. If there are any problems, he will take responsibility. In my opinion, our young sect master is really righteous. He knows that we don't have many female disciples in the sect, so he asked us to think of a way from the Xian Enyu temple. It is said that the female disciples of the Xian Enyu temple are all carefully selected. They are all very beautiful." When he said this, everyone in the carriage showed an expression that said, "You know what I mean." Similar scenes appeared in the other carriages. The disciples of the Haoran sword sect couldn't wait to rush to the Xian Enyu temple and see the beauty of the Xian Enyu temple's disciples. Thousands of miles away in the Xian Enyu mountain range, on the steep and beautiful Xian Enyu peak, all the higher-ups of the Xian Enyu temple gathered in the Xian Enyu palace. The Xian Enyu temple and the Haoran sword sect were the same. The headquarters of the entire sect was located on the outskirts of the Xian Enyu mountain range, the main peak of the Xian Enyu mountain range, Xian Enyu Peak. The Xian Enyu mountain range was famous for its beauty. In the area with a radius of thousands of miles, there were countless beautiful mountains. Under the influence of nature, it had a gentle and tranquil atmosphere. It was naturally suitable for a female sect to be located in. The Xian Enyu Palace was the meeting place of the Xian Enyu Temple. It was spacious and decorated beautifully. It didn't lose its solemn and dignified aura. It was a beautiful place with beautiful scenery. In the Xian Enyu Palace, the palace master of the Xian Enyu Temple, Zi Yunxian, was sitting on a white jade lotus chair. She was wearing a light purple dress with lotus patterns on it. She had a graceful and mature bearing. On her cold and flawless face, her phoenix eyes were like the autumn water. Her long hair was tied up and she was constantly emitting a holy and cold temperament. At this moment, Zi Yunxian was holding a piece of paper in her right hand. There was only a simple sentence on the paper. It said, "After negotiations, we have formed an alliance with the Haoran sword sect. The price is 25% of the elixirs and materials. We have sent 2 of Wuzong's peak experts to lead dozens of elders and 50,000 disciples to provide support." This simple sentence caused Zi Yunxuan's cold face to reveal a beautiful smile, as if she was relieved of a heavy burden. Looking at the various elders, Zi Yunxian opened her red lips and said, "Everyone, I have just received news from Elder Li Meng. After negotiations, our Xian Enyu Temple has paid 25% of our elixirs and materials to appease the dissatisfaction of the Haoran sword sect. We have also formed an alliance with the Haoran sword sect once again. Now, the Haoran sword sect has sent 2 of Wuzong's peak experts to lead dozens of elders and 50,000 disciples to provide support. They should arrive in about 5 days. Chapter 21. Hearing this news, the heavy atmosphere in the Xian Enyu Palace instantly lightened up. Most of the higher-ups in the Xian Enyu Temple heaved a sigh of relief. However, when the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. As a super sect with thousands of years of history, although the Xian Enyu Temple's strength was the weakest among the super sects, there were still different factions in the palace. Therefore, the news that was supposed to make everyone happy still had someone standing out to pour cold water on it. How did the two elders, Li Meng and Li Han, negotiate for the 25% of the elixirs and materials collected by our Xian'enyu temple? They actually agreed to such a huge price. They really have ulterior motives. They don't care about the interests of our Xian'enyu temple. A woman who was sitting slightly lower than Zi Yunxian said. She was wearing a green robe and had a mean face. Her words were harsh and arrogant. This person was the vice palace lord of the Xian'enyu temple, Lin Guyue. Every super sect had a vice sect lord. However, the vice sect lord of the Haoran sword sect had all been eliminated by Yi Tianzong. Even the position of vice sect lord was removed. Lin Guyue's cultivation was one realm lower than Zi Yunxian, who was in the middle stage of Wuzong. She was only in the early stage of Wuzong. Both of them were about the same age. However, Lin Guyue was narrow-minded. She was not convinced by Zi Yunxian and always went against her. Until Zi Yunxian became the palace lord of the Xian'enyu temple and Lin Guyue became the vice palace lord, Lin Guyue's resentment had turned into deep hatred. Zi Yunxian was the most outstanding disciple of the Xian'enyu temple. She first became the young palace lord and then the palace lord. Naturally, she had outstanding wisdom and foresight. She was very clear about the situation of the Xian'enyu temple. She understood the awkward position of the Xian'enyu temple. Therefore, she always wanted to be on good terms with the Haoran sword sect. They should be allies and help each other. However, Lin Guyue was the vice palace master of Xian'enyu temple. He was narrow-minded and he was not convinced by Zi Yunxian. Thus, he did not think too much about it. As long as it was something that Zi Yunxian agreed with, even if it was beneficial to the Xian'enyu temple as a whole, she would not hesitate to oppose it. She had completely placed her personal grudges and personal interests above the Xian'enyu temple. The reason why Lin Guyue was so mean and arrogant and did not care about the interests of the Xian'enyu temple. He was still stable in his position as the vice palace master. This was because Lin Guyue's ancestor, who had reached the Marquis Wu realm, was sleeping in the secret realm of the Xian'enyu temple. During the last battle between the righteous and demonic forces, he had awakened to protect the foundation of the Xian'enyu temple. In addition, Lin Guyue's Lin family was a famous family in the Xian'enyu temple. Her aunt was once married to a powerful elder of the Zhenbu Gate. Therefore, Lin Guyue's position as the vice palace master was secretly supported by the Zhenbu Gate. Compared to Lin Guyue, Zi Yunxuan's background was not as good as Lin Guyue's. She relied on her own hard work and wisdom to pass through many tests and stood out. She also did not have an ancestor who was sleeping in the secret realm. On the other hand, Wu Zongjing did not have the qualifications to sleep in the secret realm to prolong his life. Therefore, since the great change of the world 5,000 years ago, the vitality of the world had weakened. Especially in the recent few hundred years, when Wu Zongjing had become the peak of the martial arts world, the previous palace masters of the Xian'enyu temple either died of old age or died in the battle between the righteous and demonic forces. The previous Xian'enyu temple palace master died in the battle between the righteous and demonic forces. Therefore, compared to Lin Guyue, Zi Yunxian, who lacked support and backing, could be said to have a difficult life in the Xian'enyu temple. Previously, when the Haoran sword sect was ambushed and besieged, Zi Yunxian advocated for the Haoran sword sect to provide support even if the Zhenbu Gate was pressuring them. This was because Zi Yunxian was very clear that once the Haoran sword sect suffered heavy losses, they would not be able to take care of anything else. Then, the pressure that the Xian'enyu temple had to bear would all fall on her head. Even with the help of the Haoran sword sect, they would still be oppressed. Once they lost the support of the Haoran sword sect, the Xian'enyu temple would definitely be in a difficult situation. However, even though Zi Yunxian had clearly explained the pros and cons, the elders and disciples of Zi Yunxuan's faction all voiced their support. However, Lin Guyue, who had long hated Zi Yunxian, completely ignored them. He used the pressure from the Zhenbu Gate as an excuse to pester them endlessly. He firmly refused to support the Haoran sword sect. In the end, even the neutral faction of the Xian'enyu temple was persuaded by Lin Guyue. Thus, The matter of supporting the Howren Sword sect came to an end. However, as the Howren Sword clan suffered heavy losses and recuperated in a low-key manner for decades, the situation of the Mystic Maiden Palace could be said to have been deteriorating. They had been targeted and suppressed by the forces of the righteous and demonic sects. In particular, as the strength of the Mystic Maiden Palace continued to weaken over the years, the suppression that was originally secretly suppressed had become blatant and unscrupulous. Seeing that the situation was getting worse and getting out of control, the people of the Xian Nu Temple could no longer sit still. They no longer agreed with Lin Guo's idea. Instead, they supported the suggestion of the palace master, Zi Yunxian. They sent the two supreme elders who supported Zi Yunxian and the young palace master, Ling Xinyu, to the Howren Sword sect to re-establish the alliance. The Xian Nu Temple, who had always understood the way the Howren Sword sect did things, naturally knew that the betrayal of the alliance would not be easily appeased by the Howren Sword sect's dissatisfaction. Therefore, they were already prepared in their hearts. They were even prepared to break the rules and marry the young palace master. However, according to the information from the palace master, Zi Yunxian, they had to pay a price of 25% of the elixirs and materials. Was this a high price? The people of the Xian Nu Temple who did not understand the situation of the Howren Sword sect would naturally think that this price was worth it. After all, if the elixirs were not stored for a long time, they would become ordinary elixirs. Using some impractical elixirs in exchange for the support of the Howren Sword sect was a price that most of the people of the Xian Nu Temple were willing to agree to. It was even better than what they had expected. Therefore, in the face of Lin Guo's unreasonable pestering and distorting of right and wrong, a supreme elder who was wearing a white brocade robe could not help but refute. Using 25% of impractical elixirs and materials in exchange for the Howren Sword sect's alliance is a very reasonable price. What's wrong with this? Could it be that you can think of a better way than this? You're the one who's trying to stir up trouble and stir up trouble. I think you're the one who doesn't care about the interests of the Xian Nu Temple. Are you still thinking of giving the disciples of the Xian Nu Temple to the Zhenbu Gate? Lin Guo did not expect that the Supreme Elder, who had always been relatively neutral, would refute her so directly. This made her very angry. Before she could say anything, the Supreme Elder continued rudely, "Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the support of the Zhenbu Gate. The Xian Nu Temple was not established for you alone. In the past, because of you, we became enemies with the Howren Sword sect, causing the Xian Nu Temple to become weaker and weaker. We had no choice but to use your method to feign civility with the Zhenbu Gate. Now that the Howren Sword sect's support is about to arrive, there's no need for you to use a high-sounding excuse to betray the disciples and interests of the Xian Nu Temple. Don't even think about putting your personal grudges above the Xian Nu Temple's. If it wasn't for your ancestor in the secret territory, what qualifications do you have to be the vice palace master?" Such a sharp reprimand not only made Lin Guo very angry and unprepared, but even Zi Yunxian and the others were also very surprised. They did not understand why the Supreme Elder, Li Qingsha, who had always been neutral, suddenly changed her attitude. She did not care about Lin Guo's face at all. Every word she said hit Lin Guo's vital points. Every word she said was simply irreconcilable. As the palace master, Zi Yunxian was shocked for a moment before she reacted. She remembered the identity of the Supreme Elder, Li Qingsha. The Supreme Elder, Li Qingsha, was also born in a scholarly family in the Xian Nu Temple. Her family's strength was not comparable to Lin Guo's family. However, he had an elder sister, Li Qingya, who was also an outstanding disciple in the Xian Nu Temple. However, she was married to the young sect leader of the Howren Sword sect, Yi Howren. Now, she was the mother of the sect leader of the Howren Sword sect, Yi Howren. Based on the grudge between the Howren Sword sect and the Zhenbu Gate, Li Qingsha definitely did not want to get along with Lin Guo, who was supported by the Zhenbu Gate. However, if it was not an important matter in the Xian Nu Temple, the Supreme Elder was not allowed to participate in the decision-making. Previously, when they were deciding whether to support the Howren Sword sect, Li Qingsha did not participate in the decision because she was in seclusion to break through to the next realm. The neutral faction that was on the same side as her did not know about her elder sister's matter. Without her leadership, they were also persuaded by Lin Guiyue. When she came out of seclusion, everything was settled. Li Qingshe, who knew that the matter was settled, did not say anything because the Haoran sword sect had suffered heavy losses. She endured it silently. Chapter 22. Li Qingshe, who had endured silently, continued to maintain her neutral role in the Xian Nu temple. On the surface, she did not participate in the battle between Zi Yunxian and Lin Guiyue. However, in reality, she had secretly sabotaged Lin Guiyue's plans several times to prevent Zi Yunxian from being in a disadvantageous position. As for her sister Li Qingya's marriage to the Haoran sword sect, the two sisters' master had the intention to help them. After some manipulation, Li Qingya left the Xian Nu temple. After another year, she quietly married Yi Yuanshan. Therefore, not many people in the Xian Nu temple knew about it. Coincidentally, the previous palace master of the Xian Nu temple knew about it and told Zi Yunxian about it. However, Li Qingshe had always been very neutral. Lin Guiyue had also been constantly opposing her. This made Zi Yunxian very annoyed. Over time, Zi Yunxian had forgotten about this matter. If she did not hear the news today that the Haoran sword sect had sent a strong force to help Zi Yunxian would not have remembered that Li Qingshe had such a relationship with the Haoran sword sect. After understanding the reason, Zi Yunxian could not help but feel relieved. Her mood improved a lot. Her cold and charming red lips curled up into a beautiful arc. It seemed that the battle between her and Lin Guiyue would not be so difficult in the future. All these years, Lin Guiyue had relied on the support of the Zhenbu Gate and the influence of her ancestors. She had always had the upper hand in the battle with Zi Yunxian. When had she ever been reprimanded so mercilessly? She was already narrow-minded. She was so angry that she could not say anything. Because of the atmosphere, her face became distorted. She looked at Li Qingshe with hatred. Looking at Lin Guiyue, who was staring at her with hatred, Li Qingshe did not care at all. She continued to say mercilessly, "What are you looking at? Am I wrong? You are such a narrow-minded person. How many disciples of the Xian Nu temple have you betrayed? You are not worthy to be the vice palace master of the Xian Nu temple." After speaking about Lin Guiyue, Li Qingshe changed the topic and said, "I agree with Elder Li Meng and Elder Li Han's negotiation. Since the Haoran sword clan's support is already on the way, we should also prepare to receive the people of the Haoran sword clan. The true martial sect, the demon sword clan, and the Shura clan's conspiracy failed last time, and they definitely won't let it go easily. It won't be long before they attack again. Now, our Mystic Maiden Palace has to be on guard, and we can't take any chances. As for those who have been betraying the interests of the Mystic Maiden Palace, we can't count on them. Palace Lord, what do you think?" Zi Yunxian maintained a calm expression and said, "Elder Li Qingshe's words are exactly what I want. Let's do it this way. When everyone returns, we can start preparing." Lin Guiyue, who was already flustered and exasperated, shouted, "I object. I don't agree with this." However, the situation had changed. The neutral faction and Zi Yunxuan's faction that obeyed Li Qingshe's orders had already surpassed Lin Guiyue's faction by a lot. Now that the Haoran sword sect's reinforcements were about to arrive, they no longer had to worry about the influence of Zhenbu Gate. Other than Lin Guiyue's faction, no one cared about Lin Guiyue's shouting. Li Qingshe looked at Lin Guiyue, who was shouting, and said, "Uneducated idiot. Get out of my way." After saying that, Wuzong's peak qi aura seeped out from his body and suppressed Lin Guiyue, who was only at the initial stage of Wuzong. Then, he walked out of the Xian Nu temple and left. Following Li Qingshe's departure, most of the people in the Mystic Maiden Palace also left. Only Lin Guiyue's faction and Lin Guiyue, who was suppressed by Li Qingshe's qi aura, were left. Lin Guiyue shouted angrily and smashed the chair beside him with his palm. "You've gone too far. Li Qingshe, you old bastard. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear your body into pieces." Lin Guiyue's crazy appearance made the other elders who stayed in the Mystic Maiden Palace sigh. Their hearts were filled with faint regret. After the meeting, The elders led the disciples of the Xian Nu temple to prepare for the upcoming changes and the people of the Howren sword sect. When Lin Guo returned to his residence, he was still so angry that he broke the tables, chairs, and vases in his room. After venting his anger, he finally calmed down and said with a cold expression, "I want all of them to die. The Xian Nu temple must belong to me. You've finally made up your mind. If you had listened to me earlier, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. When are you going to do it?" Suddenly, a man's voice came from behind Lin Guo. A middle-aged man wearing a blue brocade robe walked out of the room with a sinister expression and an evil aura. According to the fluctuation of his qi aura, he was at the late stage of wuzong. He hugged Lin Guo from behind and caressed Lin Guo's body wantonly with both hands. A man at the late stage of wuzong was hiding in the room of the deputy temple master of the Xian Nu temple. If this news spread out, it would definitely shock the Xian Nu temple. However, according to the man's tone and actions, it was obvious that he was very close to Lin Guo. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so unscrupulous. Lin Guo, who was in the arms of the middle-aged man, did not resist at all. She let out a comfortable moan, but then she said in a cold voice, "Get all the people ready, we will take action the day after tomorrow. There are still 5 days before the people of the Howren sword clan arrive. I will put the muscle-weakening powder in their food. As for the rest of the martial ancestor realm people, the people of your true martial sect should be enough to deal with them. When the time comes, remember what you promised me. I want to be the palace lord of the mysterious lady palace. Also, Zi Yunxian and Li Qingsha, those two bitches, I want to personally torture them and let them suffer all kinds of humiliation, so that they would rather die than live." It turned out that the sinister-looking middle-aged man was sent by the true martial sect. The middle-aged man became more and more unscrupulous as he tore Lin Guo's clothes with both of his hands. Her white jade-like skin was exposed to the air. The middle-aged man took out a rope from his back and tied Lin Guo's hands behind her back without any pity. He then said with an evil intent, "No problem, when the time comes, everything in the mysterious lady palace will belong to you." However, each and every one of the women in the mysterious lady palace has been carefully selected. They are all very charming and attractive. After we have enjoyed enough, we will hand them over to you. Lin Guo seemed to be used to being tied up by the man from Zhenbu Gate. There was no pain or humiliation on her face. Instead, she seemed to be enjoying it. She replied, "Okay. As long as I am in charge of the Xian Nu temple, you can play with whoever you want in the Xian Nu temple. However, that bitch Zi Yunxian must be handed over to me after you have played with her enough." When the man from Zhenbu Gate heard Lin Guo's words, a look of disdain flashed across his evil face. HMPH. What a brainless idiot. As long as the plan is completed, the Xian Nu temple will naturally be the backyard of Zhenbu Gate. I will be able to do whatever I want. Why would I need a woman like you who is in my way? However, you are pretty good looking. After you have been trained, you will be very suitable to become a female slave. Although he was disdainful of Lin Guo, he still said, "When the time comes, the Xian Nu temple will definitely be yours. However, for now, you have to let me enjoy it." Haha. While the two men were doing shameless things in the room, Li Qingsha, who had already returned to her room, was sitting on the chair with her eyes closed. She seemed to be thinking about something. A faint and almost inaudible voice entered Li Qingsha's ears. "Qingsha, I am here. I will come and find you at night." Hey! This is sister's voice. How is this possible? Li Qingsha, who heard the voice, immediately opened her eyes. She sat up straight and was on high alert. She wanted to confirm if it was an illusion. However, the faint voice had already disappeared. Li Qingsha almost thought that she had heard wrongly. Could it be that sister had really come to the Xian Nu temple? But the support from the Howren sword sect will only arrive in 5 days. Also, is sister's strength so unfathomable? She could actually send me a voice transmission without anyone knowing. Even I almost thought that it was an illusion. What is going on? Li Qingsha frowned as she tried to figure out the reason. However, she gave up immediately. Judging from the voice, it should be her sister, Li Qingya. Whether it was true or not, she would know at night. Anyway, Even if someone wanted to harm her in the Xian'enyu temple, it was impossible for them to leave the Xian'enyu temple without any resistance. As long as they dared to make a move, they would definitely not be able to walk out of the Xian'enyu temple. No matter how weak the Xian'enyu temple was, it was still a super sect. How could it allow someone to do as they pleased in its headquarters? Chapter 23. Time flew by in the midst of busyness. Soon, it was night time. Everyone in the Xian'enyu temple, except for those who were patrolling and keeping watch, gradually fell asleep. The night deepened, and it was already Haisha, equivalent to 9 to 11 o'clock in the evening. Li Qingshe was sitting upright in her room, waiting for someone to come. Her sword was placed beside her right hand, and she was quietly waiting for someone to come. As time passed, the night deepened, and it became quieter. Li Qingshe did not show any signs of impatience. She waited vigilantly. Suddenly, the closed door quietly opened from the outside. A graceful figure flashed into the room, and then closed the door. The person was dressed in white, and there was a plain ribbon around her waist. Her hair was tied into a bun with a carved jade hairpin. Her face was holy and dignified, and she somewhat resembled Li Qingshe. Her aura was ethereal and profound. Li Qingshe looked carefully at the person who came, and her vigilant body finally relaxed. She stood up and shouted happily, "Sister, it's really you." The person who came was Li Qingshe's sister, and Yi Tianzong's grandmother, Li Qingya. Li Qingya looked at her sister, and a happy smile appeared on her face. She stepped forward and held Li Qingshe's hand, saying, "Sister, it's me. Long time no see. Ever since the Xian'enyu temple and the Haoran sword sect were at odds, we only met a few times. In order to keep it a secret, we didn't contact each other through letters. It's been 10 years since we last met. How have you been in the Xian'enyu temple?" Li Qingshe did not answer. She first made sure that there was no one around the room, and then pulled her sister to the room where she usually cultivated. She closed the door, and after making sure that no one would find out, she said, "Sister, I've been doing well in the Xian'enyu temple. I've always been neutral. Almost no one knows about our relationship, so no one has done anything to me. Until today, when the palace lord received news that the reinforcements from the Haoran sword sect would arrive in 5 days, that Lin Guyue came out to stir up trouble again. I no longer had any scruples, so I reprimanded her mercilessly to vent my anger. With her narrow-mindedness, I'm sure she hates me to death right now." Li Qingshe laughed as she vented her anger. "You, really? You're already an adult. Why are you still acting like a little girl?" Looking at her sister who was laughing, Li Qingya couldn't help but laugh at Li Qingshe. "By the way, sister, didn't you say that the reinforcements from the Haoran sword sect would only arrive in 5 days? Why are you here today? Also, I heard that there are 2 top experts from Wuzong leading the team. Logically speaking, you shouldn't be the one to come. Why can't I sense your martial arts level? What's going on?" After laughing, Li Qingshe couldn't help but ask the question in her heart. Li Qingya laughed and said, "You're still so impatient. Let me tell you slowly. The 2 top experts from Wuzong leading the team this time are new members of the Elder Palace of the Haoran sword sect. My cultivation level is also at the top of Wuzong. It's just that I've cultivated a technique to hide my aura, so you can't sense it. This time, not only did I come to the Xian'enyu temple early, but my youngest son, your nephew, Haoyun, also came with me. They're staying in an inn in Xian'enyu city, mainly to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Haoyun also came with me. I haven't seen him in decades since he was born. What unforeseen circumstances are there to prevent? There shouldn't be any unforeseen circumstances in the Xian'enyu temple now, right? Oh, you mentioned the Elder Palace. As far as I know, the Haoran sword sect doesn't have an Elder Palace, right? When did you have one?" Li Qingshe was even more confused after hearing her older sister's words. Hearing her younger sister's series of questions, Li Qingya couldn't help showing a trace of pride on her face. She said, "I'll roughly tell you about the changes in the Haoran sword sect during these years, starting from when my grandson, Tianzong, was born. Then, finally, until the Xian'enyu temple came to negotiate with the Haoran sword sect. This is the general situation of the Howren sword sect. I'm telling you about it so that you'll know. The Howren sword sect is much more powerful than it used to be. You don't need to hide your relationship with me. In the future, you don't need to worry about anything in the Xian Nu temple, but don't tell anyone else. The master of the Xian Nu temple only needs to tell her about the strength of the Howren sword sect. Don't say anything else, understand? Li Qingya reminded her younger sister. Li Qingsha, on the other hand, was shocked by the content of Li Qingya's words. She had never expected that the Howren sword sect would undergo such earth-shaking changes in less than 10 years. Its strength had improved by leaps and bounds. In comparison, the current strength of the Xian Nu temple was simply unbearable to look at. Sister, you're not lying to me, right? Is the Howren sword sect really that powerful? Is Tianzong's grandson really that unparalleled? Li Qingsha couldn't believe it. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? The people you sent to negotiate with the Howren sword sect also know some things. When the time comes, you'll know when you ask. Also, Tianzong's grandson has taken a fancy to your young palace master, Ling Xinyu. He clearly said that as long as that little girl cultivates to the peak of Wuzong before the war between the righteous and the devil, he will marry her. You have to help him a little in the Xian Nu temple. Our grandson has high standards. It's not easy for him to take a fancy to someone. You have to work harder to make this good thing happen. I know that you have planned to marry the young palace master from the beginning. Otherwise, I wouldn't have mentioned this to you, Li Qingya said seriously to her younger sister. Well, I know, sister. Don't you trust me? If our grandson has taken a fancy to someone, I will definitely talk to the palace master about this matter and make it happen. Since the Howren sword sect is so powerful, I naturally have confidence in the Xian Nu temple. Don't worry, Li Qingsha promised. Well, that's good. Also, this time, Haoyun and I came to the Xian Nu temple in advance because according to the information we received, Zhenbu Gate's forces have already infiltrated the Xian Nu temple. It has something to do with your vice palace master Lin Guyue. Zhenbu Gate has been coveting the Xian Nu temple for a long time. Without the Howren sword sect's restrictions, Zhenbu Gate's encroachment on the Xian Nu temple is very serious. Once the Howren sword sect's reinforcements arrive, their plan to encroach on the Xian Nu temple will fail. Naturally, they won't give up on the situation they have been operating for so many years. It's very likely that Lin Guyue will join forces with Zhenbu Gate to launch a rebellion and take control of the Xian Nu temple before the Howren sword sect arrives. With the strength of the Howren sword sect, there's nothing to be afraid of. However, once the Xian Nu temple falls into the hands of Lin Guyue and Zhenbu Gate, the consequences will be unimaginable. We must prepare in advance, Li Qingya said to Li Qingsha in a serious tone. In fact, these words were basically what Yi Tianzong meant. Ever since he found out that the aunt of the Xian Nu temple's vice palace master, Lin Guyue, was married to the Zhenbu Gate, Yi Tianzong was very sure that Lin Guyue was in cahoots with the Zhenbu Gate. The Xian Nu temple's deteriorating condition over the past few years, and the heavy loss of disciples, was definitely related to Lin Guyue. There was no need to investigate at all. Yi Tianzong, with his thousands of years of experience, was certain that a person like Lin Guyue, who was in a high position, would definitely collude with foreign enemies and start a rebellion. They only cared about their own interests, and they didn't care about anything else. Therefore, Yi Tianzong was very sure that Lin Guyue would definitely work with Zhenbu Gate to take control of the Xian Nu temple before the people of the Howren sword sect arrived. Therefore, Yi Tianzong persuaded Li Qingya and Yi Haoyun to leave for the Xian Nu temple before the people of the Xian Nu temple arrived at the Howren sword sect, so that they could deal with sudden changes. With the strength of Li Qingya and Yi Haoyun, who had cultivated the divine martial heavenly skill, they could fight against Marquis Wu, who was stronger than Wuzong. Therefore, even if they faced 20 people at the peak of Wuzong, it would be no problem. This way, they could eliminate the power of Zhenbu Gate in the Xian Nu temple, and it would be convenient for the Howren sword sect to subtly control and annex the Xian Nu temple in the future. Chapter 24. After listening to her elder sister's analysis, Li Qingsha also realized the seriousness of the situation. With Lin Guyue's selfish and vicious heart, as long as he had enough power in his hands, it could be said that he would almost certainly start a rebellion. She was not naive enough to think that Lin Guo and the true martial sect were not colluding. Sister, you're right. According to Lin Guo's personality, she will definitely collude with Zhenbu Gate to start a rebellion. I have to inform the palace master and make preparations. Li Qingshe said in a serious tone. Yes, that's right. There can't be many people from Zhenbu Gate hiding in the Xian Nu temple. It will be too late tomorrow. I think Lin Guo will poison the food in the Xian Nu temple the day after tomorrow, making most of the people in the Xian Nu temple lose their ability to move. Then, the people from Zhenbu Gate will deal with you people from Wuzongjing. However, little sister, you don't have to worry. Hao Yun and I have already cultivated the martial arts technique specially prepared by Tianzong's grandson. We are no longer the same as before. Currently, Hao Yun and I are strong enough to deal with 20 peak martial great masters. Even if that Lin Guo and the true martial sect succeed in causing chaos, Hao Yun and I will be able to suppress everything. Li Qingya proudly said. Then, under Li Qingshe's shocked gaze, she released her full power and shrouded Li Qingshe within 2 feet of her. Li Qingshe only felt an overwhelming pressure, as if the sky was falling on her. She was suppressed to the point that she could not move at all. She could not even feel the majestic power in her body that she had always been proud of. The only thing she could do was to look at Li Qingya in shock. Li Qingya only released her aura for a short period of time before retracting it. At the same time, she supported Li Qingshe, who was a little limp because of the terrifying aura suppression. Looking at her sister who was still in shock, she smiled and said, "How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? It's not just strong, it's unbelievable. I can't believe that sister's strength is so shocking. You're invincible now. All we have to do is wait for Lin Guo to rebel and take the opportunity to eliminate them," Li Qingshe said excitedly. Her voice was filled with shock and envy. "Well, you can't be envious. Do you know how many resources I have consumed since I started practicing the cultivation method prepared by Tianzong? That was nearly 100 times more than an ordinary person. Your Xian Nu temple can't afford it. Without Tianzong's permission, I can't teach it to outsiders. Only our temple can practice it. However, if you can facilitate Tianzong's marriage and let the disciples of the Haoran sword sect settle more marriage matters, I'll talk to Tianzong and give you a set of cultivation methods. Although it's not as good as ours, it's enough to increase your strength by 5 times. Li Qingya pressed Li Qingshe's forehead and said dotingly, "Really? Sister, don't lie to me. You have to keep your word." Li Qingshe grabbed her sister's hand and said emotionally, "Really, I won't lie to you. However, it depends on your performance." Hee. Li Qingya looked at her excited sister and said with a smile. She understood Li Qingshe's feelings very well. Just like how ordinary people at the bottom of the hierarchy yearned to practice martial arts, the increase of strength was the biggest temptation for warriors. Not to mention that the Xian Nu temple had always been suppressed and violated. The pursuit of strength was more urgent than any other super sect. Then, she made a rough plan with Li Qingshe and talked about the past. Li Qingya gave her sister a bottle of anti-poison pills that could cure hundreds of poisons and then left. Li Qingshe also controlled her excitement and fell asleep peacefully. Tomorrow, she had to arrange for Li Qingya and Yi Haoyun to secretly enter the Xian Nu temple. She also had to inform Palace Master Zi Yunxian to make some preparations. She couldn't let Lin Guo find out about it. There were many things to do. The next day, Li Qingshe first looked for Zi Yunxian and told her about her sister's guess. She also hid the existence of Li Qingya and Yi Haoyun. She only said that she had the support of the Haoran sword sect. After Zi Yunxian heard this, she also felt a burst of fear. She knew that with Lin Guo's character, he would definitely rebel. However, it was not realistic to directly expose Lin Guo's plot. Not many people would believe it. She could only wait for Lin Guo to make his move. Therefore, Zi Yunxian and Li Qingshe discussed the countermeasures together. After the discussion, the two of them separately gathered their confidants to make preparations. Their actions were secretive. Until evening, Li Qingsha followed the plan and met up with Li Qingya and Yi Haoyun, who had secretly sneaked in. She found a secret place for the two of them to stay. After that, she returned to her residence as usual and quietly waited for the rebellion that was about to happen tomorrow. As expected, the next day, Lin Guyue did indeed put muscle-weakening powder in the food of the Xian Enyu Temple. Almost all the people of the Xian Enyu Temple under Wu Zongjing, including the people who belonged to Lin Guyue's faction, were affected. Their bodies were sore and weak, and they lost the ability to move. Only Zi Yunxian and Li Qingsha, who were prepared in advance, and the two of them specially informed their confidants, were not affected. They confronted the people of Zhenbu Gate who were brought by Lin Guyue outside the Xian Enyu Temple. Looking at the people of Zhenbu Gate behind Lin Guyue, Zi Yunxian angrily questioned Lin Guyue, "Lin Guyue, you really colluded with Zhenbu Gate to rebel against your superiors. You did not even let your own people go. You are simply a sinner of the Xian Enyu Temple. Do you want to destroy the inheritance of the Xian Enyu Temple?" Seeing that Zi Yunxian and Li Qingsha were unharmed, along with more than 200 people under their command, Lin Guyue's face turned ugly. He said with a vicious tone, "I really did not expect that Zi Yunxian and Li Qingsha, you two sluts, were actually prepared and did not fall into my trap. However, even if you were prepared, so what? Today, no one can stop me, especially the two of you. I want you to suffer all kinds of humiliation and live a life worse than death. From today onwards, I am the Palace Lord of Xian Enyu Temple. Attack." After Lin Guyue finished speaking, a total of 300 people from Zhenbu Gate attacked Zi Yunxian, Li Qingsha, and the other 200 people under them. Among these 300 people, the weakest one was Wu Ling. There were more than 30 people under Wu Zongjing. There were also 2 experts who were at the pinnacle of Wuzong and 6 experts who were at the late stage of Wuzong. In order to succeed in one fell swoop, Zhenbu Gate had sent out a considerable amount of manpower. All of them were elites. As for the Xian Enyu Temple, as the situation of the Xian Enyu Temple had deteriorated over the years, there were only 40 people who were at the pinnacle of Wu Zongjing. There were only 4 experts who were at the pinnacle of Wuzong. They were Li Meng, Li Han, Li Qingsha, and a Grand Elder who supported Lin Guyue. There were only 7 experts who were at the late stage of Wuzong. The strength of the Zhenbu Gate was almost equivalent to the strength of all the higher-ups of the Xian Enyu Temple. They were far more powerful than Zi Yunxian, Li Qingsha, and the other 200 people who were left. It was no wonder that Lin Guyue was not afraid. The moment the people from Zhenbu Gate attacked, Li Qingsha, who had already discovered the huge difference in strength between the two sides, immediately sent out the secret signal that she had discussed with Li Qingya. Then, she started fighting with one of the pinnacle of Wuzong from Zhenbu Gate. The other pinnacle of Wuzong from Zhenbu Gate was stopped by the Grand Elder who had supported Lin Guyue. Under Lin Guyue's unsightly expression, Li Qingya and Yi Haoyun, who had been waiting nearby, immediately rushed towards the Mystic Maiden Palace as a pillar of flame soared into the sky. In just a moment, they arrived outside the Xian Enyu Temple. Looking at the people who were fighting, Li Qingya and Yi Haoyun did not care whether they knew each other or not. After all, the people from the Xian Enyu Temple were all women. They just needed to attack the men. The two of them were like tigers that had entered a rabbit's den. Under their precise control, they slapped out with their palms. Immediately, a large number of people below Wu Zongjing died. Even those who were at the middle and late stage of Wu Zongjing died with a single slap. Chapter 25. Except for Li Qingsha, everyone was frightened by the strength of Li Qingya and Yi Haoyun who had suddenly appeared. Are you kidding me? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? That was the late stage of Wu Zongjing. If he was placed in a super sect, he would be considered a superpower. Although there was a big difference in strength between each level of Wu Zongjing, it was still impossible for him to kill someone with just one slap. Did he think that they were cabbages? Everyone was so scared that they stopped, but Li Qingya and Yi Haoyun did not stop. Especially Yi Haoyun. Since he appeared on the scene, he saw Zi Yunxian, who was in a very difficult situation because of a late-stage Wu Zongjing. She was indeed worthy of being the palace master of Xian Enyu Temple. Even if she was in a very difficult situation, she could not hide her beauty. His eyes suddenly lit up, and his heart that had not fluctuated for a long time started to beat faster. Without any hesitation, his chi soared. The strength that was comparable to the Marquis Wu realm was fully released. He shouted, "Miss, don't be afraid. I will save you." After he finished speaking, he killed the late-stage Wu Zongjing enemy in front of him with a punch. Then he flashed to Zi Yunxuan's side. His left hand held Zi Yunxian, who almost fell down. Then he used his right hand to shoot out a golden palm print with a violent force. The late-stage Wu Zongjing enemy who was attacking Zi Yunxian did not have the slightest strength to resist and was blown away. He exploded into a rain of blood in the air. It was Yi Haoyun's palm that scared everyone who was fighting between the Xian Enyu Temple and the Zhenbu Gate. They looked at Yi Haoyun, who was holding Zi Yunxian in his arms in horror. It was too violent. It was too frightening. That was the late-stage Wu Zongjing. He was blown away with just one slap. This was not something that Wu Zongjing could do. Could it be that that man was also in the Marquis Wu realm? But wasn't the existence of the Marquis Wu realm restricted by the heaven and earth? How could he run around like that? Yi Haoyun, who caused all of this, lowered his head and looked at Zi Yunxian, who was in his embrace. Coincidentally, their eyes met and a mysterious change occurred between the two of them. They couldn't help but attract each other. Zi Yunxuan's cheeks, which were red because of the battle, became even redder. Yi Haoyun was in a daze when he looked at her. Noticing this situation, Li Qingya couldn't help but curse in her heart, "Stinky brat, why don't you take a look at where you are? You're still distracted at this time. Have you never seen a woman before?" However, she immediately became happy again. "My youngest son has finally found someone he likes. I don't have to worry about him all day." However, this couldn't go on. Today, everyone here had to stay. Not a single one of them could escape. Li Qingya immediately shouted at Yi Haoyun without any scruples, "Brat, if you want to watch a woman beat the enemy, why are you distracted at this time?" Her shout spread throughout the battlefield. It woke up Yi Haoyun and Zi Yunxian, who were looking at each other. Zi Yunxuan's face instantly became red. She pushed Yi Haoyun away in a panic. Her beautiful figure fluttered more than 100 meters away from Yi Haoyun. Then, she picked a Wuzong early-stage Zhenbu Gate member and attacked him. Yi Haoyun reluctantly looked at Zi Yunxian, who had left. He looked at the enemies in the battlefield with hatred. Then, he angrily roared. His violent and vast aura suppressed the entire battlefield. It was as if he was venting his anger. The heaven-covering palm, the world-suppressing fist from the divine martial heavenly art, was blasted out as if it was free. The sky was filled with palm prints and fist prints. As long as the enemies were within the attack range, they were either blown away or exploded. It was very fierce. The true martial sect's disciples, who were already scared to death, were now even more frightened. "Help! Run! Demon!" The frightened enemies immediately scattered in all directions. Even the two Wuzong Peak Stage Zhenbu Gate members used their fastest speed to escape. If they didn't run, they would die. They didn't have the time to deal with the Xian Enyu Temple members. "Sister, Haoyun, don't let them escape. The Xian Enyu Temple members, stop them for me." Li Qingsha used her Zhenyuan and shouted loudly, indicating Li Qingya and Yi Haoyun's identities. In the face of absolute power, everything was in vain. With the help of the Xian Enyu Temple members, Li Qingya and Yi Haoyun used the Aurora Instantaneous Shadow to kill all the people who were trying to escape. After a round of cleaning, only the culprit, Lin Guyue, was left. Lin Guyue, who had already been captured, saw that the situation was hopeless. She shouted crazily, "This is impossible! This is impossible!" Looking at Lin Guyue, who had lost his mind, Zi Yunxian sighed with pity and relief. She didn't say anything, then she hit Lin Guyue's forehead, shattering her brain. After everything was settled, Zi Yunxian ordered the remaining members of the Xian Enyu Temple to clean up the battlefield and protect the disciples of the Xian Enyu Temple who couldn't move. After the effect of the muscle-softening powder disappeared, Zi Yunxian followed Li Qingsha to Li Qingya and Yi Haoyun. Her face was a little red, and she deliberately avoided Yi Haoyun's gaze. She bowed to Li Qingya and said, "You must be Senior Li Qingya. Thank you so much for coming to help." Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. On behalf of the Xian Nu Temple, I'm very grateful for your help. You don't need to thank me. It's what I should do. Since the people of Zhenbu Gate dared to hurt you, I will never let them go. He, Yi Haoyun said before Li Qingya could say anything. He was so straightforward that he almost said, I like you. Although Zi Yunxian was the temple master of the Xian Nu Temple, she had heard a lot of compliments from men. However, she had never been attracted to any of them before. Now that she met Yi Haoyun, it was as if she had fallen in love with him at first sight. In addition, Yi Haoyun had saved her life and showed his amazing power. Her cold and calm heart had been fluctuating all the time. When she heard such straightforward words, she blushed and didn't know how to respond. Li Qingya, who was about to say something, was very angry at Yi Haoyun's useless appearance. This pig brain, from the tone of her voice, she knew that the cold and beautiful woman in front of her was the temple master of the Xian Nu Temple. And the temple master couldn't have feelings for men. This unlucky child, how could he fall in love with someone he shouldn't? Li Qingya's originally happy mood suddenly disappeared. She was a little dispirited. Looking at her son's silly appearance, she thought about it and resisted the urge to remind him. Let him be happy for a while. Alas. So she stood at the side and looked at the two people without saying anything. The scene was very awkward. However, Li Qingsha, who was at the side, also saw the signs. This was incredible. The little one had taken a fancy to the young temple master, and the big one had taken a fancy to the temple master. Your family is the nemesis of my Xian Nu Temple, right? If you get what you want, what will happen to my Xian Nu Temple? You can't do this. But the one who took a fancy to the temple master was her own nephew. This was a headache. After thinking about it, Li Qingsha finally got the upper hand. She couldn't help but say, Temple Master, we still have two things. Lin Guyue's family is definitely related to this rebellion. Since we killed Lin Guyue, we should take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate the root of the problem. We can't be soft-hearted. Also, those who are loyal to Lin Guyue in the palace must be eliminated while they can't move. After saying that, Li Qingsha looked at her sister. She looked at her elder sister and finally said to Yi Haoyun, Haoyun, I am your aunt, Li Qingsha. Elder sister should have mentioned me to you before. In a blink of an eye, a few decades have passed. I have never seen you since you were born. This time, you have helped me so much. You haven't married yet, right? Do you want me to find a beautiful woman for you in the Xian Nu Temple? Although she can't be compared to the temple master of my Xian Nu Temple, she will definitely be selected carefully. She has a good appearance and temperament. What do you think? Li Qingsha deliberately emphasized the word temple master. Originally, Yi Haoyun was happy to see his aunt and his sweetheart. However, when he heard Li Qingsha's words, he knew that the person he liked was the temple master of the Xian Nu Temple. He wasn't stupid. He naturally knew that the temple master of the Xian Nu Temple was destined to be alone for the rest of her life. She couldn't have feelings for any man. His happy mood was instantly crushed by an iceberg. His smiling face immediately collapsed. However, he still didn't give up and asked Zi Yunxian, You are the temple master of the Xian Nu Temple? Li Qingsha's words not only shattered Yi Haoyun's beautiful dream, but it also made Zi Yunxian face the cruel reality. Zi Yunxian knew that it was impossible for the two of them to be together. She bitterly wiped away her heartbeat. Her face returned to its cold and indifferent state. She expressionlessly said to Yi Haoyun, I am the temple master of the Xian Nu Temple. I am also very grateful to young Master Yi for helping me this time. Chapter 26. With Zi Yunxuan's words, Yi Haoyun's expression became very ugly. He clenched his fists tightly. In the end, he calmed down and said to Li Qingsha, Aunt, I'm a little tired. Can you arrange for someone to bring me to a place to rest? After he finished speaking, he looked deeply at Zi Yunxian before turning around and walking away in a lonely manner. Author note, don't worry, Yi Haoyun and Zi Yunxian will definitely be together in the end. I won't write any tragedies. Looking at her son walking away in a lonely manner, Li Qingya didn't have much interest in talking. After thinking for a while, she said, This time, all the people from Zhenbu Gate were annihilated. Including the previous time, we have lost a lot of strength. Zhenbu Gate will definitely be angry. In a few days, Zhenbu Gate, Demon Sword Sect, Shura Sect and their subordinate first-rate sects will definitely come for revenge. Make your preparations. The purpose of this trip has already been accomplished. In a few days, I will leave with Yi Haoyun and return to the Haoran Sword Sect. After she finished speaking, she nodded towards Li Qingsha and left. After the effect of the muscle-weakening powder wore off, the disciples of the Xian Nu Temple who had regained their ability to move were led by the 7 elders to Lin Guo's family under Zi Yunxuan's orders. Lin Guo's family members who didn't receive the news didn't even have time to react before they were wiped out. Those who were loyal to Lin Guo were also wiped out. After everything was sorted out, 2 days had already passed. Tomorrow, the main force of the Haoran Sword Sect will arrive. The Xian Nu Temple also made preparations to receive them. After Li Qingya and Li Qingsha talked about their sisterhood, they left behind some pills and left the Xian Nu Temple with the silent Yi Haoyun. They returned to the Haoran Sword Sect. At the foot of Xian Nu Peak, Zi Yunxian stared at Yi Haoyun for a long time. Finally, she sighed and returned to the Xian Nu Temple. The next day, more than 50,000 people from the Haoran Sword Sect followed the people from the Xian Nu Temple to the Xian Nu Peak. They settled down under the arrangements of the Xian Nu Temple. At the same time, the Zhenbu Gate, the Demon Sword Sect, the Shura Sect, and the first-rate sects under their command, under the leadership of the 3 super sects, unexpectedly met with a total of nearly 200,000 people. They were divided into 3 camps and confronted each other 1,000 miles away from the Xian Nu Peak. Every super sect in the Central Plains occupied a mountain range with a radius of more than 1,000 miles. The sect's encampment was located on a majestic and steep mountain peak. Apart from the secret passageway that was known to a few high-ranking members of each sect, there was no other way to attack a super sect. Originally, Lin Guo, as the vice palace master of the Xian Nu Temple, had the qualifications to know about the secret passageway of the Xian Nu Temple. However, because she had the support of the Zhenbu Gate, even the Supreme Elder who supported Lin Guo had the intention of not telling her. Otherwise, the Xian Nu Temple would have been conquered by the Zhenbu Gate long ago and become a vassal sect. Apart from the Haoran Sword Sect, the Zhenbu Gate, the Demon Sword Sect, and the Shura Sect were the 3 super sects closest to the Xian Nu Temple. They had never stopped coveting and suppressing the Xian Nu Temple. As the strength of the Xian Nu Temple became weaker and weaker over the years, the 3 super sects all thought that the time was ripe. They planned to swallow the delicious prey that was the Xian Nu Temple before the war between the righteous and the devil. After the previous ambush failed, the 3 super sects all thought that they were in the bag. They did not expect that they would be completely wiped out. The 3 super sects only received the news a few days later. It could be said that they flew into a rage out of humiliation and were very unhappy. In addition, according to the analysis of the information they obtained, the Haoran Sword Sect's strength had already recovered. In the future, if they wanted to swallow the Xian Nu Temple, they would not have such a good opportunity. Therefore, they no longer endured and wasted time. They spent a few days gathering the strength of their respective first-rate, second-rate, and third-rate sects. Each super sect sent out 20,000 people, taking the lead to gather more than 60,000 people, and headed straight for the Xian Nu Temple. With the same thoughts, the Zhenbu Gate, the Demon Sword Sect, and the Shura Sect met on the way to the Xian Nu Temple. The 3 forces were well aware of the thoughts of the other 2 forces. After all, for so many years, the 3 forces had an indescribable tacit understanding regarding the Xian Nu Temple. Although the atmosphere was a little tense, it was not hostile. In the end, based on the fact that they had the same goal and that the Haoran Sword Sect had intervened, the 3 forces expressed that they would not attack each other. When the time came to attack the Xian Nu Temple, they would rely on their own methods. The Xian Nu Temple had already received the news that the 3 super sects, the Zhenbu Gate, the Demon Sword Sect, and the Shura Sect, had brought nearly 200,000 people with them. Thus, they discussed with the 2 Wuzong Peak elders that came from the Haoran Sword Sect to come up with a strategy to deal with the enemy. After all the discussions were completed, they began to make intensive preparations to welcome the arrival of the battle. This time, the Zhenbu Gate, the Demon Sword Sect, and the Shura Sect could be said to be full of confidence. The three forces had a total of nearly 200,000 people, and they had already figured out the details of the Xian Enyu Temple. Now, the Xian Enyu Temple had at most 100,000 people. In the first place, the Xian Enyu Temple's battle prowess could not be compared to the three forces of the same realm. The Haoran Sword Sect's support of 50,000 people was such a big movement that it was impossible to hide. The three forces of the Xian Enyu Temple also knew that the Haoran Sword Sect's strength was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, the Haoran Sword Sect would not have been able to stand firm and contend with the three super sects and their affiliated forces, even though they only had the support of a weak ally like the Xian Enyu Temple. However, it was precisely because the Xian Enyu Temple's strength was generally not comparable to that of the other super sects in the same realm. In addition, the three forces of the Xian Enyu Temple had an additional 50,000 people this time. Although this battle would be difficult to win, the final victory would be theirs. As for the follow-up support of the Haoran Sword Sect, the three super sects' headquarters were not just for decoration. They would definitely not let the Haoran Sword Sect send reinforcements. Without knowing the true strength of the Haoran Sword Sect, it could only be said that the three super sects' thoughts were still very optimistic. On the other side, Li Qingya and Yi Haoyun, who were returning to the Haoran Sword Sect from another path, also saw the majestic forces of the Zhenbu Gate, the Demon Sword Sect, and the Shura Sect. Regarding this, the two of them had paid attention to concealing their figures in advance and stayed far away. Looking at the majestic forces, Li Qingya coldly snorted and said, In order to deal with the Xian Enyu Temple, these three sects really put in a lot of effort. I've never seen them put in so much effort when dealing with the other sects that invaded the Central Plains. After saying this, she looked at Yi Haoyun, who was in a daze, and said with a sigh, Son, don't worry. Although there are many people, you know the strength of our Haoran Sword Sect. With the addition of the people from the Xian Enyu Temple, even if we can't win, we'll have no problem stabilizing the situation. That girl is the palace master of the Xian Enyu Temple. She won't be needed on the battlefield, so your safety won't be a problem. There are many beautiful women in the world. There will be someone suitable for you. Let's go. Yi Haoyun looked in the direction of the Xian Enyu Temple and reluctantly revealed a smile. He said, Mother, don't worry about me. I'm fine. Let's hurry back to the sect as soon as possible. There are still many things that I need to deal with. After saying this, he rode ahead on his BMW. Li Qingya looked at Yi Haoyun's appearance and sighed helplessly. The word love is really not up to people. This stinking brat, you're already so old, but you still make me worry. I really owed you in my previous life. When we go back, I'll find a wife for you and make you forget about Zi Yunxian. 2 days later, the nearly 200,000 people gathered by Zhenbu Gate, Demon Sword Sect, and Shura Sect finally arrived at Xian Enyu City. Facing the people of the Xian Enyu Temple and the Haoran Sword Sect in the city, they first threatened and pressured them in various ways, wanting to subdue them without fighting. However, the idea was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. They were scolded by some hot-tempered elders of the Haoran Sword Sect until they were fuming with anger out of humiliation. They no longer carried out meaningless verbal attacks. After reorganizing, they directly launched an attack. Accompanied by the large-scale attack of Zhenbu Gate, Demon Sword Sect, and Shura Sect, the people of the Haoran Sword Sect and the Xian Enyu Temple, who were already waiting in Xian Enyu City, did not retreat. A war involving hundreds of thousands of people finally broke out. Every day, at least 7,000 people were injured and died. It was very tragic. Zhenbu Gate, Demon Sword Sect, and Shura Sect relied on their numbers to launch continuous attacks. They wanted to end the battle quickly and take down Xian Enyu City as soon as possible. Because they came from afar, their logistics were tight. Although they could plunder the food of the Xian Enyu Temple, if the battle dragged on, it would be very disadvantageous for them. On the other hand, the people of the Xian Enyu Temple and the Haoran Sword Sect in the city did not have this concern.